all, the Scattered Cultivation Alliance also has a quota. Yi Tian saw that the Holy Maiden of the Evening Moon seemed to have misunderstood, and he didn't explain. Sunset Moon Holy Maiden, how much do you know about the ruins of the temple? Yi Tian asked. I don't know much, I'm here for the first time, but the predecessors of the Moon God sect have been here before, and they have mentioned some to me. The temple is very large, there are many buildings in it, and those treasures are hidden in the building, because you can only take one treasure at a time, and if you take the treasure, you will be moved, and you can no longer enter the building, so the treasure has not been taken out yet. Of course, it is also very difficult to obtain treasures, and most buildings have guardians. The Saintess of the Evening Moon introduced. Guardians? The first time Yi Tian heard this, Wang Yan didn't mention it to him, maybe even Wang Yan didn't know, after all, Wang Yan's status in the Tomahawk Mercenary Pavilion was not too high, and being able to have a place might have something to do with her father, and her strength was not enough to enter the temple space at all, so naturally she wouldn't know too much about the situation in the temple space. That's right, it's the guardians. These guardians are like the golden armor gods, they look like real people, but in fact they are a kind of puppets, very real puppets, said the Sunset Moon Saintess. Only by defeating the guardians can you enter those buildings and take a treasure. Thank you, the Holy Maiden of the Sunset. Yi Tian said gratefully. It's nothing, you'll find out this soon when you go in, I'm just saying it in advance. Yi Tian and the Saintess of the Setting Moon chatted in a few words, but the copying talent had been observing the other martial artists. There are quite a few Morning Star cultivators, and there are even a small number of Radiant Moon level cultivators. Yi Tian naturally didn't care about these morning level cultivation talents and Huayua level cultivation talents, because he was already a Shiri level cultivation talent, and what he cared about was these king level special talents. As time passed, more and more kings descended, basically divided into two large camps. Zhonghai Superbase Camp and Changhe Superbase Camp. There are also witches and three-eyed people in the Changhe Superbase, but there is one more race, the Sea People. The Sea Humans look similar to normal humans from the outside, but when you lift your clothes, you can see that they have sparse scales on their bodies, and their breathing structure is somewhat different from that of normal humans. The Sea People were forced to enter a secret realm in the sea in the past, and slowly evolved into this kind of appearance over the long years, but unfortunately the disaster struck more than 100 years ago, countless fierce beasts occupied the ocean, and the secret realm of the Sea People was also occupied by fierce beasts, so they could only escape all the way along the Yangtze River, and finally joined the Changhe Superbase. Yi Tian found that these Sea People basically had the talent of the water system, and their strength in the water was much stronger than that of other kings. Another half an hour passed, and the kings of the two superbases had basically arrived. Not a single mystery-level talent. Yi Tian truly realized how difficult it was for the Armagnish-level talent to be born, even with the assistance of a treasure like the God of War Heavenly Monument, it would be difficult for them to achieve the Armagician-level talent. But there are two talents that make Yi Tian a little interested. One is 50% of the pseudo-arcane level defense talent, and 60% of the pseudo-anim level strength talent. 60% of the pseudo-arcane level strength talent comes from the Wind and Blood Slaughter that is the first on the king list of the Zhonghai Superbase, and 50% of the pseudo-arcane level defense talent comes from a witch named Tiger in the Changhe Superbase. If I copy Tiger's 50% of the pseudo-arcane level defense talent, my pseudo-mystic level talent should be able to directly transform into an arcane level defense talent. Moreover, my strength talent has also reached the 60% pseudo-arcane level. If I copy the 60% pseudo-mystical level strength talent of Wind and Blood Slaughter, maybe I can also directly transform into the mystical level strength talent. I have to say that Yi Tian was moved. But he has a very painful thing now, that is, there are still 2 days to copy the talent before the cooldown is over. He can't be copied now. I knew I wouldn't copy it before, so it's good to keep it until now. But regretting it was useless, Yi Tian could only look forward to meeting them in the temple space, and then secretly copying their talents. It's almost time. A king level suddenly spoke. The other kings also nodded, and sure enough, within 10 minutes, a ray of light came out of the bottom of the Changling River and penetrated the sky. The ruins of the temple are here. Space fluctuations. Yi Tian sensed strong spatial fluctuations. Only then did he remember a situation that Wang Yan had mentioned to him. The ruins of the temple are at the bottom of the river, but the ruins of the temple can only be found once every 10 years, and they cannot be found at all at other times, and even the emperor entered the bottom of the Changling River and did not find the ruins of the temple. Now, Yi Tian finally understood. The ruins of the temple should be hidden in the mezzanine of the space. Unless you can break the space and find the space where the ruins of the temple are located, there is no way to find the ruins of the temple. Yi Tianming enlightened. Let's go down. A king level jumped into the Changling River first, and then the battle began below. Changling River is a paradise for fierce beasts. I don't know how many king beasts there are below, and even occasionally there will be saint-level fierce beasts. If there is no strong strength, I am afraid that even the gate of the temple ruins will not be able to enter. Yi Tian also jumped into the Changling River. I think that at the beginning, when he crossed the Changling River alone, he was afraid that he would encounter a powerful beast, so he crossed the Changling River at the fastest speed with small blood, and was very vigilant. But now, his strength is not known how many times stronger than it was then. Although Changling River is nothing to him, even if it is an ordinary saint-level fierce beast, it is also a sword to kill. The 5-star king level is enough to be able to fight with ordinary saint levels, and his real combat power is not a 7-star king level, but an 8-star king level, and even much stronger than the ordinary 8-star king level. In the Changling River, countless fierce beasts poured in and were killed by Yi Tian with a knife, and even the kind of king beast with a strong talent was killed by Yi Tian with a knife. Soon, he came to the bottom of the Changling River. Chapter 152. The bottom of the Changling River. Yi Tian and a group of kings stood on the square in front of a majestic temple. This temple is very huge. It is estimated to occupy a radius of 10 miles. The temple has gone through the vicissitudes of time, but it still exudes an unimaginable majestic momentum, like swallowing the sun, moon, and stars. The entire temple was wrapped in a layer of light curtain, which seemed to be very thin, but the emperor could not break it, and he had to use the temple key to enter the temple. And the holy rank and the great emperor have no way to enter the divine temple. Only martial artists of the king level and below can enter the divine temple. Otherwise the opportunity to enter the ruins of the divine temple will not fall into the hands of Yi Tian and the others, and they will inevitably be snatched away by the powerful holy rank and the emperor level. One by one, the kings walked into the light with the temple key in hand, easily passed through the light, and stepped into the interior of the temple hall. Hundreds of kings entered the main hall. It was not crowded at all. The entire hall was really too big, and there was a light gate in the center of the main hall. This light gate is the only passage that leads directly to the temple space, and all other directions are thick walls, and there is no passage. Phew. A king-level person entered the light gate without hesitation at all, and Yi Tian also rushed in. The familiar teleportation shrouded Yi Tian. Yi Tian soon came to another world. The copying talent has not been suppressed. Yi Tian breathed a sigh of relief. Just now in that temple, he found that his copying talent had been suppressed, and he was still a little depressed, and now that he was teleported to this space, the spatial suppression was news, and I have to say that this is a thing to be happy about. Otherwise, even if his copying talent cooled down, he wouldn't be able to copy other people's talents in this space. How do you feel that this space is not in that temple? Yi Tian guessed. Although the temple is very mysterious, only one main hall can be entered, but the entire temple must be more than that, and other places just can't be entered, but the light gate in the temple is like a teleportation array, connecting this unknown space, but the space does not exist in the temple, but is far away. If it is explained in this way, it will also be able to explain why Yi Tian's copying talent has not been suppressed here. The ruins of the temple are too mysterious, so don't think about it, try to find a building. Yi Tian flew in the air, looking around. Where the other kings were, he didn't know. Everyone's teleportation position was different. As far as the eye can see, there is not a single king level around. Hundreds of king level people have entered, but there is no one in such a large area, which shows how huge this space is. Yi Tian casually chose a direction and flew quickly, sensing the situation on the ground while flying. In less than half an hour, a building finally appeared in Yi Tian's sight. Swish! Yi Tian flew over and came to the building. This is a courtyard, like the residence of a strong man, and the entire courtyard is covered by a formation. Top formation talent, open. In a flash, the entire large array turned into a formation world in Yi Tian's eyes, and the layers of formation space were superimposed, which was extremely complicated. What a terrifying array! Yi Tian was extremely surprised. This is still the formation space that he can see, and maybe there is a formation space that even the top formation talents can't see. In this way, the level of this formation should exceed the scope of the top-level array. If you want to break the formation, it's difficult. Yi Tian shook his head and gave up the idea. He walked over, and just as he approached the gate of the courtyard, a golden-armored warrior appeared in front of Yi Tian with a spear in his hand. Whoever is good at the master's dwelling, die. The golden-armored warrior said coldly. Guardians. Yi Tian remembered the words of the holy maiden of the setting moon. Clearly, this golden-armored warrior was a guardian. Subconsciously, Yi Tian covered the other party with his copying talent. Something shocking happened, he actually saw the other party's talent. Species, Golden Armor Corps Golem. Cultivation talent, extraordinary. Defense talent, advanced. Strength talents, medium. Marksmanship talents, medium. Golden Armor Corps puppet. Could it be that someone has refined the dead king level into a puppet? My replication talent can even be copied from the talent of the corpse, as long as the corpse is complete. This Golden Armor Corps Golem is a corpse, and remains intact, and the copy talent is a talent that can copy it. Yi Tian figured this out, and suddenly tensed. The forces behind the ruins of this temple were definitely not decent in the ancient civilization era, and thinking about how many Golden Armor Corps puppets there were in this ruined space, it meant how many corpses they used to refine the puppets. Refining puppets from corpses to protect one's home is the style of this force. But I don't know what happened. They regarded this space as a place of inheritance, maybe a place for the disciples in the force to experience and assess, but each building could only take one. But after a long time, this force has disappeared, and this space has been preserved to the present, and finally discovered by people of our time. Yi Tian roughly guessed. Without allowing Yi Tian to think too much, the Golden Armor Corps puppet attacked. Yi Tian slashed over with a light sword, directly splitting the Golden Armor Corps puppet in half. The sword light did not decrease, and continued to slash towards the big array. Boom! The sword light slammed into the large array, but it only set off a trace of ripples, and did not shake the large array at all. Suddenly, the two corpses of the Golden Armor Corps Golem were taken away by the great array, and an entrance appeared in the great array. It's time to go in. Yi Tian walked into the courtyard and saw the rooms, which were very simple. He opened the door to a room at random and saw some books, apparently a study. A light touch on a book, and the book instantly turned into dust. Just ordinary books. Yi Tian said darkly. Some books can be preserved and will not decay for thousands of years, but ordinary books cannot. After checking in the study for a while, Yi Tian only saw 3 preserved books. These 3 books were made of some kind of fierce beast skin through some kind of processing, and they were still intact with the passage of time. Is this the writing of ancient civilizations? Yi Tian opened the 3 books and saw strange fonts, which were not modern characters, nor ancient Chinese characters. He didn't know the texts either, but after he read them, he knew the contents of these secret books. Because the person who made the 3 cheats poured spiritual power into them, and the spiritual power told Yi Tian what the meaning of these words represented, it was not surprising that many cheats had such an effect. These 3 cheats are all cultivation cheats. One is a silver-level sword technique cross-secret sword, one is a high-level Yuan force cultivation secret technique, and one is a description of spiritual power, and it is also about a theory. The theory is that the spiritual power is strong enough to exist forever and does not need to be attached to the physical body. This theory was just a curiosity to Yi Tian, and it was of little use. Yi Tian didn't choose these 3 cheats, so he put them down. He had a feeling that if he received any cheats, he would be teleported away immediately. Let's go to the other rooms. Yi Tian walked to the other rooms. Chapter 153. It didn't take long for Yi Tian to open all the rooms in the entire courtyard and take a look. There were indeed a lot of good things. For example, Yi Tian saw a long sword, whose level had reached the level of a top-level Yuan 4 sword weapon. Such a sword also had a high value in the Zhonghai superbase, and was called a divine weapon. According to Yi Tian's speculation, this sword weapon should have belonged to the level of a high-grade divine soldier in the ancient civilization era, but now it is only at the level of a middle-grade divine soldier. It's a pity that this sword is of little use to Yi Tian. In the end, Yi Tian chose a knife weapon that had barely reached the level of a low-grade divine weapon and was about to fall into the ranks. He is still using a high-grade Yuan force knife weapon, and the grade is indeed a little low, and although this low-grade divine weapon is not as good as that sword weapon, Yi Tian is easy to use, and if he nourishes it with Yuan force, he will basically not fall off the level of the knife weapon. A low-grade divine weapon is also a good harvest. Holding the inferior divine weapon knife, Yi Tian was immediately transferred away by a force. Reacting again, Yi Tian found that he was already standing outside the courtyard array. Next, Yi Tian continued to look for new buildings. Time passed day by day. Yi Tian found some buildings, but he did not find gold-level sword skills, nor did he find treasures to refine spiritual power, and the treasures he found were relatively ordinary, mostly some weapons, top-level Yuan force cultivation secret techniques and elixirs that could assist in impacting acupoints. Those elixirs were protected by special formations, and the medicinal effects were not lost too much, and their value was also very high. These treasures were good things to Yi Tian before, but now he can't look at them at all. Day 10. Yi Tian suddenly saw a sky-high light in the distance. so he flew towards that side quickly. After a while, Yi Tian saw a huge palace, far more magnificent than any building he had seen before. And there are fatally some king-level warriors over there. Yi Tian estimated that there must be good things in this palace, and maybe there would be a conflict at that time. Looks like it's time to use the camouflage talent. Yi Tian used his disguise talent to change his body shape and appearance, and soon turned into a pale young man. Immediately, Yi Tian continued to fly over. When he got closer, Yi Tiankai found that there were countless cracks in this palace, and the formation was incomplete. At this time, many king-level powerhouses were joining forces to attack the formation of this palace, and the light just now broke a node of the formation, causing the power of the formation to leak out, thus causing a shocking light. The people of the Long River Super Base. Yi Tian frowned. At this time, the people from the Changhe Super Base also saw Yi Tian, and their faces suddenly changed. They knew that it was the earth-shattering light just now that attracted Yi Tian. Kill him. Two king-level powerhouses rushed over. As soon as they made a move, one of them used marksmanship, one shot seemed to penetrate the void, and the other used the talent of the fire dragon. A huge fire dragon roared into the void and rushed towards Yi Tian. In terms of strength, they should all be 4-star kings. Mole ants. Yi Tian's body moved, disappeared in an instant, and the knife slashed. In the next moment, 2 corpses fell from mid-air. 1 sword, 2 people fall. In a state of disguise, he is not afraid that his identity will be exposed. The 2 dare to do something to him. Can they not kill them or save their lives? You actually killed them. Do you know their identities? They are the top geniuses of Iron Dragon Castle, our Long River base. A young man yelled angrily at Yi Tian. Yi Tian stared at the other party. If you don't accept it, then let's fight. The young man's expression was stunned, and he did not dare to speak. Then, a young man at the head stood up and said, "Friends of Zhonghai Super Base, why bother to be angry? You have proven your strength. Why don't we work together to break the formation of this hall?" Cooperation? Yi Tian nodded in agreement. As a result, Yi Tian also began to attack the formation. Surreptitiously. He checked the other party's talent. The young man he led was called Sun Xinghe. It was a Huayua level talent, and the other talents were also very good, with 3 pseudo-mystery level talents, and its combat power should also reach the 7-star king level combat power, and it should be one of the top geniuses of the Changhe Super Base. The other side. One of the young men said, "Brother Sun, why don't you make a move? Your strength is a 7-star king level combat power in their Zhonghai Super Base, and you can't kill him?" Sun Xinghe said solemnly, "I feel that his strength is not much weaker than mine. Why bother to fight for the 2 evil pens? Besides, his strength is much stronger than those 2 evil pens. Wouldn't it be better for him to help us attack the formation? If we really break through the formation and find something good, then we will join forces. Then, Brother Sun is thoughtful, we are too anxious." The young man hurriedly flattered. Although Yi Tian couldn't hear what they said, it was definitely not a good thing. They used Yi Tian, why didn't Yi Tian use them? If he can use the power of these people to break the formation, he will also save worry and effort. Boom boom boom. Everyone bombarded wildly for a day and a night, and another formation node was breached. At this time, the formation was crumbling, and it was estimated that if one more node was broken, the entire formation would become invalid. Seeing that the formation was about to be broken, everyone became excited. This is a big hall, how many good things should be in it? However, Yi Tian frowned a little at this time, always feeling that something would happen. Another day has passed. Yi Tian and the others finally broke another formation node. Rumble. The entire array suddenly lost its light and began to fall silent. The formation was not really broken, but it stopped working, and that was enough. Once the formation stopped, they could take as many treasures as they wanted. Ha ha ha, treasure, I'm here. A king level rushed over. The others also couldn't wait to rush in, and whoever went in first could get the treasure first. But Yi Tian hesitated for a moment and did not rush into the main hall in time. Suddenly, a scream was heard. Ah! It was the scream of the first king to rush in. Then, a king level ran out, and the speed was exerted to the extreme. Rumble. The void shook, and a golden armored corpse puppet flew out of the main hall. Dense golden armor corpses poured over the sky, and a king level was torn apart and turned into a blood mist in the sky. Damn puppet, look for death. Sun Xinghe, who had the power of the 7-star king, turned into an ancient god of war, and performed a very terrifying fist technique, which could suppress the galaxy with one punch, and the supreme majesty spread. He shook the golden armor corpses one by one, showing his invincible skills. However, when a golden armored corpse puppet holding a war knife shook it away with a blow, Sun Xinghe's domineering aura immediately dissipated, revealing a look of horror, and immediately fled in a hurry. He doesn't care about any face or treasure. If you really stay, you will definitely be besieged to death by a large number of golden armor corpse puppets. Chapter 154. It seems that it touched a certain mechanism, causing a large number of golden armor corpse golems to appear. Yi Tian frowned. He had long known that there was far more than one golden armor corpse puppet in a building. If there was only one golden armor corpse puppet, and the person in front killed the golden armor corpse puppet, wouldn't the people behind go to that building again and meet the golden armor corpse puppet? But in fact, it can't be. Yi Tian guessed that the golden armor corpse puppet was hidden in a deeper formation space, and it was difficult to find. And now, they broke the big formation, and all the golden armor corpse puppets in the formation space ran out at once. Among them, some of the golden armor corpse puppets are not weaker than the 4-star king level or even 5-star king level combat power, especially the golden armored corpse puppet who just shot Sun Xinghe away, which is obviously a 7-star king level golden armored corpse puppet. This 7-star king level golden armor corpse puppet must have been a 7-star king level genius before his death, but he was refined into a corpse puppet. Yi Tian detected a powerful talent situation from its body. Species, golden armor corpse golem. Cultivation talent, morning star. Defense talent, pseudo-arcane, 40%. Strength talents, top. Knife talent, morning star. Speed talent, pseudo-arcane, 20%. The opponent's speed talent and strength talent were much worse than the normal 7-star king level combat power, but it had a star level sword talent. Seeing the morning star talent of this golden armor corpse puppet, Yi Tian's heart moved. He also cultivates sword skills, and such a sword talent is too important. He had always thought that there was also some pseudo-mystery on top of the top sword talent, but now he realized that he was wrong. Weapon talent or fist talent is the same as cultivation talent, and it also needs to be cultivated, so it does not belong to the same category as other special talents. Now that I know that there is a morning level sword talent, then there must be a Huiyue level sword talent, but it seems that human beings are not very talented in weapon talents, and even the Zhonghai super base does not have a morning level sword talent. Copy. Yi Tian used a copy opportunity on the golden armor corpse golem's morning star sword skill talent. As for the second chance of replication, Yi Tian finally chose the pseudo-arcane level defense talent. The pseudo-arcane level defense talent of the golden armor corpse puppet reached 40%, and the pseudo-arcane level speed talent was only 2%. Moreover, once you copy this pseudo-arcane level defense talent, you may really be able to raise the pseudo-arcane level defense talent to the arcane level. Originally, Yi Tian was going to copy Tiger's 50% pseudo-arcane level defense talent, but he never met him, so he simply copied the 40% pseudo-arcane level defense talent of this golden armor corpse. Copy. 40% of the pseudo-arcane level defensive talent is in hand. At this time, a large number of golden armor corpse puppets attacked towards Yi Tian's side, and the 7-star king level golden armor corpse puppet also attacked Yi Tian. Die. With a wave of Yi Tian's hand, a sea of fire descended. This is Yi Tian's 3% pseudo-mystery level fire domain talent. Rumble. Countless flames incinerated some of the weaker golden armor corpse golems to slag, and for the powerful golden armor corpse golems, the flames tickled. But even so, he still killed no less than 100 golden armor corpse puppets. At the same time, Yi Tian also killed the 7-star king level golden armor corpse puppet with one blow, but its corpse was included in the carry-on space, and there were still 2% of the pseudo-mystery level speed talent on this corpse, which could be copied in the future. Just as Yi Tian was about to kill the other golden armor corpse puppets, a terrifying aura came from the depths of the main hall. Saint-level corpse puppet. Yi Tian's face changed. I saw a black corpse puppet rushing out of the main hall, and its aura was far more powerful than that of an ordinary saint level. This is definitely a top-notch saint-level corpse golem. Let's go. Yi Tian didn't dare to stay, and kept teleporting away. It teleported a long distance before it stopped. With no one around, Yi Tian opened a small hole in the earth, and began to fuse the talent he had just arrived in it. Fusion of pseudo-arcane defense talent first. Yi Tian was looking forward to the birth of the arcane level talent, so the first one was to fuse the pseudo-arcane level defensive talent. Rumble. The fusion begins. In an instant, a dense fluctuation of defensive mysteries appeared on Yi Tian's body, turning into threads as if they were engraved on Yi Tian's body. But Yi Tian, who was in unbearable pain, didn't notice this. I don't know how long it has been, Yi Tian has just woken up. He's just fainted. For the first time, he checked his talent. Defense talent, Arcanisha. Arcane level defensive talent, my first Arcanish level talent. Yi Tian was a little excited. Immediately, he tested the amplification effect of the Armage level talent. The God of War ring is in this space, and there is no way to contact the virtual world, so there is no way to test the effect with the virtual world of the God of War ring. He can only use the simplest method to test himself with an attack. Soon, the tests ended. 100x amplification. Yi Tian was very satisfied. The arcane level defense talent can increase defense by 100 times, which is already very ungodly, and if you add the pseudo-arcane level Vajra bone talent, as well as the top-level healing talent, he is almost impossible to kill. Moreover, Yi Tian could clearly sense that the defensive mystery had been completely fused with his body. When urging the mystery level talent, there was even a faint law pattern on the skin on the body, which was the talent pattern of the law engraved on the body. The Upanishads were like bodily instincts, completely fused with his soul and body. Other than that, Arcanish level defense talent, activated. Airplanes. A huge defensive cover protected Yi Tian, and there were mysterious lines of defensive laws on the cover. He's showing off his Arcanish level defensive talent. What this represents, Yi Tian knows very well. Not only can he use his arcane level defensive talent to protect himself, but he can also use it to protect the people around him. It can be said that the arcane level defensive talent is not a little stronger than the pseudo-arcane level defensive talent. Then, Yi Tian began to fuse the Morning Star Sword skill talent. 10 minutes later. Morning Star Knife talent fusion successful. Now, Yi Tian's sword talent has become a Morning Star Sword talent. Sword talent, Morning Star. Try the sword intent. Yi Tian held the knife weapon and comprehended the sword intent in the dark. The originally obscure knife intent, but now it is like flowing water that the perception pours into my mind, and many shackles are broken one by one, and I can easily understand the deeper knife intent. The speed of comprehension has increased by at least 5 times, and the Morning Star Sword technique talent is so against the sky. Yi Tian was surprised. Instantly, he smiled. This space is definitely his treasure land, even such a rare Morning Star Sword skill talent can be encountered, and maybe even more rare talents can be encountered. Time is running out. Originally we could only stay in this space for a month, but now 10 days have passed, there are still 20 days left, and it is difficult to have a big harvest in 20 days. Yi Tian frowned tightly. He didn't want to give up the treasures of the hall just now, and even those golden armor corpse puppets, he wanted to kill and take them away, and slowly copy their talents in the future. But his strength was not strong enough, and he was not the opponent of that saint-level corpse puppet. According to his estimates, the attack power of that saint-level corpse puppet is at least 20 dragons. And although his strength talent has been increased to the level of 60% pseudo-mysteries, and his strength has increased by 50 times, his overall attack power is only 12 dragons, which is not as good as the opponent's 20 dragons. What's more, the speed of the top-level saint-level corpse puppet is too fast, his speed is not as good, if he hadn't been using teleportation to escape, and that saint-level corpse puppet didn't mean to leave the vicinity of the main hall, he might not be able to escape. With king-level strength, unless I have multiple mystic-level talents, or even raise my strength talents to the mystical level, I can't kill that saint-level corpse puppet, unless I... Yi Tian thought of a way. Chapter 155. If I hit the saint level here, I should be able to sweep away all the golden corpse puppets in that hall, right? Yi Tian pondered. That saint level seems to be very powerful, but in fact, it is still much worse than the saint level powerhouses on the holy list, not the kind of invincible saint level, otherwise he can cross the void and kill him with one hand. The general saint level has just broken through, and the body strength is only 100,000 elephant power, even if it has a little special talent, the attack of 1 dragon power is very good, and that saint level corpse puppet is absolutely invincible for ordinary saint level. But Yi Tian is different. His attack power reached 12 dragon power, once he broke through to the holy level, his body strength skyrocketed tenfold, and the attack power definitely reached 120 dragon power, how terrifying it was. This space can allow saint-level puppets to exist, which means that the realm is not suppressed, but the temple does not allow saint-level or above to enter. I can completely impact the holy level in this space, and others want to be promoted to more than 70% of the pseudo-imaginable talents in the king-level realm, but I don't actually need to. I already have an Armagene level defensive talent, Although it is a pity that I can't raise other talents to the Armagenes, but I can completely copy more Armagene-level talents in the future. Yi Tian thought. He doesn't worry about talent at all, so even if he is promoted now, it doesn't matter. This loss is nothing compared to the harvest. So, Yi Tian made a decision to impact the saint level. Yes, there is. Immediately, Yi Tian sat cross-legged and began to practice the Qingyuan soul alchemy technique recorded in the Qingyuan Yuan Force secret technique, using this secret technique to refine his spiritual power. Boom boom boom. In the spiritual world, Yi Tian's spiritual power kept vibrating, and a trace of impurities in his spiritual power was shaken out, and his spiritual power became stronger and stronger. The transformation of spiritual power into divine consciousness is a process of refining and purification, and spiritual power is ethereal, but divine consciousness is like substance. The transformation of spiritual power into divine consciousness is actually a process of materialization. As time passed, more and more spiritual power materialized, and the strength of the sun-level cultivation talent began to be revealed. Materialize into 1. Materialize into 2. Materialize into 3. In just one day, Yi Tian has materialized 50%. At the end of the second day, the materialization was 90% complete. Day 3. Yi Tian finally reached the final level, 10% of the substance. Break the. For me. The last bit of spiritual power was finally shocked under Yi Tian's thoughts, and turned into substantial spiritual power. Suddenly, the metamorphosis began. Rumble. The materialized divine consciousness was finally born, bursting out of the soul sea and spreading out to the outside world. 10 miles, 100 miles, 1,000 miles. Everything is under the control of the divine sense. One breath covers thousands of miles, and this is the power of the saint-level divine sense. Meanwhile, Yi Tian's body was covered by countless yuan qi, and these yuan qi gathered more and more, frantically pouring into Yi Tian's body, refining his body, and making his body strength soar wildly. However, it seems that the vitality here is somewhat insufficient. In desperation, Yi Tian took out the countless fierce beast blood in the space around him and covered it into a sea of blood, and then used the blood-devouring talent to devour these blood to replenish the energy urgently needed by the body, and then took out a large number of vitality stones to replenish the vitality. In this way, Yi Tian's fierce beast blood and vitality stones were almost exhausted, and the promotion finally stopped. At this time, Yi Tian felt a shock to his soul, and countless feelings struck. When you are promoted to the holy level, your comprehension will reach an incredible level, which is enough to comprehend a 70% pseudo-mystic level talent to the mystery level. Although Yi Tian doesn't have 70% of the mystical level talent at the moment, it is enough to comprehend 60% of the pseudo-mystical level strength talent to 90%, right? Comprehend the talent of strength. Yi Tian began to comprehend, and his understanding of the mystery of power became deeper and deeper, and after half an hour passed, his comprehension disappeared. At this time, Yi Tian's pseudo-mystic level strength talent reached 90%. Yi Tian stood up and moved slightly, and the void shook. His physical strength was already 10 times stronger than before, and he couldn't even control his physical strength. It took a little time, and Yi Tian finally mastered his physical strength thoroughly. Almost, it's time to go to that hall. Yi Tian muttered. Shout. As soon as his body moved, Yi Tian turned into a ray of light that pierced the sky. Not long after, Yi Tian came to the hall again. As soon as they approached the main hall, a large number of golden armor corpse puppets rushed out. Die. Yi Tian slapped it casually, and a large number of golden armor corpse puppets were slapped to death by Yi Tian, while several golden armor corpse puppets with pseudo-arcane level speed talent and a pseudo-arcane level strength talent were well preserved by him and included in the carry-on space. Rumble. The black saint level corpse puppet rushed out, and a powerful momentum enveloped it. But for Yi Tian now, the momentum of a saint level corpse puppet is just the same thing. Check. As soon as Yi Tian's mind moved, the talent of the saint level corpse puppet appeared on Yi Tian's retina. Species, black flare corpse golem. Cultivation talent, morning star. Strength talents, high. Speed talent, medium. In terms of talent, this saint-level corpse puppet is just very ordinary, and it doesn't have any strong talent. It is estimated that it is only a high cultivation that has such a powerful attack power. No value. Yi Tian slashed this saint-level corpse puppet in two with a single knife and killed it. Subsequently, Yi Tian cleaned up all the golden armor corpse puppets, and then walked into the main hall. It's time for a great harvest. Top grade divine soldiers, receive. Top Yuan force cultivation secret technique, collect. Rare elixir, receive. Strange ores, receive. Yi Tian scavenged all the secret rooms in the main hall and left nothing behind. In the end, Yi Tian came to the last main secret room of the main hall. There is still a formation on this main secret room, but because the main hall formation has been broken, the power of this main secret room formation is very weak, and maybe it will not be long before this main secret room formation will automatically disappear. There is a formation in this main secret room, it seems that no one has ever entered it, maybe there will be a bumper harvest. Yi Tian was very excited. Broken. With all his strength, the Tianji slashed, blasted over, and directly shattered the formation. Immediately, Yi Tian opened the door of the secret room and walked in. After walking in, he found that this secret room was the secret room hall, which was equivalent to the inner hall. The inner hall was very large, but it was very empty, only one wall had a row of shelves, and there were some things on the shelves. Yi Tian walked over and glanced at it. A golden cheat book. A knife. A seed. 3 bottles of elixir. 5 black books. A token. Other than that, there is nothing else. The first thing Yi Tian opened was the golden sheets, and after opening it, he was immediately ecstatic. Gold level sword skills. This cheat book is exactly the gold level sword skill he has always dreamed of. Gold level sword technique, heavenly desolate sword domain. This is a large-scale sword skill, and it is also a group attack type sword skill, which is rarer and more precious than a single attack type sword skill. After a brief look, Yi Tian received it into his personal space, which was relieved. That knife, Yi Tian took a look at it, and found that its level had surpassed the category of top-level Yuanli knife weapons, that is, beyond the category of divine weapons. As for what level it was called, he didn't know, but such a knife weapon was absolutely valuable. Accepted. I don't know what that seed is, but after such a long time, it still exudes a faint breath of life on it, and it is definitely very precious, and Yi Tian also received it. Yi Tian didn't want to look at other things for the time being, so he took them all away, and then took a look at them slowly when he left here. After collecting all the treasures, Yi Tian left this hall. Chapter 156. Yi Tian had a hunch that if he didn't leave that hall, he would definitely run into other martial artists. At the beginning, Sun Xinghe and the others did not die. A large hall that has been breached by the Great Array, even if there are a large number of golden armor corpse puppets, in order to obtain those treasures, they may give up the impact of the arcane level talent. Before, the reason why they didn't hit the holy level was simply because they felt that they could break the formation with a little time, and there was no need to attack. But they didn't expect a large number of golden armor corpse puppets to appear, so they miscalculated. When Sun Xinghe and the few other surviving people are safe, they will definitely hit the holy level, and then return to that hall. It's a pity that your speed of hitting the holy level is a little slower. Yi Tian said darkly. He is a Shiri level cultivation talent, and he has stepped into the holy level in less than 3 days. If it is Sun Xinghe and the others, he will not be able to hit the holy level in 7 or 8 days. Yi Tian flew all the way to a big mountain, opened a temporary cave, and then checked the last few treasures. 3 vials of elixir, 5 black books, and a token. Yi Tian refined that token first, and then he knew what this thing was for. The core disciple token of the Black Sky Corps sect. This thing is of no use to him. Yi Tian looked through the 5 cheats again. Now, Yi Tian can already understand these words, because he has memorized the content of the previous cheats, the foundation text and the meaning of the spiritual power transmission, and has written down all the meanings of each word. So, he can already read the words. The 5 cheats are not cultivation cheats, 3 of them are books on pills, and there are even several very anti-heaven pills among them, which can increase talents and improve talents. However, as soon as Yi Tian saw the medicinal materials needed for those pills, he shook his head. He had never heard of these medicinal materials, and it was almost difficult to collect them all. There are also 2 books about the introduction of the Black Sky Corps sect. After reading it, Yi Tian found that he really thought wrong, and even Wang Yan understood it wrongly. Ancient civilizations are not civilizations on Earth, but foreign civilizations. The Black Sky Corps sect is a sect of other worlds, or other planets, and an accident. Some disciples of the Black Sky Corps sect came to the Earth by accident through a spatial rift, and at the same time, there were sects from other planets. At that time, many strong people fought on the Earth was devastated, and the vitality of heaven and Earth dissipated. Ultimately, these sects abandoned the Earth and went back through the spatial rift one by one, while some relics remained. These 2 secret books were written by one of the emperors of the Black Sky Corps sect, and after they were written, they left the earth with the powerhouses of the Black Sky Corps sect, leaving only a temple and some outer disciples of the Black Sky Corps sect. Those outer disciples are estimated to be difficult to improve their strength in the earth where vitality is scarce, and one by one they die when their lifespan reaches the limit, and it is difficult for the juniors to become martial artists, and the Black Sky Corps sect gradually breaks off its inheritance. Yi Tian guessed. At this time, he already knew that the so-called ruins of ancient civilization were the ruins of those sects, and there must have been many spatial cracks on the earth at that time, just like now. It's just that those spatial cracks are connected to the world of those sects, and now these spatial cracks are connected to the world of fierce beasts. The era of ancient civilization can be understood as the era of the sect, and now it is the era of fierce beasts. Everything is so simple. Yi Tian muttered. Although those sects made a mess of the original earth, they also left a lot of inheritance, otherwise the human race would really be wiped out in the era of fierce beasts. After reading the 5 cheats, Yi Tian finally knew what those 3 bottles of pills were. A bottle of cultivation talent pill, a bottle of forging god pill, and a bottle of shouyuan pill. The cultivation talent pill can raise the cultivation talent of a martial artist to the morning level, and there is only one in it. Forging the divine pill can temper spiritual power and help the king level step into the holy level, but there are 3 of them. Shouyuan Dan is more against the sky, and it can be directly 100 years old, and it is a treasure that many old monsters dream of. These are all left by the great emperor for the descendants of the Black Sky Corps sect, but it is a pity that those juniors did not find the secret room hall at all, otherwise these things would have been preserved for a long time. Even, Yi Tian was guessing that the reason why the formation of that hall was destroyed was caused by the outbreak of battle among the junior disciples of the outer sect left behind by the Black Sky Corps sect. If you think about it, it's possible. It's a pity that they didn't take away these treasures, and now they are cheaper than Yi Tian. I can give Wang Yan 1 forging god pill, and the rest will be mine, plus the large number of treasures found in that hall. My net worth has skyrocketed countless times now. Yi Tian was full of excitement. But it didn't take long for him to be helpless. He couldn't get any more treasures. He found a building, and there was no golden armor corpse puppet at all, and he couldn't break the formation. I thought it was just a coincidence, but he searched for several buildings in a row, and it was all the same. Eventually, he came to a conclusion. The formation of the building can sense the cultivation. Once it exceeds the holy level, there is no way to get the treasure. The formation is not open to the holy level, only the king level can enter the formation and take away a treasure. Why didn't anyone tell me this? No wonder those king level didn't hit the holy level. After all, the holy level has an advantage. It turns out that if you become a saint level, you won't get a single treasure. Yi Tian suddenly realized. Suddenly, he thought of Sun Xinghe. If this guy went to the holy level, and after becoming a holy level, he went to that main hall and found that there were no treasures left, and he couldn't continue to obtain treasures, would he be mad? I guess so. Yi Tian said with a smile. Temple space, somewhere. Sun Xinghe is attacking the holy level. At this time, he had been in retreat for 7 days, and with his Huayue level cultivation talent, he was finally about to complete the materialization of his spiritual power and form his divine consciousness. Rumble. Divine consciousness is born, and cultivation is a breakthrough. Soon. His physical strength skyrocketed tenfold, his speed skyrocketed, his defense skyrocketed, and he used his incredible comprehension when he was promoted to increase his pseudo-arcane strength talent to 90% in one fell swoop. Suddenly, the strength skyrocketed again. Ha ha ha, all the treasures in that hall are mine. Sun Xinghe laughed maniacally. So, he couldn't wait to fly to the big hall. It wasn't long before he came to the great hall. Hey, what about the golden armor corpse puppet? Sun Xinghe asked suspiciously. So, he walked into the main hall. Where is my treasure? Sun Xinghe was furious. Originally, he was going to stay up for a few more years to increase the pseudo-mystical strength talent to 70, and then impact the holy level, a body that raised the pseudo-mystical strength talent to the mystical level strength talent. But now, the treasure is gone, and the impact arcane level strength talent is also gone. Heavy losses. And not only that, he has already reached the holy level, and there is no way to look for buildings to obtain treasures. Damn, who the hell is it? Sun Xinghe understood that someone was definitely attacking the saint level before him, and then served this place in a pot. The faces of the kings flashed in his mind, and finally fixed on one person. It's the young man with a pale face. Sun Xinghe thought of Yi Tian. Only Yi Tian was the most likely, and suddenly revealed his killing intent. It's a pity that the Yi Tian he saw was only Yi Tian's appearance after disguise, and he would never be able to find Yi Tian. Chapter 157. Yi Tian knew that he couldn't get any more treasures, so he stopped looking for treasures. Anyway, a building can only get one treasure, and the rest of the time can't get too many treasures, and he doesn't lack that little treasure. Thereupon, Yi Tian began to cultivate. He cultivated a gold-level sword technique, the Heavenly Desolate Sword Domain, and with his 80% sword intent realm, he was enough to cultivate this sword skill to the realm of Xiaocheng. In addition to cultivating gold-level sword skills, Yi Tian also began to cultivate at the saint level. The cultivation of the saint level is different from the king level. The king level mainly opens up the acupoint space, while the king level opens up the brain domain, and the divine consciousness is a basis for opening up the brain domain. In the 21st century, many experts believe that the brain domain of normal people can be developed to only 6 to 10%, but in fact, human beings have less than 1% of the brain domain development. In the past, human beings knew too little about the brain domain, and naively thought that they had developed 10%, but it was only a shallow brain domain, and the deep brain domain consciousness space was not touched at all. And through cultivation, human beings have opened up the shallow brain domain, and their memory has greatly increased, but that is only to develop the shallow brain domain. What the holy level develops is the deep brain domain. Starting from 1% of the deep brain domain, every 1% of the brain domain is opened, the strength, speed and defense of the human body will increase significantly. Once 100% of the brain domain is opened, the body strength of the holy level will reach 10 dragon power. Therefore, if a saint level extreme powerhouse does not have special talents, the strongest attack power is only 20 dragon power, which is far inferior to the current Yi Tian. If a martial artist doesn't increase his talent at the king level, it will be difficult to increase his talent when he reaches the holy level, and the talent pill can't add talent to the holy level. A saint level person with no special talent has a status far inferior to a kingless genius. Of course, there are very few saint levels without special talents. After all, the basic ones who can cultivate to the holy level are cultivation talents above the morning star, and if a genius with a morning level cultivation talent can't get the treasures that increase their talents, it can only be said that they are too much of a failure. 3 days later, Yi Tian cultivated the gold level sword technique Heavenly Desolate Sword Domain to the entry level, and 10 days later, the gold level sword technique Heavenly Desolate Sword Domain cultivated to the Xiaocheng realm. At this point, Yi Tian's gold-level sword technique, the Heavenly Desolate Sword Domain, had temporarily fallen into a bottleneck, and it was difficult to break through again. But even so, Yi Tian was very satisfied, because the gold-level sword technique Tianhuang Sword Domain can increase the attack power by 15 times, although the increase in attack power is not much, but it is a group attack knife skill, and it is awesome when facing a group battle. With 15 times the attack power of the Heavenly Desolate Sword Domain, Yi Tian's combat power skyrocketed a lot. He calculated, now his body strength is 100,000 elephant power, after the increase of yuan power is 200,000 elephant power, that is, 0.2 dragon power. When he was promoted to the holy level, the strength talent was increased to 90% of the pseudo-arcane level, which can increase the attack by 80 times, and the Tianhuang sword skill 15 times the attack. In this way, his strongest attack power reached 240 dragon power, which was completely capable of killing a group of top-level saints with no special talents in an instant. I'm really strong. Yi Tian took a deep breath and said. But he knew that the holy rank was just the beginning, and his deep brain domain was only open to 1%, and as he continued to open up the deep brain domain, his strength would be even more terrifying. Saint level, emperor level, after all, one day he will be like an ant in his eyes. Time passes, and a month period is approaching. This day, a repulsive force came, and Yi Tian was teleported out by the temple space and appeared in the main hall of the temple. However, now he has removed his talent for disguise and has become his original appearance. Other kings were also teleported out. But as soon as he came out, a wave of killing intent filled the void. Sun Qinghe, what the hell do you mean, actually hunting and killing the king level of our Zhonghai superbase? The wind and blood walked towards Sun Qinghe step by step, suppressing Sun Qinghe with momentum, making Sun Qinghe's face change. Because at this time, the wind slaughter blood is already at the holy level. Of course, wind-killing blood is different from Sun Qinghe. He got a treasure in the temple space, and successfully raised his strength talent to the 70% pseudo-mystical level, so he immediately hit the holy level and raised the 70% pseudo-mystical level strength talent to the arcane level strength talent. In this way, the combat power of wind-killing blood skyrocketed many times, far surpassing Sun Qinghe. Humph, the weak eat the strong. What if I kill them? Someone from your Zhonghai superbase killed the king level of our Changhe superbase, and also stole the treasures of a large hall. Sun Qinghe said angrily. At this time, he was scanning the entire hall with a pair of eyes, but he didn't find the young man? Obviously, they were all teleported together, so that person shouldn't have time to escape, right? Before Sun Qinghe could think about it, the wind and blood killing intent came. Consciousness is that I killed you, it's okay? Sun Qinghe felt the killing intent of the wind and blood, and was immediately frightened, and hurriedly said, Wind and blood, you are crazy, you dare to kill me here, the emperor behind me will not let you go. You think I don't have the great emperor behind me? Wind killing blood said coldly. Then the other geniuses persuaded one by one. Yi Tian stood aside, but he understood. Sun Qinghe became a saint, and there was no way to obtain treasures, so he hunted and killed several geniuses of the Zhonghai superbase and robbed them of their treasures, but this matter was exposed. Thereupon, the wind and blood began to chase and kill Sun Qinghe. If he hadn't been teleported away in time, Sun Qinghe would probably be dead. That's when it happened. The temple began to shake. The temple is starting to disappear, let's go. A king-level man rushed out of the temple, left the bottom of the river, and came to the top of the river. Many kings left one by one, but the wind and blood did not let Sun Qinghe leave, because one of the dead kings was from the Tomahawk Mercenary Pavilion. Just when Yi Tian thought that phone-killing blood was going to fight Sun Qinghe, a figure appeared. That's an emperor. Grandfather. When Sun Qinghe saw this emperor, he hurriedly said excitedly. Qingyun Emperor. When Feng Slaughter saw this emperor, his face immediately changed. But soon, one of the emperors of the Tomahawk Mercenary Pavilion appeared. As soon as the great emperor appeared, he said directly, Emperor Qingyun, 100,000 yuan chi stones, 10 treasures that increase the special talent of the king level, at least the primary talent, this matter will be revealed, otherwise let the wind and blood fight to the death with Sun Qinghe, which one do you choose? Battle Blood Emperor, I am willing to give 100,000 yuan chi stones and 10 treasures that increase the special talent of the king level. Emperor Qingyun confessed. Emperor of Blood. Yi Tian's expression changed, and he also knew the origin of this great emperor, one of the 36 emperors on the emperor list, although he was only ranked 17th, but he was definitely an extremely terrifying existence. Emperor Qingyun is definitely far inferior to the Emperor of War Blood, so he has to admit it. Looking at the talent situation of this Battle Blood Emperor and Wind Killing Blood, Yi Tian was very eager in his heart, but it was a pity that his current replication had cooled down, otherwise he would definitely have to copy the mystery level talent on their bodies. Wind Slaughter Blood has an unimaginable strength talent, and the Battle Blood Emperor has an unimaginable boiling blood talent. Forget it, let's copy it later. Yi Tian said helplessly. Chapter 158. Yi Tian, let's go back together. The Holy Maiden of the Setting Moon walked over, with a smile on her face, and it could be seen that she had gained a good harvest in the temple space. Okay. Yi Tian did not refuse, and left with the Holy Maiden of the Setting Moon. Back at the Zhonghai Superbase, the two separated. When Yi Tian returned home, he notified Wang Yan as soon as possible. He had Wang Yan's contact information, and Wang Yan came to Yi Tian's residence as soon as he received Yi Tian's information. Yi Tian, it's great that you came back safely. Wang Yan looked at Yi Tian with a faint longing in his eyes. Yi Tian naturally knew what Wang Yan's eyes represented. He didn't hesitate, and directly took out a Forging God pill. This Forging God pill, he used a brand new bottle to put it up. Sister Wang, this is the Forging God pill, I was lucky to get it. I can temper my spiritual power, but unfortunately I only got one. One is enough. Wang Yan took the Forging God pill very excitedly. Such an elixir, at most take one, and if you take it again, it will have no effect. If a Forging God pill can't make me promote to the holy level, it should be that I have no hope of being promoted to the holy level. Sister Wang's accumulation is enough, and she will definitely be able to be promoted successfully. Yi Tian wished. Thank you for your blessings. Wang Yan smiled. Immediately, she looked at Yi Tian suspiciously. Yi Tian, your breath seems to be. Have you become a saint? Yes, I encountered a little trouble in the temple space, and I had no choice but to hit the holy level. I'm sorry for making you miss an opportunity. Wang Yan was a little ashamed. In her opinion, Yi Tian wasted the opportunity to impact the mystery level talent. It was entirely because of her. She didn't know how much Yi Tian had gained, but the opportunity to impact the arcane level was not something that ordinary harvests could offset. Yi Tian didn't explain. It was impossible for him to say that he had an arcane level defensive talent. This was when it came to his whole cards, so he could naturally hide it. Wang Yan didn't stay long in Yi Tian's residence, and soon left. It seemed that he was in a hurry to hit the holy level. And Yi Tian also began to sort out the harvest this time. First of all, the weapon class. the best knife he got was the one that surpassed the top-level Yuanli knife weapon, which could be used as his main battle weapon in the future. The second is the Yuan Force Cultivation Secret Technique. Originally, he cultivated the Qingyuan Yuan Force Secret Technique, which was a second-class top-level Yuan Force Cultivation Secret Technique, but this kind of cultivation secret technique was undoubtedly a bit low, because he obtained the second-class top-level Yuan Force Secret Technique this time, but far more than 1 or 2, but more than 10, and the best was the first-class top-level Yuan Force Cultivation Secret Technique, one of which was called the Golden Body Yuan Force Secret Technique. In fact, he also obtained 2 better first-class top-level Yuan Force Cultivation Secret Techniques, but the cultivation secret techniques were a bit weird, and he needed to use the corpse chi of the corpse to cooperate with the heaven and earth Yuan chi for cultivation. For those 2 secret techniques cultivated with corpses, he didn't dare to touch them at all, although they could be replaced with fierce beast corpses, but he didn't dare to guarantee what sequelae would be after cultivation. Anyway, the Golden Body Yuan Force Secret Technique is also a first-class top-level Yuan Force Cultivation Secret Technique, which is enough for him to use. In terms of sword skills, the owner of that hall should be a sword talent, so he has collected a lot of sword skills. In addition to the gold-level sword skills Tianhuang sword domain, there are also some other silver-level sword skills, a total of 6 silver-level sword skills. Only bronze-level sword skills are not less than 50. As for the elixir, some of them were very little preserved. Yi Tian found more than 100 bottles, mostly for the elixirs such as refining the body, refining the meridians, and opening up acupoints, and there were also a few bottles of pills that assisted in opening up the brain domain. In addition, there are several books on formations, which record some top-level formations, and there is also a morning star formation. Yi Tian couldn't learn that morning star formation, because he didn't want the morning-level formation talent, and besides, he didn't major in formation, so he wasn't too interested in formations. But there was only one formation, and he was very interested in it, the top-level gathering Yuan formation. Yi Tian's current cultivation room is only a high-level cultivation room, and the top-level gathering Yuan formation can allow him to build a top-level cultivation room. Once a top-level cultivation room is built, his cultivation speed will increase a lot. However, the materials for building a top-level cultivation room were even more precious. Some of them had already been found in that hall, and the remaining part should be tradable in the Scattered Cultivation Alliance. Other harvests were sorted out by Yi Tian one by one. There are so many treasures, many of which are of little use to him at all, so it is better to trade them. So, Yi Tian prepared to go to the headquarters of the Scattered Cultivation Alliance to trade. Headquarters of the Scattered Cultivation Alliance. Yi Tian came here and walked into the Scattered Cultivation Alliance. He spent a lot of effort exchanging the treasures for other treasures he needed, such as the Vitality Stone. Whether it is a high-level cultivation room or a top-level cultivation room, the demand for Yuan Qi stones is very high, and if there are not enough Yuan Qi stones, it is impossible to maintain the use of a top-level cultivation room. Moreover, the elixirs and medicines that quickly restore the Yuan force and the strength of the body are also needed by Yi Tian. He needs to turn on the time acceleration ability, and the consumption of strength is serious. If there are recovery drugs and pills, it is naturally better. A lot of treasures were traded, and Yi Tian harvested 80,000 Yuan Qi stones and other kinds of pills, saint-level fierce beast blood, and so on. Of course. The top good thing, Yi Tian hasn't started trading yet. He was going to trade the gold-level sword technique Tianhuang sword domain in exchange for a single-attack gold-level sword skill, because he couldn't use the Tianhuang sword domain as soon as he made a move. Wouldn't it cover everyone else as well? If he didn't use the Heavenly Desolate sword domain, his strongest attack power would be greatly reduced, which was not conducive to the explosion of his strength. Therefore, he urgently needed a gold-level sword skill in the single-attack category. Soon. He found information on trading gold-level sword skills. Gold-level knife skill for sale, instant slash, trading requirements, group attack gold-level knife skill, publisher, Crazy Knife Sage. It turned out to be a mission issued by the Great Sage of the Crazy Sword. Yi Tian was a little surprised. The Great Sage of the Crazy Sword is not an ordinary saint level, but a powerhouse of the Great Saint level. The Zhonghai Super Base has a strict division of the Holy level, not according to cultivation, but according to the combat effectiveness, which is divided into ordinary saint level, small saint, great saint, and saint king level. Among them, the saint level who does not have special talents has cultivated to the extreme of the saint level, and the body strength can reach the power of 10 dragons, and the attack power can reach the power of 20 dragons, just reaching the small saint level. The power of 20 dragons to 100 dragons belongs to the small saint level, while the great sage is 100 dragons to 1,000 dragons, and more than 1,000 dragons can be called the saint king level. The Saint King level is too difficult to achieve, not a matter of talent, but a matter of cultivation speed. For example, those top kings on the king list, if they cultivate to the extreme of the saint level, they can easily reach the Saint King level powerhouse, and even easily kill the average Saint King level in seconds. But it is too difficult to open up the brain domain. Many of the battle geniuses on the king list are just morning star talents. If you want to open up 100% deep brain domain, maybe it will take hundreds of years, or even thousands of years to have hope. From the great changes of the earth more than 100 years ago to the present, the human beings on the earth have only cultivated for more than 100 years, and even the ancient humans did not have any powerful martial artists at the beginning, and they are not much better than modern humans. Therefore, many geniuses have stepped into the saint level so far, and the percentage of brain domains opened up is not much, so the powerhouses who can step into the great saint level are all very powerful existences, and there are very few at the Saint King level. According to the ranking on the holy list, there are only 16 Saint King level powerhouses. As for the great emperor, each of them has monstrous luck, similar to the ruins of the temple. It is estimated that they have obtained more than once or twice, but many times, and it took an unknown amount of resources, plus the talent of the Huiwei level to finally step into the emperor level. And the great sage of the crazy sword, ranked 37th on the holy list, is very powerful, not weaker than the current Yi Tian. Yi Tian took this transaction information and contacted the great sage of the crazy knife. Soon, the great sage of the wild knife is here. Chapter 159. Loose Repair Alliance, a room dedicated to trading. Yi Tian met with the great sage of the crazy sword. Strange holy level. The great sage of the crazy knife glanced at Yi Tian curiously, and found that he didn't know it, but he didn't care. After all, someone was promoted to the holy level all the time. He was often not in the Zhonghai superbase, and it was normal not to know the newly promoted holy level. The Loose Cultivation Alliance, which only trades, does not involve other aspects. You're going to trade gold level sword skills with me? The great sage of the wild knife opened his mouth. Not bad. Yi Tian nodded, but then said, I do have a group attack gold level sword skill in my hand, but the value of a group attack gold level sword skill is much higher than that of a single attack gold level sword skill. Yi Tian's meaning is very clear. The value of my gold level sword skill is higher than yours, and you should pay a little more. However, the crazy knife great sage said, you may not know, instant slash not only has the amplification effect of a single attack gold level sword skill, but also can increase the sword technique by 2 times, and the value is not comparable to that of ordinary gold level sword skills. Otherwise, I will not release the information of trading a group attack gold level sword skill at an equivalent price. The Loose Cultivation Alliance pays attention to equivalent transactions, and as one of the top leaders of the Loose Cultivation Alliance, I will not break the rules. It can amplify the sword technique by 2 times. Yi Tian was overjoyed in his heart. This effect was similar to his silver level sword skill Tianji slash. Okay, I agree. Yi Tian nodded. Immediately, the two began to swear an oath, and then they each took their gold level sword skills. Yi Tian originally handed over the gold level sword technique Tian Huang sword domain to the crazy sword great sage, and the crazy sword great sage also handed over the original instant slash to Yi Tian, and the two exchanged gold level sword skills. After confirming that it was correct, the two made a deal. Happy working together. Happy working together. From beginning to end, the great sage of the crazy knife did not ask Yi Tian's name, and Yi Tian did not say anything. Equivalent trade, only trade, no other questions. Yi Tian was very satisfied with the gold level sword skills that were traded, and then he found a buyer who traded a large number of sword skills, and traded 6 silver level sword skills and many bronze level sword skills to the other party, in exchange for 100,000 yuan chi stones. Subsequently, Yi Tian also hung up 2 first-class top-level yuan force cultivation secret techniques from the Black Heaven Corps sect, and asked to trade 3 treasures that could allow the great martial artist to increase high-level special talents or 1 treasure that could increase top-level talents. Treasures that can increase talent have always been priceless, but first-class top-level Yuanli cultivation secret techniques have always been priceless, and his trading requirements are not high, so it can allow the great martial artist to increase the treasures of high-level special talents or the treasures of top-level special talents. If you let the king level directly increase the high-level talents, the value will definitely be more expensive. It is only cost-effective to train a martial artist from an early age, and if you wait until you are promoted to the king level before cultivating, the cost is far more expensive than cultivating a low-level martial artist dozens or even hundreds of times. If you reach the holy level and cultivate again, it is almost unrealistic, and no force can do it. So, Yi Tian wanted to add some talent to his sister Yi Yu as soon as possible, otherwise when Yi Yu was promoted to the king level, and then gave her a talent promotion, the price would be too high, and she would not be able to cultivate without the support of a top power. In just 3 days, the information that Yi Tian hung out was picked up, and someone contacted Yi Tian to make a transaction. Coming to the scattered cultivation alliance again, Yi Tian saw the martial artist who traded with him. The other party is a king level, and Yi Tian still knows each other. It's you. Yi Tian was a little surprised. The other party turned out to be a king level person he had seen in the temple space before, Lu Feng, who was ranked 23rd on the king list. Yi Tian, it turns out that the person who traded is you. It seems that the 2 first-class Yuan Force cultivation secret techniques you got were obtained from the temple space, right? Lu Feng was surprised. That's right. Yi Tian nodded. This is the Tianlin Cold Marrow, which can allow a great martial artist to directly increase the top-level ice talent, but unfortunately the effect is not good for the king level, and there is only less than 1% chance of increasing the top-level ice talent. I have a top-level attack-type talent, so this treasure is of little use to me, and the first-class Yuan Force cultivation secret technique is useful to me, and I can use it to cultivate my own power. Lu Feng said. Yi Tian knew that Lu Feng was not lying, because Lu Feng had a top-level air lance talent, but the top-level ice talent was of little use to him, and he was a king level, and the probability of being able to give birth to a top-level ice talent was less than 1%, and it was very likely that he could only give birth to a medium-level ice talent, so it was the most cost-effective for him to trade Tianlin Cold Marrow. Yes, let's trade. Yi Tian said. The two made an oath and immediately began the transaction. Lu Feng browsed the 2 first-class top-level Yuan Force cultivation secret techniques given by Yi Tian, and was immediately overjoyed. Very good first-class top-level Yuan Force cultivation secret techniques, even better than the secret techniques I cultivated, although it is a little weird, but there is no shortage of fierce beast corpses in this era. It is most suitable to use these 2 Yuan Force cultivation secret techniques to cultivate power. Very good, that's a good cooperation. Yi Tian smiled slightly. After this transaction, Yi Tian left. The rest of the treasures, he was not ready to trade, he just traded the trade. Now, he has an even more important thing to do. Go to the Demon Sea base to pick up my sister Yi Yu. After coming to the Zhonghai super base for so long, he had already inquired clearly, and there was only one way to let foreign martial artists below the king level join the Zhonghai super base, and that was to come from the recommendation of the holy level. But there is only one recommended quota for a saint level, and once this quota is used, there is no way to recommend other martial artists to join the Zhonghai super base, unless it is an emperor level opening. An emperor can lead a family to join the Zhonghai super base, and no matter how many people there are, it will not be affected. Because the strongest combat power of the super base is the emperor, the super base naturally welcomes an emperor to join, and naturally gives a variety of preferential treatment. The more the emperor came, the happier the Zhonghai super base became, and the stronger the Zhonghai super base naturally became. Before. Yi Tian is only a king level, even if he is on the list of kings, it is also a king level. No matter how powerful his combat power is, it far exceeds the ordinary saint level, but it is still not a saint level, and he is not qualified to let a great martial artist join the Zhonghai super base. This is the rule, and it can't be broken. But now, Yi Tian has stepped into the holy level, and he is naturally qualified to bring his sister Yi Yu over. Back home. Little blood, I'm going to go back to the Demon Sea super base and pick up my sister, do you want to go with me? Yi Tian asked Xiao Blood. Don't go, I'm going to cultivate. Xiao Shui refused. Yi Tian knew that Xiao Shui's careful thoughts, but he was still hit. Xiao Blood has been inherited by the Dragon Clan, and his strength has improved by leaps and bounds recently, and he has realized a mystery, and the top strength talent has become a pseudo-mystery level power, which is even enough to compare to a 4-star king level powerhouse according to his strength. It's a pity that the gap with Yi Tian is too big, and now Yi Tian has been promoted to the holy level. Xiao Shui, who was hit, found that he couldn't even withstand Yi Tian's momentum, and felt a lot of pressure, although he had been practicing harder recently, striving to comprehend more mysteries, so that his strength could catch up with Yi Tian as soon as possible. Then I'll go myself. Yi Tian patted Xiao Shui's head, and then turned around and left. Chapter 160. When he came to the Zhonghai super base from the Demon Sea base, Yi Tian had been cautious along the way, but now that Yi Tian returned to the Demon Sea base, he had no scruples. And the speed was much, much faster than that, and soon they crossed the Changling River, crossed hundreds of thousands of kilometers, and returned to the Demon Sea base. From a distance, the Demon Sea base was quiet, no different from before. Yi Tian did not forcibly penetrate the large array of the Demon Sea Great Base, but walked in through a portal. Soon, the news of Yi Tian's return to the Demon Sea base spread. Inside a villa. Brother, you're back. Yi Yu looked at Yi Tian and ran over happily. Xiao Jin and Xiao Zi next to him were also jumping around, and they were quite happy to see Yi Tian, the former owner. Xiaoyu, you have made good progress, you are already at the limit of a great martial artist. Yi Tian praised, and his heart was also relieved. Fortunately, my sister Yi Yu is only a top-level cultivator, and her cultivation speed is not fast, even if she has the assistance of a high-level cultivation room, but due to talent problems, the cultivation increase effect is not good, and she is still cultivating the intermediate Yuan Force Forging Body Secret technique, so the progress is even slower. If the younger sister has already stepped into the Grandmaster, it will be difficult to cultivate. It's more timely, if it's a month late, it will be bad. Yi Tian was extremely happy in his heart. This time, he not only wanted to increase his sister Yi Yu's talent, but also to improve his sister's cultivation talent and create a perfect foundation for her. Of course. In fact, at the moment, it is of little significance for my sister to cast a perfect foundation, because the increase in my sister's attack is far less than 100 times, but Yi Tian still insists on casting a perfect foundation for my sister. If you don't build a perfect foundation, your sister won't be able to give birth to a pseudo-mystical level talent, and her combat effectiveness will be limited in the future. Refining skin, refining meat, refining bones, refining blood and breaking the limits of the internal organs, the Zhonghai Superbase has corresponding treasures. The value of those treasures is indeed very expensive, and it is difficult for some top forces to cultivate a few geniuses who have cast a perfect foundation, but I can still support only one of my sisters now. After Yi Tian was going to take his sister back to the Zhonghai Superbase, he prepared the treasure for his sister to cast a perfect foundation. Brother, I've been working hard to cultivate. Yi Yu clenched his little fist and raised his head. Okay, my sister has worked hardest, come, my brother has brought you a small gift. Yi Tian took out a bottle of elixir, it was a talent pill, which could make a martial artist's talent transform into a morning star. Its value was indescribable. If it was placed in the Zhonghai Superbase, it was enough to cause the great emperor to fight. Many of the emperor's descendants are only extraordinary because their talents are extraordinary. Even if other talents are against the sky and they are lucky enough to be promoted to the holy level, it is difficult to progress, so the value of a talent pill is too great. What is this? Yi Yu is curious. Talent pill, it can transform your cultivation talent to the morning star. Yi Tian explained. Morning star, what level is that? Yi Yu was puzzled. Transcendental level cultivation talent, you should know, right, and the level above the transcendental level cultivation talent is the morning star. Yi Tian said. Ah, then this pill is too precious, brother, you can eat it. Yi Yu refused. What is the probability of transcendental level cultivation talent? There are not many transcendental level cultivation talents in the entire Demon Sea Great Base. If a family can give birth to a transcendental level cultivation talent, it will soon rise to become a top family. The treasures that can make top cultivation talents rise to transcendent cultivation talents are almost impossible to find, and they are invaluable. But now, her brother has actually taken out the treasure that transformed her talent into a morning star. Such a treasure, it is estimated that the entire Demon Sea Bass may not be able to be exchanged, it is too precious. Xiaoyu, my talent is even higher than that of the morning star, you can eat it with confidence. Yi Tian said with a smile. Seeing that Yi Tian didn't seem to be joking, Yi Yu ate this talent pill. Rumble. The metamorphosis begins. I saw that Yi Yu endured unimaginable pain, and after half an hour, Yi Yu's talent truly transformed to the morning star. After letting Yi Yu rest for half an hour, Yi Tian took out the Tianlin cold marrow. Xiaoyu, you have a primary ice talent. Such a talent is not bad among ordinary people, but it is still too bad. This is the Tianlin cold marrow. It can make your ice talent transform to the top. You can also take it. Brother. Yi Yu was very moved. Her brother was too good to her. Such treasures must be very difficult to find, and the value was extraordinary, and Yi Tian took out one after another. She didn't refuse, only by becoming stronger could she prevent her brother from being born and help her brother. After taking the cold marrow of Tianlin, Yi Yu seemed to be frozen up. Half a day later. Yi Yu woke up, and the ice on his body disappeared. Yi Tian took a look at it with his copying talent, and Yi Yu's talent had changed greatly. Human, Yi Yu. Cultivation talent, morning star. Ice talent, top. That's right, it's really transformed into a top-level ice talent. Yi Tian was very satisfied. It's a pity that treasures that can increase weapon talents are hard to find, and she hasn't heard much about them, otherwise she would definitely find one for Yi Yu. Sister, don't cultivate during this time, don't impact the Grandmaster realm. Yi Tian solemnly admonished. Good. Yi Yu nodded, and didn't ask why. What her brother asked her to do, she did it. She believed that her brother would not harm her, it must be for her good. Xiaoyu is so good. Yi Tian touched Xiaoyu's head, full of pampering. Immediately, he still informed Yi Yu of the reason, and talked about the matter of casting a perfect foundation. After listening, Yi Yu suddenly realized. Brother, are we leaving the demon sea base? Yi Yu asked. Well, after packing up, I'll visit Yu's house again and leave. Yi Tian nodded. Actually, there was nothing to pack, and it was done quickly. Yi Tian asked Yi Yu to wait at home alone, and he came to Yu's house alone. However, one thing took him by surprise. Yu Ling is dead. That's right, the only king of the Yu family is dead. A pavilion. Yi Tian and Yu Ling sat here chatting. Yu Ling at this time became very mature, with a resolute look on her face. She didn't have the posture of a little daughter before. Obviously after the last beast tied and various things during this time, she became calm. But Yi Tian still saw a faint anxiety in the depths of Yu Ling's eyes. Having lost the only king, the Yu family had a hard time. Yu Ling, how could your ancestor fall? Yi Tian asked. Yu Ling sighed and said, not only has our family's ancestor fallen, but there have also fallen more than a dozen king-level people in the base, and it is still related to that spatial rift. What's going on? Isn't that spatial rift sealed? Could it be that there is a powerful king beast coming? Yi Tian frowned. No. Yu Ling shook his head, and then said, it was the fierce beasts from the sea that came over and raided the king level of the top-level array, and in desperation, the king level of the three major bases had to rush over and fight with that group of fierce beasts in the sea, and the ancestor fell in that battle. Now, Lord Yunmingli and the invincible king level of the other two bases are guarding the spatial crack at all times, and this is the only way to keep the spatial rift. Yunmingli is back again? When Yi Tian left before, he heard that Yunmingli had returned to the Zhonghai super base, but he had never seen Yunmingli in the Zhonghai super base, and the other party had never looked for him. It stands to reason that he is so famous, Yunmingli will definitely come to him after hearing about it. Right now. He finally knew. Yunmingli had already returned to the Demon Sea base, and he didn't know that he had made a great name in the Zhonghai super base. Chapter 161. What's going on now? Yi Tian asked. It's not very good, the fierce beasts in the sea come to besiege from time to time, and now it's only the king beast. In case a fierce beast that surpasses the king beast comes, I'm afraid the space crack will be. Yu Ling didn't continue, but the meaning of his words was very clear. Didn't you find out why? Yi Tian didn't believe why the fierce beasts in the sea suddenly ran to the shore and attacked the side of the spatial rift. If you want to say that the fierce beasts on both sides are a gang, then it is not right. One is a land beast, the other is a sea beast. It is not a group at all, and it is difficult to have any unity between the beasts, unless it is the same race of beasts. The fierce beasts in the sea area attacked the side of the spatial rift, and something definitely happened. I don't know. Yu Ling shook his head. She is just a grandmaster, and the information she knows is only known to all major families, and the deeper secrets are not something that she can snoop into as a grandmaster. Yi Tian didn't stay in Yu's house for long, and immediately left. However, he had to pay attention to the matter of the fierce beasts in the sea attacking the spatial rift. If something really happens to the spatial rift, the Demon Sea base will be in danger, and even if he joins the Zhonghai super base, he will not ignore the Demon Sea base at all. After sending my sister to the Zhonghai super base first, let's go and investigate. Yi Tian made a decision. After going back, Yi Tian took Yi Yu, Xiao Jin and Xiao Zi back to the Zhonghai super base. Due to the fact that he was carrying one person and two beasts, and Xiao Jin's body was very large, Yi Tian could only slow down in order to take care of them, so it took him half a day to come to the Zhonghai super base. Yi Tianai is a saint level, and after registering at the tower gate, the relevant person in charge of the Zhonghai super base immediately registered Yi Yu, and immediately went through the procedures for joining the Zhonghai super base. Soon, Yi Yu officially became a member of the China Shipping Super Base. In the next few days, Yi Tian often visited the headquarters of the Scattered Cultivation Alliance and various branches, and finally spent a huge price and traded almost half of the treasures on his body, so that he could gather the treasures that helped Yi Yu forge a perfect foundation. As the black jade blood juice that breaks the limit of skin refining, the 10,000-year-old Ganoderma lucidum meat that breaks the limit of meat refining, the I Ching pulp cleansing pill that breaks the limit of bone refining, the blood of the emperor-level fierce beast blood hoof beast that breaks the limit of blood refining, and the colorful internal organ pill that breaks the limit of the 5 internal organs and 6 internal organs. These 5 kinds of treasures are very rare. If it weren't for Yi Tian's good luck and the fact that he paid a huge price to post out the transaction information, he could get these 5 kinds of treasures, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to get them in a short time. Of course, in order to collect these 5 treasures as soon as possible, Yi Tian actually bought them at a high price, probably more than a quarter of the usual price, but he didn't care at all. He was able to cast a perfect foundation for his sister as soon as possible, and it was worth spending a little more. This day, in the advanced cultivation room, Yi Tian let Yi Yu start to take the black jade blood juice, and used the 5 treasures to break the 5 physical limits in turn, forge a perfect foundation, and break the shackles of the laws in the underworld. Yi Yu glanced at it, the black jade blood juice that was as black as ink, gritted his teeth and drank it. This black jade blood juice looks like blood, but it is actually the juice of a rare plant, which is very rare, because it can break the limit of the body's skin refining, so the price is extremely high. After drinking, rumble. Yi Yu felt that the skin on his body was very itchy, like 1,000 insects biting. Endure. Yi Yu knew that if she wanted to build a perfect foundation, she had to endure these pains. Compared to her brother's efforts, this pain was nothing, and she definitely couldn't waste her brother's kindness. Yi Tian looked at his sister's painful appearance, and he was also very distressed, but breaking the limit of his body was to go against the sky. How could he do it without bearing the pain? On the first day, Yi Yu broke the limit of skin refining. The next day, Yi Yu broke the limit of meat refining. On the third day, Yi Yu broke the limit of bone refining. On the fourth day, Yi Yu broke the limit of blood refining. On the fifth day, Yi Yu broke the limit of the 5 internal organs and successfully forged a perfect foundation. In comparison, it only took Yi Yu 5 days to break the limit, while it took Yi Tian several months to break the physical limit was much slower, but the physical limit that Yi Tian broke was even more perfect and almost impossible to replicate. Moreover, Yi Tian can easily comprehend the mysteries, but although the perfect foundation forged by using treasures can also be comprehended, it is very difficult. Just comprehending a mysteries will consume all the energy of a genius, and Yi Tian can comprehend several mysteries even without the help of copying talents, and even with the assistance of the God of War tablet, he can comprehend a mysteries to the level of mysteries in a few months. This is the difference between the 2 ways to build a perfect foundation. However, Yi Yu did not have a copy talent, and it was difficult to gather the 4 talents of top strength talent, top defense talent, top bone talent, and top blood talent, and no big force in the Zhonghai superbase could cultivate a genius with so many top talents at the same time. Yi Tian didn't expect Yi Yu to become the kind of top genius, as long as his strength was enough to protect himself. In the next few days, Yi Tian found a way to trade for Yi Yu to find a treasure that could increase his medium speed talent and medium defense talent, which was also the limit of what he could trade. With Yi Tian's efforts, Yi Yu's talent became as follows. Human, Yi Yu. Cultivation talent, Morning Star. Ice talent, top. Speed talent, medium. Defense talent, medium. In this way, Yi Yu can be regarded as a real genius. Xiaoyu, you are here to retreat and practice the Golden Body Yuan Force secret technique. It is very simple to impact the Grandmaster with your talent. My brother has to go out for a while. Yi Tian admonished. Xiaoyu nodded, and cultivated in the advanced cultivation room with Xiao Shui. As for the top-level cultivation room, Yi Tian hadn't started building it yet, because his formation mage level was still high level, and he hadn't reached the top-level level, not because of his talent. It was relatively simple to attack the top-level formation mage with his top-level formation talent, but most of his time was spent on other aspects, and he rarely went to comprehend the formation. When he had time, Yi Tian was going to spend a few days in the God of War tablet space to comprehend the formation and raise the level of the formation mage to the top, so that he could build a top-level cultivation room. But right now, he is going to go to the Demon Sea base first to solve the matter of the fierce beasts and spatial rifts in the sea area. In the dark, he felt that this time things were not simple. Thereupon, Yi Tian brought the death clone with him, which was also for insurance. Today's substitute death clone is a new substitute death clone, and it is a substitute death clone that he has transformed by hunting a saint-level fierce beast, because the substitute death clone must be the same as the cultivation of the main body, otherwise it will be difficult to launch. With Yi Tian's speed, he quickly arrived at the Demon Sea Bass, but he didn't want to enter the Demon Sea Bass, but flew directly to the spatial crack. It's here. Yi Tian looked at the top-level formation in front of him and muttered. Chapter 162. Yi Tian's arrival quickly attracted the attention of Yunmingli, who was guarding the spatial crack. Swish. Yunmingli flew out and looked at Yi Tian. He knew Yi Tian, but when he sensed the faint saint-level aura on Yi Tian's body, he immediately understood that Yi Tian was already a saint level. Yi Tian has become a saint level? Yun Mingli was shocked. Holy level. That is the realm that countless king-level people dream of. The Grandmaster can live for 200 years, the king level can live for 500 years, and the saint-level powerhouse can live for 1,000 years. Of course, the Holy Order, which has a perfect foundation, can live for 1,500 years. Not only Shou Yuan, but also more powerful, and the saint-level divine sense can spy on every move within a radius of thousands of miles, and it is difficult for even the movement of an ant to escape the detection of the saint level. And he is only an extraordinary level cultivation talent. If he does not have the treasure of refining spiritual power, it will be difficult to be promoted to the saint level. Over the years, he has been wandering around the Zhonghai superbase, and he has also obtained several opportunities, but it has always been difficult to obtain the treasure of refining spiritual power, so he is very envious of the powerhouses above the saint level. I've seen Lord Yi Tian. Yun Mingli bent down and said respectfully. There's no need to be so polite. Yi Tian said lightly. Phew. The other kings came over one by one, and when they saw that the invincible king level was so polite to Yi Tian, they were all shocked. Yi Tian, King Mingli is so respectful to him, what's the matter? Look at Yi Tian's breath, it has surpassed the king level. Could it be that it is a realm above the king level? Oh my god, Yi Tian actually opened up 365 acupoints so quickly, broke the shackles of the realm, and was promoted to the king level. How is this possible? Could it be that his talent has surpassed the transcendent level? It should be called Lord Yi Tian. Where can we provoke such an existence that has surpassed the king level? Suddenly, a king level and a famous array mage came over and said, Meet Lord Yi Tian. Yi Tian nodded slightly, and then said, I heard that something happened here in the space rift, let me take a look. After all, I was also a member of the Demon Sea Great Base. Lord Yi Tian, please. Yun Mingli made a gesture of invitation, inviting Yi Tian to enter the top array. Yi Tian followed Yun Mingli into the top-level array, and immediately walked into a castle built by Yun Mingli. A group of kings sat down. As far as I know, although the sea area is not far from here, it is not only, and the sea beasts do not like the waterless environment very much. As long as they do not enter the sea area, the sea beasts basically do not attack the warriors. Yi Tian asked suspiciously. Yun Mingli frowned and said, Lord Yi Tian, I am also very puzzled. It was no problem at first, but suddenly one day the fierce beasts of the sea attacked and almost made them break through the top array, but fortunately, other king-level people arrived one after another, and I had no choice but to return from the Zhonghai superbase. According to my speculation, there should be something that attracted the sea beasts, and I suspect that the space rift beast attracted the attention of the sea beasts with some treasure. But we searched for a long time, but we couldn't find the location of the treasure. Treasures? Yi Tian was thoughtful. It's a big possibility. The fierce beasts of the beast world really want to occupy a completely new world, so they keep invading it, and they are naturally unwilling to give up this spatial crack, so it is very likely that they have taken some measures. The many king-level kings who used treasures to attract the sea beasts born on the earth to attack the spatial rift might have broken through the great array and turned the spatial rift into a 3-star spatial rift. In this way, the army of fierce beasts will descend again. With the preparation, the fierce beast army will definitely not be easily broken like the first time. If it is with the strength of the 3 major bases, the fierce beast army will definitely be able to push all the way sideways. Lord Yi Tian, why don't you try to find that treasure? Yun Mingli proposed. Okay, I'll try. Yi Tian's divine sense began to extend and spread, and he easily detected every move within a radius of thousands of miles, and even an ant was covered by Yi Tian's divine sense, covering the treasure in that location. Didn't find it. Treasure hunt talent. Yi Tian opened this treasure that had not been used for a long time. If there was really an unknown treasure, it should be difficult to escape the high treasure hunting talent. But what disappointed Yi Tian was that he still didn't find the unknown treasure. So there are only 2 possibilities. One is that there is no treasure at all, and the second is that someone is put in a storage bag. If you enter someone's storage bag, there is no way to check the treasure hunting talent and divine sense. Dream of the king, can you make everyone gather? Yi Tian asked. Yes. Yun Mingli nodded, glanced at Yi Tian deeply, and seemed to have some guesses about Yi Tian's intentions. Could it be that someone has a problem? Yun Mingli also thought about this problem, but after careful investigation, others have no reason to do it. Will humans help the beast? What's the benefit? But he still gathered a group of kings and array mages and gathered them in his castle one by one. Yi Tian glanced at it and said, "Are these people all?" "There is also an intermediate formation mage in retreat. He has been in retreat for a long time. He is just a great martial artist. It doesn't hurt to have one less of him," Yun Meng said as he left his mouth. In his opinion, what use can a great martial artist have, and what can he still design them? It must have nothing to do with this incident. "Found it, it's the great warrior, I'll take a look." Yi Tian's body moved, and he flew in one direction, and the other kings looked at each other and flew over one by one. The top-level array was not big, and the speed of the king level was so fast, and he soon came to the residence of the middle-level array mage. "That's it." Yi Tianyi slapped the residence of the intermediate array mage, revealing a middle-aged man. At this time, the middle-aged man was very frightened and said, "My lord, why are you attacking my residence?" Yi Tian stared at the other party coldly. "You brought the fierce beast from the sea area, right?" "What are you kidding? How can I attract the fierce beasts of the sea?" The middle-aged man shook his head again and again, his face panicked. "Lord Yi Tian, this person is an intermediate formation mage in our base, and there is a big family behind him. How can he attract fierce beasts?" A king level stood up and said. "What if he is not an intermediate formation mage in your base, but a fierce beast?" Yi Tian sneered. This moment, the mid-level formation mage shuddered, but he still held back. "Beasts?" Yun Mingli frowned. "Lord Yi Tian, we are not stupid. How can this person be a fierce beast?" He felt that Yi Tian was a little excessive, and he forcibly said that an intermediate formation mage was a fierce beast. What kind of hatred was this? "Don't you believe it?" Yi Tian shook his head, and then said, "Since the accident here, has he been in retreat and hasn't maintained the formation?" "Yes, so what?" A king level said. "Then let him arrange a simple primary formation to try. If he can arrange it, I believe that he is not a fierce beast." Yi Tian sneered. Hearing Yi Tian's words, the mid-level array mage's expression changed drastically. Chapter 163. Qin Fei, let's arrange a primary formation. It's very simple for it, and it's good Lord Yi Tian to rest assured. A king level spoke. "My lord, I've been injured in my recent retreat, and my soul has been damaged, so I'm afraid I won't be able to arrange the primary formation," Chen Fei said nervously. "Phew." A king-level person's face changed, and he noticed it in a second, and surrounded Qin Fei one by one. "Damaged soul? A mere great martial artist is cultivating in retreat, and he can't cultivate his spiritual power. What damage does his soul suffer, thinking that he is a king-level extreme refining spiritual power, and he can't fail to do it? Lord Yi Tian, this person is really a fierce beast?" Yun Mingli was a little unsure. He carefully scanned it with his mental power, even the flesh and blood were scanned, and he didn't even have the breath of a fierce beast at all. It was completely a human body. "Have you heard of the talent for disguise?" Yi Tian asked. Yun Mingli nodded. "I've heard of it, but I haven't seen it." "This person is a fierce beast using his disguise talent to disguise himself as a human, and a fierce beast dares to disguise himself as a human, and he is not small." Yi Tian's momentum slammed towards Chen Fei. Chen Fei knew that he was exposed, and disappeared in an instant. "What about people?" Yun Mingli and the others were shocked. Chen Fei actually ran under their noses, and he didn't even sense his mental power. What kind of means is this? At this moment, they were already completely convinced that Chen Fei was a fierce beast. No, it should be that the fierce beast has become Chen Fei, and the real Chen Fei should be dead. "Want to run?" Yi Tian sneered. The other party's methods are indeed very strange, and even his divine sense can hardly detect its existence, but under the copy talent, the other party's talent situation can be seen at a glance. Species, Phantom Beast. Bloodline talent, Extraordinary. Camouflage talent, Top. Illusion talent, Elementary. Stealth talent, Top. Wrath Spear talent, Top. This is the talent of this Phantom Beast, and from the perspective of talent, the other party's talent is really a bit against the sky. The top camouflage talent, the top stealth talent, and the top dark spear talent. This dark spear talent should be an offensive talent. The three top level talents, and the other party's bloodline talent is extraordinary, and it can grow to the king beast level, but it is only at the advanced fierce beast level now, but with its talents, it is not difficult to kill an ordinary grandmaster at all. Even if you encounter a king level or even a saint level, if you don't have the means to restrain your stealth talent, it will be difficult to detect it. Die. Yi Tianyi pointed his finger. Poof. The body of the phantom beast was pierced by Yi Tian's fingers, and the stealth talent was forced, and the corpse fell to the ground. In the eyes of everyone, Chen Fei, who was originally a human body, turned into a fierce beast corpse. The corpse of this fierce beast is not big, only 1 meter high, covered in white hair, a bit like a cat, and a bit like a tiger, but the identity of the fierce beast is undoubted. What a beast! Yun Mingli was furious. A group of them were deceived by a high-level fierce beast, and even Yi Tian personally revealed the identity of the fierce beast, and they even defended the fierce beast. Lord Yi Tian, we are ignorant, please forgive me. A group of kings said apologetically. It's okay, you guys retreat first, I'll take the corpse of this fierce beast first. Yi Tianyi waved his hand, took away the corpse of the fierce beast, and also took away the storage bag of the fierce beast. There are a lot of empty houses here, and Yi Tian chooses an empty house to live in at will. Then, Yi Tian took out the corpse of the phantom beast again. Stealth talent, copy. Camouflage talent, copy. Yi Tianyi copied these 2 talents in a row. Although he also has a camouflage talent, it is only a high-level camouflage talent, and the top-level camouflage talent is necessarily more perfect than the high-level camouflage talent. Soon, both talents were successfully fused. Immediately, Yi Tian tried his camouflage talent, and found that he could disguise himself as fierce beasts such as rats, lions, cats, dogs, etc., and was no longer limited to humanoid fierce beasts, which was much more awesome than high-level camouflage talents. As for the stealth talent, Yi Tian understood it, and immediately marveled at the anti-heaven nature of this talent. Once invisible, in addition to not being able to do it, the mental power cannot be checked, and the divine sense cannot be detected, unless it is some special talent that restrains the stealth talent, or the strength is strong enough to a certain extent, and the eyes can see the trace of the top stealth talent. Such a powerful 2 talents, if the phantom beast hadn't met me, it wouldn't have died at all. Yi Tian said with a smile. When he met him, the phantom beast was really unlucky, and the fierce beast side was probably heartbroken. After all, such a phantom beast's status among the fierce beasts was definitely not ordinary. Then, Yi Tian took out the storage bag, which originally belonged to Chen Fei's storage bag, but it was taken by the phantom beast and used it. Maybe the treasure was in this storage bag, so he took the storage bag. Refining the storage bag, the divine sense swept away, and the contents were unobstructed. Soon, he discovered something out of the ordinary. It was a bead with an esoteric aura on it. Water Dragon Ball. Yi Tian was shocked. This is clearly a dragon ball of a water dragon, and what emanates from it is the mysterious aura of water. I understand, the breath of the water dragon ball is too deadly for the fierce beasts of the sea area. They sensed the breath of the water dragon ball and ran over. However, the aura of the water dragon ball has a limited permeation range, so the fierce beasts in the deeper sea area can't sense it, otherwise there will definitely be a saint-level fierce beast appearing, and then Yunmeng can't stop them from them. Yi Tian was glad that he came early and discovered the conspiracy of the phantom beast, otherwise he would have been attracted by the phantom beast countless fierce beasts in the sea area, and this place would definitely be breached. Yi Tian didn't take out the water dragon ball, and still put it in the storage bag, for fear that the moment he took it out, it would attract the attention of the fierce beasts in the sea area, but it would inevitably attract the attack of the fierce beasts again. In order to make sure that there was no crisis here, Yi Tian was going to stay here for half a month before leaving. So, Yi Tian began to cultivate here. He practiced the Golden Body Soul Alchemy technique recorded in the Golden Body Yuan Force Secret Technique, and the effect was much better than that of the Qing Yuan Soul Alchemy technique. But even so, it is very slow to open up the brain domain. Because there is no way to use the Yuan Qi to open up the brain domain, you can only use the exercises to urge the divine consciousness to open up the brain domain little by little, which consumes spiritual power, not vitality. And only the moment you open up 1% of the deep brain domain will absorb a large amount of Yuan Qi to refine the whole body, increasing the body's strength, defense, and speed. It can only be said that cultivating in the top-level cultivation room will save time for absorbing vitality, and the progress will be slightly faster. Therefore, Yi Tian's cultivation outside and the cultivation room had little effect, and the top-level cultivation room or the high-level cultivation room was of great use to Xiao Shui and Yi Yucai. What really determines the speed of saint-level cultivation is the exercises and talents, and the importance of talent accounts for 90%, of course. If there are treasures that assist in opening up the brain domain, you can accelerate your cultivation, but the treasures that can open up the brain domain, Yi Tian only has one bottle, and it is still found in the temple space, and it won't take many days. According to Yi Tian's speculation, if he wanted to cultivate to the extreme of the saint level, it would take at least 10 years if he didn't have a great opportunity. Chapter 164. 10 years. Yi Tian also felt that this time was very long, but it was so slow to open up the brain domain. This was because he had a sun-level talent. If it was a Huayue-level talent, it would take at least 50 years to cultivate to the extreme of the holy level, and if the morning-level extreme wanted to cultivate to the extreme of the holy level, I am afraid it would take hundreds or even thousands of years. And the lifespan of the ordinary saint level is only 1,000 years, so it can be seen that if a morning-level cultivator wants to cultivate to the extreme of the saint level, it will almost reach the end of his lifespan, but there is no hope of stepping into the emperor level at that time. 10 years is nothing. If I keep maintaining 3 times the time acceleration, I can be promoted to the extreme of the saint level in more than 3 years, but my life consumption rate is 3 times that of others, which is equivalent to the past 10 years, but I have 1,500 years of life, and it takes a few more years to reach the extreme of the saint level. This deal is very cost-effective. Yi Tian thought so. And this is only a primary time talent. If he obtains a higher level of time talent, he may be able to advance to the extreme of the holy level in a year, and if he obtains some treasures that assist in opening up the brain domain, this time can be shortened even more. In the following days, Yi Tian kept turning on the triple time acceleration to open up the brain domain. 10 days later, Yi Tian finally increased the development level of the deep brain domain to 2%, and suddenly his physical fitness broke the shackles under the influence of the deep brain domain, and his body continued to absorb countless vitality, and finally increased his physical strength to 200,000 elephants. Yi Tian, whose original body strength was only 100,000 elephants, has now increased his body strength by 1 time, and his overall strength is twice as strong as before, and his strength can be described as skyrocketing. While Yi Tian was in retreat, the fierce beast world on the other side of the spatial rift was not far away. Above the vast forest, 2 huge beasts stood in the void, overlooking the spatial rift below. One of the beasts had golden eyes and was as big as a mountain, a giant ape. Its strength was very powerful, and the countless fierce beasts below were all prostrate on the ground, and even the king beasts were too frightened to move. It is not a saint-level fierce beast, but an emperor-level fierce beast. Although the other fierce beast was not an emperor-level fierce beast, it was also standing at the same height as this emperor-level fierce beast, which showed that its status was not ordinary. Its appearance is exactly the same as the Pluto beast that Yi Tian killed. If Yi Tian was here, he would definitely be able to see that it was a saint-level phantom beast, and its strength was so strong that it was the ultimate in saint level. With its talent, it could even kill an ordinary emperor-level beast. If it really wanted to escape, the top-level emperor-level beast would not want to kill it. Because it was so special, that emperor-level fierce beast giant ape didn't dare to underestimate it. Stygian, how did that junior of yours complete his mission? The giant ape spoke, and it was in human language. King Kong, why use human language? I don't like it a little. I really like human language, it's just a small disagreement, let's not care, let's contact your juniors. A new world is a huge wealth for our ape dragon beast world, maybe there is a chance for us to go further. The giant ape named King Kong said. Yes, I naturally know the importance of a new world, so I'll contact my junior. The void answered. Immediately. It cast its bloodline mystic, trying to contact its junior. Soon. Its expression changed drastically. It's not good, my junior can't be contacted, the bloodline sense is broken, and it has fallen. Infinite killing intent boiled, and at this time, the underworld was eager to kill into the human world and avenge its descendants. You know, its clan is very rare, so far no more than the number of hands, at any time on the verge of being cut off. This time for the sake of planning, it only let the junior of the great martial artist level enter the human world, and even personally taught this junior a lot of human knowledge. This knowledge was obtained by a fierce beast reading the memories of a human, and with the intelligence of that junior, it should not be discovered, so it was sent. But now, this descendant of it is dead. King Kong, as you said, my junior almost never dies, and he completed the task easily, but now that it is dead, my clan has 1 less clansman. Stygian roared. Rumble. Countless low-level fierce beasts were shocked to death one after another, which showed the anger in the heart of the underworld. King Kong hurriedly said, Stygian, your clan has stealth talent and disguise talent, even I can't find its disguise and stealth skill, how can it be killed? I don't know, but it's dead, what do you say? Stygian said angrily. Revenge. King Kong gritted his teeth and said, I will contact a few fierce beast friends to avenge you, that enemy must still be in the spatial crack now, when the time comes, I will personally kill him in the air, how about this promise? The dark sky calmed down and stared at King Kong. If you make a move across the realm, you will also be injured, and it will take at least 10 years to recover. Are you willing to make a move? I do. King Kong said helplessly. The underworld was invited by it, and even letting the descendants of the underworld infiltrate the human world is also its attention. This area is its territory, and if something happens, he must be responsible. If it is an ordinary saint level, it may be able to ignore the anger of the other party, and even be able to eat the other party, but it can't kill the underworld. Once it offends the underworld, it will not have a good life in the future. Even at a small cost, it had to appease the wrath of the void. And it also suffered heavy losses. A water dragon ball, that is a treasure. If it is given to a fierce beast with dragon blood, it is enough to make the other party desperate, although it is of little use to it, but the value of the water dragon ball is there, and now it has fallen into the hands of humans. It has to kill that person no matter what, and then send the fierce beasts to take the water dragon ball back. I'm waiting for your news, the dark sky said in a deep voice. Immediately, Jean Gang just contacted a fierce beast friend, but in fact, he just used the benefits to invite each other. As long as there is benefit, hostile beasts are likely to come to their aid. It didn't take long for a total of 3 Emperor-level fierce beasts to come. King Kong, we're coming. 3 Emperor-level beasts appeared in front of King Kong. 3, I ask you to help me tear the spatial rift, just tear it to the extent that I can make a move, only need to hold it for 3 seconds, and I will take the opportunity to kill the enemy in the air. King Kong said. What about the pay? The 3 Emperor-level fierce beasts begged for help. Here you go. King Kong gave them 3 elixirs that could refine the power of the bloodline, and each of them received 1. Okay, we agreed. The 3 Emperor-level fierce beasts said excitedly. It was not difficult for them to tear the spatial rift, although they needed to tear to the extent that King Kong could make a move, and they would only need to be eaten up a little bit, and they would only need to last for 3 seconds, and they would recover in a year at most. A year's backlash sequelae in exchange for a treasure that can refine the power of the bloodline and improve its strength is a very cost-effective deal. Let's get started, King Kong commanded. Boom. Boom. The 3 Emperor-level beasts unleashed the strength of the Emperor-level beasts and made a move against the spatial rift. The terrifying beast power acted on the spatial rift. In an instant, a spatial crack that was only 1 star level began to crack. Chapter 165. Space Rift at the End of the Earth. Yi Tian felt the shock of space for the first time, and the spatial perception spread, and he immediately discovered the abnormal change of the spatial crack. At the first time, he was not good, and there was an Emperor-level aura from the spatial crack. Swish. Yi Tian flew into the air, his divine sense covered thousands of miles, and he transmitted his voice to everyone. The Emperor-level fierce beast is tearing the spatial crack, and everyone is leaving the top-level array. Among the castles. Yun Mingli was startled when he heard Yi Tian's transmission. Emperor-level beast. Other king level may have little knowledge and don't know what the Emperor level is. He has been to the Zhonghai superbase. Can he still not know what the Emperor level is? Above the king level is the holy level, and above the holy level is the Emperor level. An Emperor level fierce beast can kill him countless times with a single breath. Run. Yun Mingli threw away any face, what honor, and the others couldn't care about it, and hurriedly flew out of the top array. In addition to Yun Mingli, the 2 kings, the Blood King and the Blue King, also knew what an Emperor-level fierce beast was, and they also ran out as soon as possible. And although the other kings didn't know what was going on, seeing that Yun Mingli and the Qing King and the Blood King had also fled, they naturally fled with them. In the blink of an eye, a group of king-level mages retreated outside the top-level array, and the group of array mages also ran out. Only 1 person remained in the top-level formation to observe the situation. Blood King, what is an Emperor-level beast? A king-level puzzled Blood King. The Blood King took a deep breath and said, an existence that is countless times stronger than us, you can kill me with a single breath. You don't need to know too much, just know that an Emperor-level blow can annihilate the big base. Hiss. Many kings gasped. Then Yun Meng left his mouth and said, the Emperor level shouldn't be able to come out of the 3-star spatial crack. Besides, the current spatial crack has become a 1-star spatial crack, and the Emperor level is even more difficult to come out. Well, it's a false alarm at most, let's see. Qing Wang said. Many kings were still very nervous, their eyes had been staring at the spatial rift inside the top-level array, and if there was a slight change, they would flee as soon as possible. Inside the top array. Yi Tian stood 3,000 meters away from the spatial rift. He stared at the spatial rift, and clearly sensed the aura of the 3 Emperor-level fierce beasts, which were tearing through the spatial rift. Click. The spatial crack cracked rapidly, and soon it became the level of a 3-star spatial crack, and then quickly evolved into a 4-star spatial crack. Distance. Yun Mingli, the Blue King, and the Blood King were really taken aback. If they really turned into a 4-star spatial crack, then the saint-level fierce beasts could come over, how could they stop it? Array mage, hurry up and urge the big array. The kings shouted one after another. Suddenly, a famous array mage united and began to urge the big array. However, useless. Adults, it's useless, a terrifying force has affected the big array, and the big array can't suppress the spatial crack, said a top array mage helplessly. However, the feared thing did not happen. The spatial crack did not crack to the level of a 4-star spatial crack, but it was only a little bit, and it should have reached the level of a 3-star peak spatial crack. But even so, many king-level people were also taken aback, because such a space crack could send a large number of king beasts, and even invincible king beasts could send in a bunch. That's when it happened. A voice came, saint-level human, it's him, it's definitely him who killed my junior. That's when it happened. A hand poked out from the spatial rift, but when it broke through the spatial rift, it was affected by the spatial rift and the power of the two realms, and the big hands kept cracking. It was not a human hand, but the hand of a ferocious beast, a giant ape to be exact. Abrupt. A golden spear appeared in the big hand, and the golden spear should be a talent, a metal-type talent. Saint-level human, die. The golden spear was thrown fiercely at Yetion, and a spear broke through the air. The speed of this spear was too fast, even surpassing Yetion's reaction speed. You can't get stabbed. Yetion had the illusion that if he was pierced, the top healing talent would not be able to save him. The other party is definitely an extremely terrifying existence among the Emperor-level fierce beasts, and now he has attacked him at the cost of being injured. There is only one reason why the other party can be so desperate at all costs, and let the 3 Emperor-level fierce beasts help tear apart the spatial rift. The phantom beast he killed had an extraordinary origin, and he was discovered by killing the phantom beast and stabbed the hornet's nest. And the one who just said that he killed its descendant was another fierce beast, which should be the elder of the phantom beast, and also a phantom beast. This time, he caused at least 5 terrifying beasts to attack. In order to kill him, the other party will do whatever it takes. Teleport. Yetion did not hesitate to use the teleportation in the spatial talent. If the opponent's body comes in person, he may not have time to teleport, but the opponent is a one-handed shot across the boundary, and the speed is a little slower, which follows his chance to teleport. In an instant, Yetion teleported away from the top-level array and came thousands of miles away. And the golden spear failed to hit Yetion, and directly hit the top formation behind. Boom! The top-level array was completely shattered, and all the formation mages vomited blood one after another, and several weaker formation mages even died because of the backlash. In an instant, the golden spear disappeared into the sky. Fortunately, the golden spear was not aimed at the earth, otherwise with the power of one blow, the earth would be shattered, and the annihilation force would sweep across the field, which was enough to make the kings of the land of thousands of miles fall and die. No. King Kong, the owner of the big hand, let out a cry of rage. It spent such a huge price and failed to kill Yetion, how could it not be angry? Puff puff. The spatial crack contracted, King Kong's big hand shattered, and a trace of Emperor-level fierce beast blood flowed down. Soon. The big hand vanished, leaving only the angry sounds of King Kong and the phantom beast. Due to the disappearance of the top-level array, although the spatial rift shrank, it only shrank to the level of an ordinary 3-star spatial rift, not to the extent of a 1-star spatial rift. Swish. Yetion teleported back. It took Yunmingli and the others a long time to recover from the shock and fear and flew in front of Yetion. Lord Yetion, was that an Emperor-level fierce beast shot just now? Yunmeng asked. Yes, it's an Emperor-level beast, and it's not an ordinary Emperor-level beast, I didn't expect it to attack me from afar. Yetion was a little frightened, but he didn't have much fear. If that Emperor-level beast came in person, he would be sure to save his life, not to mention that it was only one hand that came over. Lord Yetion, that Emperor-level fierce beast shouldn't make another move, right? The Blood King was a little afraid. Probably not anytime soon. Yetion guessed. After all, the other party's cross-border space was injured, and the blood left behind can prove it. But he wasn't sure. The Blood King, the Green King, Yunmingli and the others listened to Yetion's words. Not only did they not breathe a sigh of relief, but they trembled. If you won't make a move in a short time, does that mean you will shoot again? That was a blow from an Emperor-level beast, how could they stop it? Chapter 166. Lord Yetion, you actually dodged the blow of the Emperor-level fierce beast just now, is it the legendary teleportation? The Blood King asked curiously. There are also a few martial artists with spatial talents in the 3 major bases, but most of them are secondary level spatial talents or primary spatial talents, and they have little effect. The spatial talent that can use teleportation is at least a medium spatial talent, and teleportation is one of the anti-celestial abilities that ignores time and speed. Yes. Yi Tian didn't deny it, he had just cast a teleportation. As long as everyone was not stupid, they would naturally know that it was teleportation. Lord Yi Tian, you can teleport, even an emperor-level blow can't kill you. The top-level array that suppressed the spatial rift has been shattered, the king beasts can come over again, and we are ready to re-establish it, even if the emperor-level fierce beasts do not reappear. If there are more king beasts, the pressure on us will be very great. Please also ask Lord Yi Tian to sit here. If there is a powerful king beast coming, please take action to kill it. Yun Mingli pleaded. He was really scared. He was afraid that Yi Tian would leave, so if they were dealing with the king beast, the emperor-level fierce beast would come again. They would not have Yi Tian's ability to teleport, but there would be no way to escape. Therefore, this matter still depends on Yi Tian. Of course. They also guessed that the reason for the attack of the emperor-level fierce beast must have something to do with the fierce beast that could be stealthy and disguised, but they naturally wouldn't blame Yi Tian. If Yi Tian didn't find out the fierce beast, they might be completely finished one day. Therefore, Yi Tian killed the fierce beast to save them, and also saved the 3 major bases, although it attracted a blow from the emperor-level beast, but the emperor-level beast couldn't get through. It's not that there was no way to solve it. Humans and fierce beasts were originally mortal enemies, and they were not stupid, so naturally they would not blame Yi Tian. Besides, Yi Tian is a saint level, they are only king level. Where is the right to blame Yi Tian? Don't worry, I'll be here for a while. Yi Tian nodded. But at this time, his expression was a little bad, not because he was afraid of that emperor-level beast, but because he was afraid of delaying time. He can't stay here forever, can he? It shouldn't be. If you attack from the void realm, that emperor-level fierce beast shouldn't be able to perform it a few times, unless it wants to die. It will only take half a month or a month at most, and it will have new actions. Whether it kills me or not, it should be completely over. Yi Tian guessed. The next attack might have been even more terrifying, but he was fearless. On the other side of the spatial rift, the world of fierce beasts. The emperor-level fierce beast King Kong's aura was sluggish, and the 3-headed emperor-level fierce beast that had torn the spatial crack was also counterattacked, and the injury was not light. King Kong, I'm injured and devoured, I have to go back to recuperate. King Kong, I have to leave too. No matter what price you offer, we can't make a move, otherwise the backlash will be too great, the foundation will be damaged, and there will be no way to make up for it with any treasure. King Kong, forget it, you're too crazy, the attack from the Void One realm has failed, that human has the ability to teleport, you can't kill him. The 3-headed emperor-level beast said and left one by one. Teleport. King Kong gritted his teeth, very angry. It didn't expect that the human had teleportation. If the teleportation of the medium spatial talent should not be avoided, then the spatial talent of the human should be a high spatial talent. It knew very well that in the case of the Void Realm, it would not be able to kill a human saint with a high spatial talent. Underworld, you have also seen it, that human is estimated to have a high spatial talent. I'm afraid I won't be able to kill him. King Kong was helpless to deal with the void path. But the revenge of my juniors cannot be avenged. If I ask an emperor level with top-level spatial talent to make a move, you can kill that human saint level with one more blow. In this way, this matter will be revealed, otherwise I wouldn't have just left it at that. The Void said coldly. An emperor-level beast with a top-level spatial talent? You mean? King Kong thought of someone, and his face changed drastically. Emperor-level fierce beast sky-devouring beast Emperor Ling, how can you please touch it? King Kong was shocked. Sky-devouring beast D Ling is definitely an extremely terrifying existence among emperor-level fierce beasts, and the top-level spatial talent is too terrifying. Even if it encounters D Ling, it is estimated that it may not be able to escape. This is still because D Ling has only stepped into the emperor level not long ago. If D Ling is in the same realm as it, he can kill it with one blow. That's one of the most terrifying emperor-level beasts in the ape-dragon beast world. I was lucky enough to know D Ling, and I was able to ask him to do it once. D Ling can help us tear the spatial rift and suppress the space from the air, but it will not attack the human, otherwise the cost will be too great, and it will not be willing to do so. The final blow must be done by you, and if you agree with me, notify it. The Void Path. King Kong thought for a while, and said in a deep voice, I'm willing to make another shot, but at least wait until I rest for a while, otherwise I can't bear to make 2 consecutive shots in a short time. Okay, then I'll wait. Stygian said. King Kong took out one elixir after another, all of which were very rare elixirs of 10,000 years, but they were of great help to the injury. It devours the elixir one by one, recovering the injuries after the regurgitation. It can be seen with the naked eye that its injuries are slowly recovering, and its breath is getting stronger and stronger, and it is gradually getting rid of its weakness. 25 days passed. Accelerated by 3 times, after 25 days, which is equivalent to 75 days of cultivation, my deep brain domain has finally opened up 4%, and my physical strength has reached the power of 400,000 elephants, and my strength has doubled again. Yi Tian clenched his fists, very satisfied with the current progress. The cultivation is strong, and the ability of the spatial talent is also a lot stronger. If the blow of the Emperor-level fierce beast comes again, he will definitely be able to teleport away more easily. Moreover, he had a hunch that the revenge of the Emperor-level beasts should come soon. Just as the cooldown period for copying talents is over, maybe you can get a good talent from the Emperor-level fierce beast. Yi Tian fantasized. The other side. King Kong recovered from his superficial injuries, and the backlash was initially suppressed, and he could barely strike again. Stygian, I can strike again, you can call Di Ling to come over. King Kong said. Good. The Void used a unique communication method between the beasts to notify the sky-devouring beast Emperor Ling. In just a few tens of seconds, a fierce beast figure appeared in front of King Kong and the underworld. Sky-devouring beast Emperor Ling is here. I saw that the body of the sky-devouring beast Emperor Ling was 10 meters long, covered in dark gold, and his head was half the size of a body, which was very weird, and there were faint spatial lines on his body, obviously a natural spatial talent beast. Lord Dilling. King Kong said very politely to Di Ling. The strong in the beast world are respected, and Di Ling is much stronger than it, and has the strength to kill it, so it has to be respected. Stygian, what do you call me? I want to ask you to do it once. The Stygian told the reason, the spatial rift and the killing of its descendants. After listening to this, Di Ling responded, yes, I only promise to use the spatial confinement ability. With my top-level spatial talent attainment, the high-level spatial talent of the human saint level is almost useless, and it will definitely not be able to use the spatial talent. When the time comes, King Kong, you can kill him again. Thank you, Di Ling. Stygian gratitude. Only once. Di Ling said. Chapter 167. The world of human beings, it's a pity that this spatial crack is too low level, I can't really go over, otherwise I really want to enter the world of humans to see. Di Ling looked at the spatial crack and said in a low voice. Then, it struck. A spatial force spread, and the next moment the spatial crack began to crack. Originally, the 3 major bases had rebuilt a top-level large array and suppressed the spatial crack again, but I didn't expect the spatial crack to be torn apart again, and the top-level large array was completely useless. The Earth's end of a rift in space. Yi Tian sensed the movement of the spatial crack for the first time, and the other king level also quickly sensed it, and hurriedly ran away. They all knew that the Emperor-level fierce beasts were about to launch another attack. If you don't run at this time, wouldn't you be looking for death? The only pity is that the top-level array is going to be scrapped again, and the 3 major bases have to lose a lot of material costs. However, many kings suddenly found that they couldn't move, and they couldn't even escape. Rumble. A spatial force froze the void, and under this spatial power, the king didn't even have the ability to blink his eyelids, only his mind could still turn. Freeze the void. What kind of ability is this? The kings were terrified, they couldn't imagine what kind of ability this was. And only Yi Tiankai knew that this was one of the abilities of the top spatial talent, spatial confinement, which could freeze a piece of space. Damn, I can't move. Yi Tian tried his best to use the power of teleportation, but the power of teleportation was blocked by the spatial confinement, and although the whole person could move, the speed was extremely slow. Then, he saw a small claw stretched out from the spatial rift, and it was the owner of that claw who released the spatial confinement ability. Top spatial talent. Yi Tian's heart moved, and he actually flew towards that claw. Originally, he was only 3,000 meters away from the spatial rift, but in the blink of an eye, he approached 2,000 meters. Today, he has a talent for copying and covering a range of 2,000 meters. Then, one of King Kong's hands reached out, and a golden spear reappeared. King Kong is going to make a move. Quick. Yi Tian was anxious. 2,000 meters arrived. In an instant, he checked Di Ling's talent. Species, Sky Eater. Bloodline talent, Radiant Moon level. Space talent, top. This Sky Devourer only has one special talent, the spatial talent, and no other special talents, but its spatial talent is a top-level spatial talent, which is too rebellious. Abilities possessed by top-tier spatial talents include spatial perception, spatial imprint, carry-on space, teleportation, spatial blade, and spatial confinement. In particular, the three major abilities of teleportation, spatial blade, and spatial imprisonment are enough to make the Sky Eater not have any major defects. As long as the spatial ability is not restricted, it is almost invincible. Copy. In a flash, the Sky-Devouring Beast's top-level spatial talent was copied by Yi Tian. And the attack of King Kong also came at this time. Human Holy Grade, die. The Golden Spear attacked, and the space confinement of the Sky Devourer did not deliberately suppress the Golden Spear, so the speed of the Golden Spear was not greatly affected. In this case, Yi Tian couldn't dodge the Golden Spear at all. Even if he used his time ability, he couldn't dodge it. His speed was fast enough to a certain level, and it was almost useless to just have a primary time talent. But Yi Tian still has a whole card. Substitute Death Talent. Yi Tian Inian activated the talent of substitution for death. This talent is not a space talent, space imprisonment cannot block this talent, and the death talent can be activated regardless of space-time, so the space talent cannot stop the death talent. The only thing that can break the substitution talent is the soul attack, and once Yi Tian's soul is annihilated in time, the substitution talent cannot be activated. But neither Di Ling nor King Kong had that kind of rare soul talent, so they couldn't kill Yi Tian. In an instant, the substitute death talent was successfully activated. In another place, the substitute death clone that was hidden by Yi Tian in advance was replaced by Yi Tian in an instant, but this replacement was only a body replacement, and the clothes, storage bags, etc. were still not replaced. But Yi Tian's treasures are almost placed in the carry-on space. After all, the carry-on space is now very large, enough to put all the treasures, and there are only some ordinary treasures and resources in the storage bag, which are not worth much. Poof! The golden spear pierced through Yi Tian, and a terrifying force completely shattered Yi Tian's body, and Yi Tian's body floated in the air and gradually crumbled. And at this time, one by one, the king beasts rushed over from the spatial crack. They were all King Kong's subordinates, and under the arrangement of King Kong, they came to the corpse of Yi Tian one after another, snatched all of Yi Tian's several storage bags, and then sent them back to the beast world. Suddenly, the spatial confinement disappeared, and the emperor-level beast left. One by one, the beasts rushed over, as if they were about to invade again. Lord Yi Tian has fallen? Yun Mingli trembled. That's a saint level, and it's an incomparably powerful saint level, with extremely high talent, a saint level that can be achieved in a short period of time. Quickly beat the fierce beasts back. It is impossible for the emperor-level fierce beasts to strike again. We can't let Lord Yi Tian sacrifice in vain. The Blood King hurriedly said. Only then did the other kings react. If the spatial crack missed, the three major bases would be in danger. Kill. 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 The kings rushed over one after another and blasted a famous king beast to death. Fortunately, the spatial crack was unstable, and there were not many fierce beasts coming over, so they were killed by the king level in time, and the king level quickly summoned the array mages to step up the arrangement of the top level array. Ape Dragon Beast World. Master Kong, give. A king beast handed several storage bags to the weakened King Kong. King Kong held the storage bag, only to find that the storage bag could not be refined. Strange, that human is dead, I'm sure, how can there be no way to refine it? King Kong didn't know much about the human world, and he didn't know much about storage bags, so he was just strange and didn't have doubts. So, it urged the power of the emperor-level fierce beast to forcibly break the soul mark of the storage bag, and then the storage bag was opened. How can it be? That's just such a little thing at the human holy level, and what about my water Dragon Ball? King Kong was dumbfounded. This human saint level is too poor. No, that human has a talent for space, there must be a portable space. King Kong reacted, but it was too late. The portable space was a little special. Once the human died, the portable space would also collapse, and there was no way to save it. Because the maintenance of the portable space depends on the spatial talent, as soon as the human saint level dies, the spatial talent disappears, and the portable space is naturally annihilated. So, it is very likely that its water Dragon Ball has entered the spatial turbulence with the collapse of space, and it is difficult to find. Damn humans, when I step into the human world one day, I will definitely kill them. King Kong roared wildly, and his voice was terrifying. However, neither King Kong, Underworld, nor Di Ling thought that Yi Tian was not dead, and what King Kong killed was just a substitute for death. Near the demon sea bass. In a cave deep in the mountains, Yi Tian sat up from a stone slab. He examined his body and found that it was intact. It worked. It looks like everyone thinks I'm dead, right? Yi Tian suddenly thought. But then, he fell into the joy of a great harvest. He's got a top-notch space talent. Chapter 168. Yi Tian had tried to find the existence of top-level spatial talents many times, but he didn't have the slightest clue, and even the high-level spatial talents were copied by luck in the fierce beast world. But he didn't expect that he would copy the top-level spatial talent again today. Although he paid the price of using the death talent once, he felt that it was very worthwhile. After all, the substitute death talent can't really improve his strength, but the top-level spatial talent can greatly improve his strength. For example, the distance of teleportation and the power of the space blade will be greatly increased many times. Fusion. Yi Tian began to fuse in this small cave. Soon. Top spatial talent fusion successful. Yi Tian, who was a little tired, activated the top-level spatial talent, and suddenly a wave of fluctuations dispersed, covering the space within a radius of thousands of miles, completely freezing this space. Space is always flowing, just like air. Imprisoning space is to stop the flow of space. Weak people can't even move in the frozen space, even if the strong people will drop their speed. Yi Tianming enlightened. Moreover, the spatial confinement and the spatial blade can be used together, freezing the void first, and then using the spatial blade to smash the enemy's body, killing the enemy in one fell swoop. The reason why that Sky Devourer didn't use the space blade to kill me is probably because it takes a lot of money to use the space blade to kill me in the air, and that Sky Devourer beast obviously asked for help, so naturally it didn't want to pay the price. So it didn't attack me, it just played a supporting role. Yi Tian guessed. At this point, he was thinking. If that Sky Devourer used the spatial blade by the way when he was casting spatial confinement, even if he cast the substitute death talent in time, it would definitely not be too late to replicate its top-level spatial talent. So, it's all a matter of luck. Yi Tian, who had a top-level spatial talent, had risen so strongly. According to his speculation, there were few saint-level people who could compete with him, even if they were some emperor level. If they were hit head-on by him with a spatial blade, it was estimated that they might not be able to survive. The power of the space blade is not in the attack power, but in the damage of the space, and there is no way for the emperor level to resist Yi Tian's space blade, unless it is beyond the strength of the emperor level to be able to ignore the space blade. Of course, the emperor level couldn't compete against the space blade, but it could dodge, and Yi Tian's space blade was still not fast enough to hit the powerful emperor level head-on. After resting for half a day, Yi Tian went to the spatial crack invisibly. Soon, he arrived there and saw that the formation mages were arranging the formation, and there were a number of fierce beast corpses on the ground, which showed that after he left, there was a battle here. The kings were standing far away at this time, and they didn't dare to approach the spatial rift at all. Yi Tian did not show up, for fear that the news that he was not dead would be known by the fierce beasts. He came to Yunmingli's side, and his divine sense transmitted, Yunmingli. At first glance, when he heard Yi Tian's voice, Yunmingli was shocked. This voice is too familiar, it is Yi Tian's voice. Lord Yi Tian, is that you? Yunmingli said in a low voice. But he obviously saw that Yi Tian was pierced by a golden spear, and his body fell to the ground, and Yi Tian's body was also collected. They have already determined that Yi Tian is dead. Yes, I'm not dead. The body pierced by the golden spear is a fake corpse I made. The real me used a secret technique to hide. Those emperor-level beasts can't come over in another world, so I was negligent for a while, thinking I was dead. The news that I'm still alive, don't leak it out, at most let the Blood King and the Green King know. Originally, I was going to hide it from you, but you will still go to the Zhonghai super base. In that case, sooner or later you will know that I am still alive, so I will simply tell you. Yi Tian said. Lord Yi Tian, it's great that you're not dead. Yunmingli breathed a sigh of relief. If Yi Tian died, it would be of no benefit to the demon sea bass, and the living Yi Tian was simply the patron saint of the demon sea bass. If there was a crisis here in the future, he could completely ask Yi Tian for help. I'm back to the Zhonghai super base. Yi Tian said goodbye. After Yi Tian left, Yunmingli informed the Blue King and the Blood King of the news. At first, the two didn't believe it at all, but when they carefully examined Yi Tian's body, they immediately believed Yi Tian's words. No matter how perfect the dead doppelganger is, a closer inspection will also find that this corpse is not a real human corpse at all, not to mention that the corpse has long been dead. Its blood is completely the ingredients of the fierce beast and the breath of some special materials, and the whole body has traces of refining, which is obviously a refined corpse. This matter was only circulated among Yun Mingli, the Blood King, and the Blue King, and the other kings didn't know that Yi Tian was still alive at all. Zhonghai Superbase, Yi Tian is back. After coming back, Yi Tian took his sister to visit the Zhonghai Superbase for a few days, which allowed his sister to cultivate with peace of mind and came to the God of War Tower. This time, he had several purposes. The first is to comprehend the formation pattern and raise the level of the formation mage, so that a top-level cultivation room can be built, and the cultivation speed of the younger sister will increase significantly. The second purpose is to comprehend the sword intent, and now that his sword talent has been upgraded to the Morning Star, with the assistance of the God of War tablet, he can definitely comprehend the sword intent to the consummation level, so that he can cultivate the gold-level sword skill to the consummation level. The third purpose is to break into the Tower of the God of War. He is at the Holy level, and he has fallen out of the King list, but he can enter the Holy list. In addition, with his current strength, going to the 8th and 9th layers of the God of War Tower will definitely not cause anyone to be shocked, and he can get points by breaking into the God of War Tower, so why not? God of War Monument Space. Yi Tian began to comprehend the formation pattern, and turned on the threefold time acceleration. After 3 days, Yi Tianxin realized the 200th formation pattern and officially stepped into the level of a top formation mage, and then it took another 2 days to comprehend 20 formations again, reaching the level of 120 formation patterns. A top-level formation mage who can comprehend and inscribe 120 formation patterns can be regarded as a not weak level among the top formation mages, which is enough to build a top-level cultivation room. At this point, Yi Tian stopped contemplating the formation pattern and began to comprehend the sword intent. The sword talent of the Morning Star made Yi Tian, with the assistance of the God of War Monument, the speed of comprehension more than 10 times that of before, and countless sword perceptions came to his heart, and he was making rapid progress every moment. 5 days later, Yi Tian's sword intent stepped into the realm of 90% sword intent. 15 days later, Yi Tian's sword intent stepped into the realm of 10% sword intent. There are only 85 points left, it's time to go to the God of War Tower again. Yi Tian got up and left the space of the God of War Monument. Then, Yi Tian entered the 8th layer of the God of War Tower's challenge space. With Yi Tian's strength, he easily killed the black-clothed martial artist in seconds, but the points he got made him very helpless. 10 points. Yi Tian asked helplessly, Machine Spirit, I have 32 points for breaking through the 7th layer before, why only have 10 points for breaking through the 8th layer now? The Machine Spirit replied truthfully, Yi Tian, when you broke through the 7th layer, you were at the King level, and now you are at the Holy level. It is very easy to break through the 8th layer, naturally it is impossible to give the level 64 points. The points rules that were told to you at that time are suitable for the King level, and now that you have stepped into the Holy level, I will tell you the new points rules. Beat the 8th floor for 10 points, the 9th tier for 20 points, the 10th tier for 40 points, the 11th tier for 80 points, and the 12th tier for 160 points. And so on. How many points you can earn depends on your strength. Black-hearted Machine Spirit. Yi Tian scolded secretly in his heart, but he also knew that this rule was more reasonable. If it was the same as the King level and the Saint level, it would be unreasonable. Chapter 169. Yi Tian continued to break into the God of War Tower. 9th floor, 10th floor, 11th floor. Yi Tian showed great strength, and he easily broke through the 12th layer, and it was very rare to break through the 12th layer among the holy levels. In fact, Yi Tian could still continue to break to a higher level, but he didn't continue to break through. For the time being, his points are enough. His total points have accumulated to 385 points, which is enough to comprehend the God of War Monument for a year, and he has successfully entered the Holy List, and his ranking is not low. If he continues to break through the 13th layer, wouldn't he be in the top 16 of the Holy List? In this way, it is too shocking to the world. But even if he only broke through the 12th floor, such a record completely stunned everyone. Outside the Ares Tower. All eyes were fixed on the 25th place on the Holy List. Number 25 on the Holy List, Yi Tian, Scattered Cultivation Alliance, the 12th layer of the God of War Tower's Great Sage level combat power. What is Saint King combat power? The attack power reaches 100 dragon power, and the speed and defense are also kept up. If the speed and defense are lacking, even if you have the attack power of the Great Sage, you will not be able to obtain the power of the Great Sage. And the 11th layer of the Victory Tower is the Great Sage level combat power, and Yi Tian has broken through the 12th layer of the Battle Saint Tower, which is much stronger than the average Great Sage level powerhouse. If he can break through the 13th layer of the Battle Saint Tower, he can obtain the title of Saint King level combat power. In the entire Zhonghai Super Base, there are a total of 16 Saint King level combat power, maybe there are hidden saint levels, which do not really show their true strength, but the number of Saint King levels is definitely not very large, at most about 20. And the combat power displayed by Yi Tian has reached the quasi-Saint King level combat power, crushing the average Great Saint level. He has just stepped into the Great Saint level to have such combat power, and his talent can be imagined how high it is. Suddenly, Yi Tian's name once again resounded in the Zhonghai superbase, and attracted the attention of many emperors in the Zhonghai superbase. Originally, Yi Tian was only a king level, and those emperor level wouldn't care about Yi Tian at all, but Yi Tian had risen strongly all the way, and now he was about to have the combat power of the Saint King level, so they naturally cast their eyes. At this time, Yi Tian had already returned to his home and began to build a top-level cultivation room. He had already gathered enough materials to build 3 cultivation rooms at once. One for himself, one for his sister, and one for Xiao Shui, Xiao Jin, and Xiao Zi. 3 days later, the construction of 3 top-level cultivation rooms was completed. With a top-level cultivation room, coupled with a first-class top-level Yuan force cultivation secret technique, Yi Yu's cultivation speed can be imagined how fast it is. At this time, Yi Yu was already a grandmaster, and it was estimated that it would not take long to reach the ultimate of the grandmaster, and he could even hit the king level. In the top cultivation room of Little Blood, Xiao Shui was cultivating and comprehending the mysteries, and Yi Tian came in. Little Blood, I went out this time to get a treasure. I think you are useful to you, you see. Yi Tian took out the Water Dragon Ball. The Water Dragon Ball is a Dragon Ball, and the Little Blood is also a dragon and should be useful to it. Water Dragon Ball. Xiao Shui stared at the Water Dragon Ball with a longing face, his eyes widened, and he couldn't wait to swallow the Water Dragon Ball in one gulp. Master, the Water Dragon Ball contains a wealth of dragon power. In fact, I was still a little malnourished when I was born, and I was born prematurely among the War Blood Dragon clan. If I have this Water Dragon Ball, I can make up for my own shortcomings and become a truly powerful War Blood Heavenly Dragon, and even my talent will be transformed. Master, this Dragon Ball must be given to me. Xiao Shui said urgently. It was originally for you, you can eat it. Yi Tian threw the Water Dragon Ball over. Xiao Blood swallowed the Water Dragon Ball in one gulp, and a stream of pure dragon power emanated from the Water Dragon Ball and was absorbed by Xiao Shui. Master, I'm starting to fall asleep, and when I wake up, I'll be stronger than you. Xiao Zuilianlian did not forget to compete with Yi Tian for strength, and slowly fell asleep after dropping such a sentence. And Yi Tian also began to retreat, constantly comprehending 2 gold-level sword skills, and occasionally entered the virtual world through the God of War ring to test his combat power and sword skills. And just like that, time passed slowly. Half a month has passed. With the foundation of the Morning Star sword talent and 10% sword intent, the gold-level sword technique Tianhuang sword domain and the gold-level sword skill instant slash have all been cultivated to the consummation level by Yi Tian. The gold-level sword skill Tianhuang knife domain of the consummation level can increase the attack power by 18 times, although it is not as good as the amplification effect of the normal gold-level knife skill, but it is a large-scale group attack knife skill. If it can be increased by the same as the normal single-attack gold-level knife skill, then it is still there. And after the gold-level sword skill is cultivated to the perfection level, its amplification effect is very good. It can increase the attack power by 20 times, and it also comes with 2 times the attack speed, which is definitely a very terrifying sword skill. Other than that, Yi Tian's deep brain domain has opened up to 5%, and his body strength has reached 500,000 elephant power. Yi Tian simply calculated his strongest attack power, the power of 500,000 elephants in body strength, which is equivalent to the power of 0.5 dragons, and the increase in Yuan power is followed by the power of 1 dragon, and the pseudo-mystic level strength talent has reached 90, which can increase the attack power by 80 times, and the instant slash can be superimposed to increase the attack power by 20 times. In this way, Yi Tian's strongest blow reached 1600 dragon power. The power of 1000 dragons is the attack power of the Saint King, and Yi Tian also has a top-level spatial talent. Even if it is a Saint King level powerhouse with the power of 2000 dragons, it is not Yi Tian's opponent. Not counting the top-level spatial talent, Yi Tian's true combat power has reached the Saint King level. If you add the top-level spatial talent, he is almost invincible at the Saint King level, unless it is an invincible King level that surpasses the Saint King level. My strength is already very strong, enough to form a force. Yi Tian thought. Forming a force was an idea he had for a long time, but he never took action. Because his strength has improved too fast, and he has been changing places, from the Linhai base to the Demon Sea base, and then to the current Zhonghai super base, he has not formed a force. Now, he has enough strength to stay at least in the Zhonghai superbase for a long time, and the superbase is basically the highest level base, and no matter how strong the other bases are, they also belong to the superbase. So, Yi Tian wasn't ready to move anymore, so he settled here. As a result, he came up with the idea of establishing a presence at the Zhonghai superbase. The advantage of establishing a power is that he doesn't have to do many things himself, and he can also inquire for news for himself. For example, if he wants to know who has the talent of arcane strength, he can ask his subordinates to inquire, and any news will be delivered to his ears as soon as possible. In this way, he will save a lot of trouble. Other than that, his men can also go into the wilderness, or even farther away, to hunt beasts, and if they encounter more talented beasts, he will also know. For example, the fierce beast with the talent of time discovered by the moon god sect, if he took the task of the holy maiden of the setting moon, otherwise he would not have encountered the beast with the talent of time at all, and no one would come to tell him. That's the benefit of having power. And one of Yi Tian's strongest aspects is to copy talents. He can check everyone's talents, there is no possibility of missing geniuses, and even if other forces have talent test beads, they can't test all talents. Many talent test beads can only test a single talent. For example, the test beads that specialize in testing fire talents can only test whether this person has fire talents. The most common talents are cultivation talents, speed talents, strength talents, and defense talents, and the others are talents of the 5 elements attributes, and other talents are difficult to test. But Yi Tian tested it at a glance, and easily excavated the geniuses who had been missed. The best age to cultivate a genius is when you have just cultivated, that is, at the age of about 15 years old, you should find a group of 15-year-old young people and train the first batch of teams. Yi Tian decided. Chapter 170. There are definitely no geniuses who have just established a force, and the real geniuses basically come from within the big forces or in the family, because almost all the descendants of the strong have no low talent. It was almost unrealistic for Yi Tian to recruit those families or powerful juniors. People were unwilling to join, and Yi Tian did not dare to guarantee the loyalty of the other party. Thus, Yi Tian was destined to only find suitable geniuses from among the civilians, and there were many civilians in the Zhonghai base, including several civilian areas. Jinghu district is a relatively developed area, and those civilian areas are basically ancestors who have no strong people, and they are very mediocre from generation to generation, or their parents are strong, but they fell and died, and they can't keep their business, so they have no choice but to move into civilian areas. In short, the civilian area is not prosperous at all. There are not even high-rise buildings, only old buildings, and the life of the civilians is also very difficult, and few powerful warriors enter the civilian area. And once some geniuses in the civilian area rise, they will basically not return to the civilian area, which leads to the prosperous area of the Zhonghai superbase becoming more and more prosperous, and the civilian area becoming weaker and weaker. But I have to mention that there are many civilians in the civilian area, and under the large number, there will always be some geniuses, but if these geniuses do not have a high enough cultivation talent, it will be difficult to rise. For example, an ordinary person with a second-class cultivation talent, but he has a top-level special talent, but he gave up cultivation without cultivating to the level of a martial artist, started some work, and became an ordinary person. Such a genius is undoubtedly buried, if not discovered, for a lifetime. This day, Yi Tian came to the Lunan civilian area, which is one of the many civilian areas of the Zhonghai base, with about 200,000 people. As soon as he entered the Lunan civilian area, Yi Tian's copying talent covered a radius of 2 kilometers. The talent of human beings was seen by him, forming a dense virtual picture. Sure enough, the talent of civilians is not very high. Yi Tian frowned. Most civilians have only inferior or elementary talents, and there are very few ordinary people without talents, which is much better than the Linhai base and the Demon Sea base, but it is too ordinary to put it in the Zhonghai superbase. Yi Tian had strict requirements for his subordinates. If he had a morning star talent, even if he didn't have any special talent, he was willing to cultivate, and if he had a relatively strong special talent, even if the cultivation talent was a little worse, he was willing to cultivate. If he didn't have a powerful special talent, and he didn't have a morning level cultivation talent, he wouldn't be able to cultivate, and it was one of his principles to choose his subordinates. If you choose a group of ordinary geniuses, even if you cultivate them, they are only ordinary grandmasters or ordinary kings, and it won't be of much help at all. There is no good talent. Yi Tian shook his head, gave up this area, and continued to search. Lunan civilian area. On a narrow street, a 16-year-old boy had just finished work and looked tired, holding a packet of medicine in his hand, his hands clenched tightly, and he didn't dare to let go at all. This pack of medicine is life for him. His sister is sick and urgently needs this pack of medicine to save her life. It is he who has worked for a month, and today the expensive medicinal materials bought by the salary of the boss, well, it is expensive for him. But for those powerful martial artists, such medicine is just so ordinary that it can't be more ordinary. Warrior, one day I will also become a powerful warrior, the young man said with a firm face. But when I thought that I had to work every day to be able to support myself and my sister, where would I have time to cultivate? Moreover, he is only a second-class cultivation talent, and he is cultivating the basic body forging method, so he doesn't dare to practice several times a day, otherwise he will be too tired, and he won't have the strength to work the next day. He has been cultivating since he was 15 years old, and in a place like Zhonghai Superbase, where the vitality of heaven and earth is strong, his cultivation has only just stepped into the martial arts level, not to mention the entire Zhonghai Superbase, even in the London civilian area, it is a weak existence at the bottom. It was almost time to reach the door, and the boy breathed a sigh of relief. But suddenly, a voice came. Lin Zhe, what good things are you holding in your hands? Lin Zhe is him. Hearing this voice, the young man Lin Zhe's face changed, he was really afraid of something. He hurriedly ran home. As long as he ran back and closed the door, it would be fine. The laws of the Zhonghai Superbase were also strict, even powerful warriors did not dare to break into the house and rob it. But right now, he was afraid that the man would snatch his medicine, and if there was no evidence, he couldn't do anything about the man. Besides, even if he defeats the other party, it will be a long time later, and his sister is still sick, how can he wait so long? Swish. A figure appeared in front of him, it was a teenager who had been bullying him. Zhang Long. Zhang Long is 1 year older than Lin Zhe, has a good talent, is a medium cultivation talent, and is now a powerful martial artist, but such strength and talent can only stay in the civilian area. Zhang Long likes to bully weak martial artists, and Lin Zhe is one of the many targets of Zhang Long's bullying, and even likes to rob Lin Zhe's things. Bring it. Zhang Long's speed was so fast, before Lin Zhe could react, he snatched Lin Zhe's medicine bag away. What is this? Zhang Long looked at the medicine bag and muttered in a low voice. Zhang Long, this is my sister's medicine to cure her illness, it's useless to you, give it back to me. Lin cried. Medicine bag? Zhang Long opened it and saw a lot of medicinal materials, although they were not very precious, they were worth thousands of yuan. Ha ha ha, yes, if you sell it, you can sell it for 2,000 yuan, this is what you bought with a month's salary, hee hee, it's mine now. Zhang Long laughed. Don't, give it back to me. Lin Zhe rushed over, wanting to snatch back his medicine bag. But if a little martial artist wants to snatch something back from a martial artist, it is simply impossible. Look for death. Zhang Long said coldly. He didn't dare to kill Lin Zhe, but he still dared to hurt Lin Zhe, it was just a big deal to pay some medical expenses, it was nothing. However, just as he was about to make a move, his body couldn't move. A mere martial artist dares to be so arrogant in the later stage. A young man walked in, and the moment the young man walked, everything seemed to be quiet. After an instant, everything returned to its original state, but Zhang Long sat on the ground sweating profusely, exhaling heavily. Terror. Great terror. Zhang Long had never seen such a terrifying youth, and a wisp of breath seemed to freeze everything, even those powerful grandmasters in the civilian area were far from having such an imposing momentum. Big shots from the rich district. Zhang Long realized the identity of the youth. I've seen my lord. Zhang Long fell to his knees, very frightened. This young man is naturally Yi Tian. Yi Tianli ignored Zhang Long, but walked in front of Lin Zhe, you go and get the medicine. Lin Zhe nodded, walked in front of Zhang Long, and took the medicine bag from Zhang Long's hand, but Zhang Long didn't dare to stop it, because it was the order of the adult. Why don't you get out of here? Yi Tian said coldly. When Zhang Long heard this, he hurriedly ran away. Thank you, sir. Lin Zhe knelt down and thanked him. Get up. Yi Tian said lightly. Lin Zhe got up and said, my lord, I'm going home to torture my sister to drink, she's sick. Let's go, I'll go with you. Yi Tian said casually. My lord, my house is a little messy. Lin Zhe said a little embarrassed. Aren't you welcoming me? Yi Tian said deliberately. Naturally not. Lin Zhe was a little frightened, and then said, the adult is willing to come to my house as a guest, so let's come with the villain. Chapter 171. Lin Zhe's home is very ordinary, just a very ordinary small bungalow, not even a yard, and the bungalow is also very old, belonging to the kind of dilapidated house. Entering Lin Zhe's house, Yi Tian saw a young girl lying on a straw mat bed. The girl's face was pale and very weak. This girl is Lin Zhe's sister, Lin Yi. When Lin Yi saw Lin Zhe, she said weakly, "Brother, you're back, is this your friend?" This is an adult from the rich district. Lin Zhe hurriedly introduced to Lin Yi. As soon as she heard Yi Tian's identity, Lin Yi was so frightened that she hurriedly wanted to stand up and salute Yi Tian, for fear of offending Yi Tian. No need to get up. Yi Tian waved his hand. Lin Zhe was about to decoct his sister, but Yi Tianyi stopped him and said, "No need to decoction, although your medicine is good, you can recover quickly from treating ordinary diseases, but your sister's body is too weak, the medicine is a great tonic, and it is not a good thing to take this medicine if your body is too weak." "Ah, my lord, what should I do?" Lin Zhe panicked. He didn't know pharmacology at all, and only heard that this medicine could cure most diseases, so he bought it for his sister. "But I didn't take into account the problem of my sister's physical weakness. When other people were sick, they went to be treated immediately, and their bodies were not very weak, but Lin Yi had been sick for a long time, and she had been eating no nutrients, and her body was worse than that of ordinary children, so she naturally couldn't stand the strong medicine." "It's nothing." Yi Tian flicked his fingers, and a drop of white medicinal liquid dripped into Lin Yi's mouth and entered her body down her throat. Soon, Lin Yi's face turned normal blood, and her breath stabilized. "Brother, I feel better." Lin Yi sat up from the bed and said excitedly, "Thank you, sir. How much is that medicine? I will work hard to make money to pay you back in the future." Lin Zhe thanked. "Forget it, that medicine is not worth much," Yi Tian said casually. "But in fact, if that drop is a medicine to heal wounds and diseases, one drop will cost hundreds of thousands, which is unimaginable to ordinary people. If Lin Zhe really wants to pay it back, he won't be able to pay it back for a lifetime if he doesn't become a martial artist." "Lin Zhe, do you want to become a martial artist, stronger than the young man named Zhang Long just now?" Yi Tian suddenly spoke. "Ah, I can also become a powerful martial artist?" Lin Zhe was stunned. He knew that his talent was inferior to his cultivation talent, and it was difficult to become a martial artist. Even if he was lucky enough to become a martial artist, there was no way to go further. As for the treasures that could improve his cultivation talent, he didn't know about it at all, and he hadn't heard of it, so naturally he wouldn't think of such a treasure. "No, in fact, your talent is very good. As long as you want me, I can train you to become a real powerhouse, and even your sister can join my strength and get my training," Yi Tian said very seriously. He didn't look at Lin Zhe pitifully. There were more poor people. He wouldn't help an ordinary person for no reason, and the reason why he helped Lin Zhe and Lin Yi was because he valued their talents. If others can't discover their talents, Yi Tian can't find them? Under Yi Tian's copying talent, the talents of their brother and sister were very clearly displayed. Human, Lin Zhe. Cultivation talent, inferior. Speed talent, top, unawakened. Swordsmanship talent, top. Strength talent, medium, unawakened. Human, Lin Yi. Cultivation talent, morning star. Speed talent, top, unawakened. Formation talent, morning star. Sword talent, high, unawakened. When he saw the talent of these two people, Yi Tian was extremely shocked. He didn't expect that these two people who met his recruitment target turned out to be brother and sister. Lin Zhe's combat talent was very good, the top swordsmanship talent and the medium strength talent could obviously be superimposed. As long as his cultivation talent was improved, he could definitely grow into a very powerful king list powerhouse. And although Lin Yi is inferior to Lin Zhe in terms of combat talent, her cultivation talent is very high, not weaker than the real genius of Zhonghai Superbase, and the talent of the Morning Star is enough to make her a saint-level existence. And she also has a high-level swordsmanship talent and a top-level speed talent, and her combat effectiveness will not be weak. But more importantly, she has the talent of the Morning Star formation. What is the concept of the Morning Star formation talent? Yi Tian is still the first time he has encountered the Morning Star formation talent. The Zhonghai Superbase may have a Morning Star array mage, but it is definitely very rare. Once it is discovered, it is definitely the four major forces that protect it layer by layer. Such a talent is too rare and too important. Yi Tian didn't expect his luck to be so good, and he could tap such a genius. At this time, Lin Zhe was shocked. The big man from the rich area actually wanted to recruit him, and said that he wanted to cultivate him? Really? Swindler? Definitely not. Although he didn't know how much the potion that Yi Tian had just saved her sister was worth, but he made her sister sick in an instant. Such a potion was definitely very expensive, and it was not worth that drop of potion if he and his sister were sold. Besides Yi Tian's strength, he also guessed one or two, it must be a big man above the Grandmaster, and it was impossible to deceive the two of them ordinary people. My lord, I am willing to join your forces. Lin Zhe knew that this was an opportunity, a chance to become a powerful martial artist. If it wasn't for Yi Tian's help, he wouldn't want to become a martial artist for the rest of his life, and once Yi Tian left, Zhang Long would continue to bully him. You have to be clear, once you join my forces, you will never betray. Yi Tian said in a deep voice. I will never betray my lord, I, Lin Zhe, swear here. Lin Zhe made an oath, and Lin Yi also swore that he would not betray Yi Tian. At this point, the two joined Yi Tian's forces and were also the first batch of members. After the two joined, Yi Tian learned a little about their family situation. It turned out that the two had never seen their father, only that their mother was an ordinary woman, and their father was a powerful warrior. As for how powerful, they had no idea. At that time, although they also lived in a civilian area, they lived in a large courtyard, and their family was also good. But in an accident, their father died in the wilderness and never returned, and their mother died a few years later, leaving both of them behind. Originally, their parents also left a lot of money for them, but because they were young at the time, they were adopted, and those funds were also occupied by the family. A few years later, the family ran to a wealthy neighborhood and was never seen again. And the two brothers were arranged by the civilian district officials to live in this small house, and they have been until today. I see. Yi Tian estimated that the father of the two should be a king level, and he was also a very powerful king level, so the two of them were born with a very talented child. Lord Yi Tian, what is the name of our forces? Lin Yi asked curiously. Call. Only then did Yi Tian remember that he hadn't given the force a name. What should I call it? Our force is called Heavenly Pavilion. Yi Tian gave a name and said. Hearing Yi Tian's hesitation and decision, Lin Yi suddenly realized a question. Lord Yi Tian, this force can't be what you just established, right? Lin Zhe on the side was startled, and hurriedly said, don't be rude to Lord Yi Tian. He was afraid that his sister would ask Yi Tian directly, which would cause Yi Tian to blame. It's nothing, the child is just curious to ask, but what Yi said is right, the power of Tiange has indeed just been established, but I believe that Tiange will definitely become one of the top forces of the Zhonghai super base in the future. Yi Tian touched Yi's head and said. Seeing that Yi Tian was not angry, Lin Zhe breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 172. Yi Tian included Lin Zhe and Lin Yi in the new force of Tiange, so he naturally wanted to take them out of the civilian area. They also had nothing to pack, so they only took a few clothes and followed Yi Tian. As for Lin Zhe's work, he didn't even mention it, he had already followed Yi Tian, a big man, and he still cared about the hard work of 2,000 yuan a month? Jinghu District. Yi Tian first arranged Lin Zhe and Lin Yi in his villa, and then went to buy a mansion as the headquarters of his forces, and then arranged for Lin Zhe and Lin Yi to live in the mansion. Then, Yi Tian invited his sister to start guiding Lin Zhe's cultivation. Yi Yu was a grandmaster after all, and it was easy to guide a martial apprentice. As for Lin Yi, she is still young, only 13 years old, and she currently needs to supplement nutrition and medicines that are conducive to her physical growth, and strive to make her qualified for cultivation within half a year. And for now, there is one more important thing. Lin Zhe's cultivation talent is too low, and he is only inferior to his cultivation talent. If he doesn't change Lin Zhe's cultivation talent, Lin Zhe doesn't know when he will be able to be promoted to the martial artist level. Therefore, he must improve Lin Zhe's talent, but not for free. On the same day, Yi Tian and Yi Yu formulated a contribution point and point exchange system, and put a series of treasures in the point exchange system of Tiange in the situation of points. In the future, any member of the Heavenly Pavilion will be able to exchange points for treasures, and even for treasures that can improve their talents. The way to obtain points is based on the completion of the task or the exchange of treasures, etc., and Yi Yu is responsible for all this aspect, he is only responsible for finding geniuses. After the points system was initially perfected, Yi Tian called Lin Zhe to him. Lin Zhe, do you know how to divide the levels of cultivation talents? Yi Tian asked. Divided into weak, secondary, elementary, medium, high, and top. Lin Zhe said what he knew. Yi Tian nodded, and then said, in fact, the top-level cultivation talent can only be regarded as ordinary in the Zhonghai super base, and above the top level is the transcendental level cultivation talent, and the transcendent level cultivator can easily cultivate to the king level, that is, a level above the Grandmaster realm. With your cultivation talent, not to mention cultivating to the king level, it is very difficult to cultivate to a martial artist, you should know this. I know. Lin Zhe said a little lost. Yi Tian continued, there are many treasures in heaven and earth that can improve a person's talent, and your second-class talent can be completely promoted to a higher level with the help of treasures. Now, there is a treasure in the heavenly pavilion called the transcendent pill, which can raise a person's cultivation talent to the transcendent level, worth 1 million points. You only have 100 points for the first time you join Tienga, and you can't afford to exchange it for the transcendent pill at all, but I can allow you to redeem the transcendent pill in advance, and slowly repay the 1 million points in the future, and it must be repaid within 3 years. If it is not completed, the interest of 100,000 points will be increased every year. You can choose this proposal, or you can slowly accumulate points to buy treasures that improve your primary cultivation talent, which is not difficult. Pavilion Master, I am willing to exchange for the transcendent pill in advance. Lin Zhe said without hesitation. Transcendental level talent, that is a talent level that surpasses the top level cultivation talent, and Zhang Longkai, who has been bullying him, has a medium talent. If he becomes a transcendental level cultivator, he can easily become a martial artist, an elite martial artist, a great martial artist, or even a grandmaster. Although he needs to repay the points within 3 years, and he will pay a lot of interest if he overdo, he is confident that he will be able to repay them. What he was really afraid of was not being able to cultivate, not the so-called points and debts. Okay, sign the contract, and this transcendent pill will belong to you. Yi Tian took out a contract and said. Lin Zhe signed the contract and made the contract, and Yi Tian also gave the transcendent pill to Lin Zhe. Soon, Lin Zhe swallowed the transcendent pill and achieved an extraordinary level cultivation talent. There are few treasures like the transcendent pill in Yi Tian's hands, but Lin Zhe's other talents are very good and worthy of his cultivation. It is already the limit to pay for a treasure like the transcendent pill in advance, and it is difficult for the top forces to raise a person's talent to the Morning Star. The last time Yi Tian helped his sister to be promoted to the Morning Star cultivation talent, he accidentally obtained the talent pill, and there was only one of them, and that opportunity could not be replicated. And even if he had a treasure like the talent Dan, he couldn't give it to Lin Zhe. He was cultivating his subordinates, and it wasn't a treasure. If Lin Zhe wants to improve his talent in the future, he can only go to breakthrough and find other opportunities. In the next few days, Yi Tian walked through several civilian areas of the Zhonghai superbase, searched for almost all the civilians, and found a total of 100 people. Among them, there are 18 young people in their 20s. These are all very special talents, but their cultivation talents are not good, and they are still ordinary people. The rest are all teenagers and girls around 15 years old or younger, and the lowest of them are top-level cultivation talents. And the reason why top-level cultivation talents are recruited is because they all have top-level special talents. And there are only 3 Morning Star cultivators, and this can be regarded as linear. There are only 3 Morning Stars in the entire civilian area, which is really too low and too low. But Yi Tian was already very satisfied. He was only a genius who had initially created a force and was able to obtain 3 Morning Stars and a bunch of top-level special talents. Could there be anything he was not satisfied with? When this first batch of Heavenly Pavilion members has grown in power and let the reputation of Heavenly Pavilion spread, it will not be difficult to recruit geniuses in the future. In order to cultivate this group of geniuses, Yi Tian spent a huge price to build 20 top-level cultivation rooms, and if he wanted to supply 20 top-level cultivation rooms, he didn't know how many yuan chi stones he spent. Of course, if you want to enter the top-level cultivation room to cultivate, you have to spend points, so a series of tasks are assigned, and the matter of assigning tasks is naturally handed over to Yi Yu. At present, the assigned tasks are mainly to collect intelligence, etc. Heavenly Pavilion developed steadily, and Yi Tian also worked hard to cultivate, striving to open up more deep brain domains as soon as possible. One day 5 days later, a message came from Tenga. Windslaughter is about to break into the God of War Tower, and has arrived at the God of War Tower. This was the news that a member of the Heavenly Pavilion had inquired about, and it reached Yi Tian's hands as soon as possible. Collect the movements of the geniuses of the Zhonghai superbase, which is one of the missions of the Heavenly Pavilion. And there are Tienga disciples who are specifically squatting near the God of War Tower. After all, this is a big point task. Yi Tian, who was in retreat, hurriedly went to the God of War Tower. He had always been thinking about the mystical level strength talent of the wind and blood. This time he could finally copy the opponent's mystical level strength talent, and let his strength talent completely transform into the mystical level. The Tower of the God of War. Yi Tian came here, and immediately caused an uproar. After all, Yi Tian is a powerhouse on the holy list, and the photo has already spread, and many people naturally know Yi Tian. I've seen Yi Tian great sage. I've seen Yi Tian great sage. I've seen Yi Tian great sage. One by one, the king-level powerhouses clasped their fists and said respectfully. Distance. Several heavenly pavilion disciples stared at their own pavilion master with adoring eyes. At this time, they already knew the identity of the pavilion master. It turned out to be Yi Tian, great sage on the holy list, that was a great saint-level powerhouse. And they were originally just ordinary people, but now they have joined the forces of the great sage. How lucky they are. However, they also remembered Yi Tian's advice, quietly inquired about the news, and did not reveal their identities. Chapter 173. Yi Tian didn't wait outside the battle scar tower, otherwise it would be too strange. He walked directly into the God of War tower, which had a lot of space, and he walked around. The bloody challenge didn't last long, and after 2 hours, the bloody challenge was over. Number 37 on the holy list, Wind Slaughter Blood, Battle a Hawk Mercenary Pavilion, the 11th layer of the God of War tower's great sage-level combat power. As soon as this ranking came out, many people began to talk about it. Wind Killing Blood's ranking is not as good as Yi Tian's. I remember that Wind Killing Blood and Yi Tian both almost broke through to the holy level. Why is there such a big gap in strength? The ranking of the king list is nothing. The 1st and 7th strength of the king list is not very noticeable. They are all 7-star king level combat power. And Yi Tian also broke the record of the strongest attack. It is estimated that the speed is weaker. This is not a high ranking. In terms of attack power, Yi Tian is even more terrifying than the Wind Killing Blood. It is said that after stepping into the holy level, you need to open up the deep brain domain. Maybe Yi Tian got some treasure that can open up the deep brain domain, so the cultivation is much faster than the Wind Killing Blood. So this is the 12th layer of the God of War tower. Yes, every time the deep brain domain opens up 1%, that strength will skyrocket a lot. Whether it is Yi Tian or Feng Blood, their path to the saint level has just begun. In the future, they will all enter the top few of the saint level list, and now there is nothing to compare with who is faster and who is slower. Inside the Tower of the God of War, Wind Bloodshed came out of the virtual world challenge space with some disappointment. During this time, under the cultivation of the Tomahawk Mercenary Pavilion, he took a lot of treasures to assist in opening up the brain domain, and finally opened up the brain domain to 3%. I heard that Yi Tian had broken through the 12th floor of the God of War tower. He was a little unconvinced, and he came to challenge after the retreat. As a result, he was too far behind. He broke through the 11th layer, but when he was on the 12th floor, he was killed by the black-clothed warrior on the 12th layer in 3 moves, and he couldn't resist it at all. And Yi Tian was able to kill the black-clothed martial artist on the 12th layer, which means that he could also easily kill him. Being easily surpassed and crushed by the same 7-star king-level genius in the past, he was a little disappointed. Yi Tian must have obtained very precious treasures in the temple space, and perhaps he has also raised the pseudo-mystic level strength talent to the mystery level strength talent, and obtained a lot of treasures that open up the brain domain, so he has such combat power. Wind Slaughter thought so. But he didn't expect that Yi Tian's strength talent was still at the pseudo-arcane level, but Yi Tian's sword talent was too powerful, and he had cultivated 2 gold-level sword skills, as well as a large number of other talents. Compared with Yi Tian, that is the gap between ordinary people and geniuses. If Yi Tian was willing, he would even be able to easily break through the 13th or even 14th floor. Yi Tian saw the Wind Killing Blood, but he didn't expect the Wind Killing Blood to not leave, but entered the War God Monument space to comprehend the act's intent. In desperation, Yi Tian also entered the space of the God of War Monument. Sitting on the stone slab in the space of the God of War Monument, Yi Tian pondered what he should understand. Formations? Although he could continue to comprehend, he didn't want to develop the formation for the time being, and he didn't even copy Lin Yi's Morning Star formation talent. In the future, he is going to train Lin Yi to become a formation mage, and in the future, the matter of the formation will be handed over to Lin Yi. Do you understand the sword intent? Yi Tian pondered. His sword intent realm has reached 10% perfection, but it is not clear whether there is a realm after the sword intent. But Yi Tian estimated that there was, after all. His sword talent had reached the morning level, and maybe there was also a Huayua level sword talent and a Shiri level sword talent, but the top sword talent could comprehend the sword intent to 10%, and it would take a lot of time at most. So, isn't it nonsense that there is no higher realm above the sword intent? What is the use of the Morning Star sword talent? Yi Tian felt that the reason why the Zhonghai Super Base had not proposed the realm above the sword intent was because it did not have the Morning Star sword skill talent. Since there isn't, then I'll realize it myself. Yi Tian decided. Thereupon, he opened up the threefold time talent, and with the help of the God of War tablet, he comprehended the realm above the sword intent. The day passes. 5 days have passed. 10 days have passed. Yi Tian seemed to have forgotten the existence of the wind and blood. and only focused on everything about the enlightenment knife. The powerful Morning Star Sword technique talent helped, and a new wisp of realization appeared, and the Ten Chang consummate sword intent seemed to sprout a trace of new sword power, making Yi Tian seem to see a new door. 3 more days passed. Yi Tian slowly opened his eyes, and the depths of his eyes were full of joy. Breakthrough, there is really a new realm above the 10% sword intent. This realm is called the Dao Dao realm. Yi Tian muttered in his heart. The Dao of the sword contains the power of the law of the sword, and it is the entry realm of the Dao, just like the mystery level talent, which belongs to a new level. It's just that the Dao realm is too difficult to enter, and at the very least, it requires the Morning Star Sword skill talent, and no one in the Zhonghai Superbase can do it except him. And the mystical level talent is different. Many people can use treasures to upgrade the top talent to the pseudo-arcane level, and use treasures such as the God of War tablet to comprehend a higher realm step by step, and among them, the Morning level cultivation talent and the Huayua level cultivation talent have played a great role, plus all kinds of treasures. There is hope that they will be promoted to the realm of 70% pseudo-mystical talent, and then with the help of the moment when the king level is promoted to the holy level, they will be promoted to the mystical level talent. There are traces of the birth of the mystery level talent, but there is no trace of the birth of the Dao, and Yi Tian is the only martial artist in the Zhonghai Superbase who has comprehended the Dao. But he has just comprehended the fur, but he has only initially comprehended the direction, and he can only be regarded as stepping into the threshold, and it will take about a few days before he can truly enter the realm of the Yicheng Sword Dao. But after he came to enlightenment, it didn't help his strength much, because he hadn't obtained a sword skill above the gold level. But once a gold level or above sword skill is created, or perhaps a gold level or above sword skill is created, then Yi Tian's strength will be incredibly improved again. After another 4 days of enlightenment, Yi Tian completely stepped into the realm of the Dao of words. At this time, he found that Feng Killing Blood was still comprehending the axe, which showed that he had just obtained a large number of points and wanted to retreat here for a while, but it was impossible to retreat for too long. In the place where he has just broken through the holy level, every 1% of the deep brain domain is opened, the strength will skyrocket, and it is impossible for the wind to kill the blood not to know this truth, so that he will not always comprehend the axe intent. Sure enough. Day 18. The wind slaughtered the blood and left, and Yi Tian also left. When the two of them walked out of the God of War monument, Feng Slaughter looked at Yi Tian suspiciously, and even wondered if Yi Tian had come out with him on purpose. Yi Tian, great sage. Blood sage. A shout rang out from outside the tower of the God of War. And Yi Tian didn't seem to pay attention to the wind killing blood, as if he came out just by chance and left in the other direction, and the wind killing blood didn't say anything to Yi Tian, turned around and left in the direction of the Tomahawk Mercenary Pavilion. And what Feng Killing Blood didn't know was that Yi Tian copied his mystery level strength talent, and also copied his 4% pseudo mystery level speed talent. Chapter 174. Back home. Yi Tian couldn't wait to start fusing the mystery level strength talent. His strength talent had already reached the 90% pseudo mystical level, and now once he absorbed the mystical level strength talent of the wind and blood, he would inevitably transform into a real mystery level strength talent. One thought fusion begins. Rumble. The metamorphosis began. The mysteries of strength and the muscles of the body began to merge perfectly. There was no barrier at all, and the real began to merge into a part of the body. 10 minutes passed, and the fusion was over. Yi Tian, who was covered in sweat, took a look at his strength talent, and sure enough, it had become an arcane level strength talent. Strength talent, mystery. Sure enough, it's the same as the defensive talent. Once it becomes the arcane level, there is no division of 1 or 2. It seems that the amplification effect of the arcane level talent is 100 times, and there is no way to continue to improve, unless you are promoted to a more advanced talent. Yi Tian guessed. But is there a talent on top of the mystical talent? He didn't know, and the other saint-level emperor levels of the Zhonghai Superbase probably didn't know either. Then, Yi Tian began to fuse the 50% pseudo-arcane level speed talent of Wind Killing Blood, and finally increased his 2% pseudo-arcane level speed talent to 60% of the pseudo-arcane level speed talent, and his speed suddenly increased many times. When the 2 replication opportunities ran out, Yi Tian began to practice in retreat, striving to improve his cultivation during this period of time. Thereupon, Yi Tian had been turning on 3 times the time to speed up the frantic opening up of the deep brain domain in the top-level cultivation room, and even used up the only bottle of elixir that assisted in opening up the brain domain. In the blink of an eye, 3 months have passed. On this day, Yi Tian ended his retreat. At this time, his deep brain domain had been opened up to 12%, and he had copied several speed talents on the Golden Armor Corpse puppet, raising the speed talent to 90% of the pseudo-arcane level speed talent. Naturally, the last time these Golden Armor Corpse puppets were killed in the temple space, they were kept in his personal space, and now they have been used to copy the pseudo-mystery level speed talent on their bodies. It's a pity that the pseudo-arcane level speed talent on their bodies is relatively low, and there is no way to make Yi Tian's pseudo-arcane level speed talent transform into an arcane level speed talent. But Yi Tian estimated that if he found another pseudo-arcane level speed talent, he could truly transform the speed talent into an arcane level. Heavenly Pavilion. Yi Tian and Yi Yu sat on the highest floor. At this time, Xiao Yu was already a king-level, morning-level cultivation talent, plus a first-class top-level Yuan Force cultivation secret technique and a top-level cultivation room, plus some treasures for refining the meridians. She had reached the ultimate of the Grandmaster in a short period of time, and stepped into the king level in one fell swoop. This was expected by Yi Tian for a long time. Xiao Yu, how is the development of Tiange now? Yi Tian asked. Brother, the development of Tiange is very good, except for a few young ones such as Yi who have not started to cultivate. All the other members have become martial artists, and Zhao Hua and Sun Yu have directly become elite peak martial artists, and they will soon be able to step into the level of great martial artists. Yi Yu reported. Zhao Hua and Sun Yu were the other two of the 3 Morning Star talents. The two of them had just turned 15 years old, and they were discovered by Yi Tian, so after coming to the Heavenly Pavilion, they directly began to cultivate. In just 3 months, he has reached the peak level of an elite martial artist, which is the terrifying amplification effect of a good cultivation secret technique, a top-level cultivation room, and a morning-level cultivation talent. Not bad. Yi Tian was very satisfied with the development of Tiange. It is estimated that it won't be long before a bunch of grandmasters and even king-level powerhouses will appear in Tiange. When the time comes, these talents will be of great use. Yi Tian told Yi Yu a few words, and then left the Tiange headquarters. However, at this moment, a message came from the headquarters of the Scattered Cultivation Alliance. Holy meeting. Yi Tian frowned slightly. The Scattered Cultivation Alliance would hardly hold any meetings, at least since he became a saint. He had never held any meetings. After all, the Scattered Cultivation Alliance was just a loose organization. Something big must have happened. Yi Tian guessed. Thereupon, he arrived at the headquarters of the Scattered Cultivation Alliance. The headquarters of the Scattered Cultivation Alliance, the highest floor of the conference room. Yi Tian came here and saw a lot of saint levels, including the Crazy Knife Great Sage who had made a deal with him. Soon, there were about 30 saint-level people gathered in the conference room, but most of the saint-level aura was not strong, just ordinary saint-level or small saint-level, and it was estimated that there were only a few strong people at the great saint level. After all, there are only a few dozen great sage-level powerhouses in the entire Zhonghai superbase. How could there be so many great sage-level powerhouses in the Scattered Cultivation Alliance? Yi Tian Great Sage. Yi Tian Great Sage. Yi Tian Great Sage. A saint level greeted Yi Tian, and Yi Tian responded casually. Then, the Great Sage of the Wild Knife walked over. Yi Tian Great Sage, do you know what this meeting is? The Great Sage of the Wild Knife asked with some solemnity. I don't know. Yi Tian shook his head. The Crazy Knife Great Sage said, Yi Tian Great Sage, this time it is very likely that something has happened on the side of the 5-star space crack, and according to the convention, a great saint-level powerhouse like you and me must go to the space crack. Something happened over there in the 5-star space rift? Yi Tian frowned. This thing is not good. The 5-star space crack is a very critical space crack. Once a 5-star space crack misses, the army of fierce beasts will have a chance to kill the Earth. At that time, there will be many Emperor-level fierce beasts on the Earth, and many bases on the Earth will be in danger at that time. If an Emperor-level beast wreaks havoc on the Earth, it will definitely be a disaster for mankind. Suddenly, Yi Tian's copying talent enveloped several radiant moon-level cultivation talent martial artists, and those martial artists exuded a terrifying aura, which should be Emperor-level. But what disappointed Yi Tian was that they didn't have an arcane-level talent, but one of them had a pseudo-arcane-level speed talent. Yi Tian hadn't copied that person's pseudo-arcane-level speed talent, so he could copy it. But his copying talent still has more than 10 days to copy again, although now he can only look at it greedily, and there is no way to copy it. The door to the conference room opened, and the 4 emperors walked in. One of the emperors walked in front, and the other 3 emperors walked behind. The great emperor who walked in the front is the Kurong Great Emperor among the 36 emperors. The great emperor is ranked 9th, and he can be regarded as the second person in the scattered cultivation alliance. With the introduction of the great sage of the crazy sword, Yi Tian had a preliminary understanding of these emperors. 4 great emperors appeared all of a sudden, and many saint-level people became a little nervous. Emperor Kurong spoke. The Scattered Cultivation Alliance is a loose organization, and it is not mandatory for everyone to come to the meeting, but everyone can come to give face to the Scattered Cultivation Alliance. Maybe some of you already know, and the rumors are true. Something did happen on the other side of the 5-star spatial crack, and a 36th emperor fell. What? The faces of all the saints changed drastically. When did the fall of a 36 emperors? Why didn't any news come out? Emperor Kurong, which emperor has fallen? The great sage of the crazy sword asked solemnly. He didn't know about this, and he was shocked at the moment. It was not an ordinary emperor, but one of the 36 emperors. Chapter 175. It's the Tyrannosaurus Emperor who has fallen. Emperor Kurong said with some sadness. As one of the 36 emperors, the fall of the Tyrannosaurus Emperor had a great impact on him, which meant that he could also fall. It turned out to be the Tyrannosaurus Emperor. He is the 25th emperor among the 36 emperors. He is very powerful, and he has an arcane-level defense talent and an arcane-level strength talent. Many saint-level shocked. Yi Tian also frowned secretly. He knew a little bit of information about the Tyrannosaurus Emperor. The Tyrannosaurus Emperor is a witch and a member of the Witch Temple, with mystery-level strength talent and arcane-level defense talent, but unfortunately there is no weapon or boxing talent, so there is no way to superimpose the amplification of combat power, but the strength is still extremely terrifying. Emperors who can have arcane-level defense talents are very difficult to kill, because the arcane-level defense talent can increase defense by 100 times, and the defense of ordinary emperors is 100 times, which is such a terrible defensive ability. It can be said that the Tyrannosaurus Emperor let a group of ordinary emperors besiege him without the slightest resistance. A group of ordinary emperors died of exhaustion, and the Tyrannosaurus Emperor was unscathed. But now, the Tyrannosaurus Emperor, who has 2 mystery-level talents, has fallen. This news is amazing. Emperor Kurong, how did the Tyrannosaurus Emperor die? Asked the Mad Sword Great Sage again. Being besieged and killed by 3 emperor-level beasts of the same level, the Tyrannosaurus Emperor could have dealt with it alone, but he didn't expect that a terrifying emperor-level beast was secretly hidden, and the other party ignored the defense talent with an extremely terrifying soul talent, and annihilated the soul of the Tyrannosaurus Emperor in a few moves. Emperor Kurong said, his eyes revealing a hint of fear. Soul attack talent. The saints have changed color. This is a terrible talent that ignores attack power and ignores defense. Only if you are strong in cultivation can you resist the past, or have a soul talent to resist. Otherwise an ordinary emperor with weak combat power may use a soul attack to kill one of the 36 emperors. The soul talent is one of the terrifying talents that can directly bombard the opponent regardless of combat power. Kurong Emperor, the other party has a soul talent. Doesn't it mean that if the 36 emperors don't have the means to resist, they can't stop the other party's soul attack? Not really. The Withering Emperor explained, the fierce beast with soul talent should just be an ordinary emperor-level fierce beast, but the soul power under the increase of soul talent is stronger than that of the Tyrannosaurus Emperor, so it annihilated the soul of the Tyrannosaurus Emperor. As for how many soul attacks it used, it is not clear. We only received the summons of the Tyrannosaurus Emperor before he died. Let us be careful of this emperor-level fierce beast. According to our guess, as long as the cultivation is high enough, the soul power is strong enough to block the opponent's soul talent attack. Moreover, the Moon Emperor, one of the 30 emperors, has a treasure that can block the soul attack, and the Moon Emperor has now gone to the spatial crack to find the fierce beast, and once it is discovered, he will kill the fierce beast at all costs. The Bloody Eye Witch Emperor of the Witch God Temple has the talent of the Bloody Eye, which is a kind of pupil attack, which has the same effect as the soul attack, but it is not as powerful as the soul attack of the fierce beast, but it can also hurt the soul, and it should also be able to block the soul attack talent of the fierce beast. Moon Emperor, yes, and the Moon Emperor. That treasure of the Moon Emperor can easily block the soul attack of that emperor-level fierce beast. The Blood-Eyed Witch Emperor's Blood-Eyed talent is also very terrifying. It contains a Divine Sense attack. It is a talent attack that combines Divine Sense and Pupil Technique. With the Moon Emperor and the Blood-Eyed Witch Emperor, it should be able to compete with that emperor-level fierce beast. It's a pity that the Tyrannosaurus Emperor has been restrained, otherwise the Tyrannosaurus Emperor will not fall easily. It's really a pity for the Tyrannosaurus Emperor. Presumably the Witch God Temple is completely angry. The Tyrannosaurus Emperor is the number 3 person in the Witch God Temple. Yi Tian also frowned. The very anti-heaven talent of soul talent actually appeared, and it still appeared on the emperor-level fierce beast, which was very terrifying. If it appeared on a weak beast, he could copy it, but if it appeared on an emperor-level beast, he could never copy it. Although his combat power is strong, his soul is weak. Even the great emperor, who had opened up 100% of his brain domain and promoted to the emperor level, couldn't stop the soul attack of the emperor-level fierce beast. He only opened up 12% of the brain domain. And when he encountered that fierce beast with soul attack talent, it was definitely a dead word. Of course. It's not impossible, it's been a year since his high-level soul transfer talent, and now he can use it again. If he occupies the body of a saint-level fierce beast and touches that emperor-level fierce beast, he may be able to copy the soul talent of the other party, but this method is too dangerous, and he will hang up if he is not careful. The saint-level people talked about it, and the Korung emperor waved his hand and said, "Let's be quiet." This time not only did the emperor-level fierce beasts of the soul talent appear, but the number of emperor-level fierce beasts also began to increase. And several emperors led by the Battle Axe Emperor made a suggestion. More than 90% of the great emperors entered the end of the spatial crack, and the rest of the great emperors guarded the base. And all the strong people above the great sage level enter the end of the space crack, and the holy level below the great sage level will go to 70%, and the list will be announced in a few days. If they are arranged to pass but are unwilling to pass, the consequence is to be forcibly brought over, and if they dare to escape, there will be the emperor chasing and killing. I'm here to inform you. And you must understand that if we can't hold the line, the Zhonghai superbase will be in danger. I'll understand. The holy rank answered one by one. Okay, that's all for today. I'll leave first if I still have something to do. Emperor Kurong got up and left with several other emperors. The saints didn't leave, but chatted and started trading. Yi Tian didn't leave, but chatted with the Crazy Sword Great Sage. Crazy Sword Great Sage, I don't know if you know the sword skills above the gold level sword technique? Yi Tian asked. The Crazy Sword Great Sage was very curious about why Yi Tian asked this, so he said, "Yi Tian Great Sage, you won't comprehend the sword intent to 10% perfection, right?" "No, it's still very early, I'm just curious about what the gold level sword skills are, and when the sword intent is realized to 10% perfection in the future, maybe you can try to cultivate the gold level sword skills or above," Yi Tian said in a flicker. The Great Sage of the Crazy Sword obviously believed Yi Tian's words, and he didn't believe that Yi Tian Kai had comprehended the sword intent to 10% perfection at this age, and he had not comprehended it for decades. Yi Tian Great Sage, there are indeed sword skills that surpass the gold-level sword skills. I heard that the Battle Axe Emperor has a copy in his hand, and the Lu Ten Sword Emperor, who is third on the Emperor list, went to borrow it, but he only said one sentence to the outside world, that sword skill cannot be cultivated. Lu Sherdao Emperor is the most terrifying sword skill in the Zhonghai superbase. Not only has he comprehended the sword intent to 10%, but also cultivated 10 gold-level sword skills, and his understanding of sword skills is unmatched. But he borrowed the sword skills above the gold-level sword skills, but he still failed to cultivate. And although the 10 Emperor Lu knew the content of that sword technique, he swore that he would not say it, and the only way was to obtain the sword skill from the Battle Axe Emperor. The Great Sage of the Wild Knife Side. How can I borrow the sword technique in the hands of the Tomahawk Emperor? Yi Tian showed a look full of interest. Do you want to learn that sword technique? I advise you to forget it. Lu Sherdao Emperor can't learn it, so you better not pay attention to that sword technique. Because the price of borrowing that sword skill is very high, I heard that Lu Sherdao Emperor paid the price of 10 gold-level sword skills to borrow it, and he didn't even exchange the original. Although the Tomahawk Emperor couldn't comprehend the sword technique, he was very precious, and it was too difficult for others to borrow it. The Crazy Sword Great Sage shook his head, but there was also a trace of longing in his eyes. Although he couldn't cultivate, who wouldn't be curious? It's a pity that the price is too great and not worth it, otherwise he would have borrowed it. Forget it. Yi Tian seemed to have given up on his lips, but in his heart he decided that he must find a way to borrow that sword technique. Chapter 176. In a few days, Yi Tian knew very well that he would definitely be selected to enter the spatial rift and guard the battle line. In this regard, he has no meaning. Human beings need them to be guarded by these strong people. If they choose to escape when danger comes, is it still considered a human being? Therefore, he will not run away from it, nor will he be afraid. Compared to the average saint level, he had too many means to save his life, and unless he encountered that emperor-level fierce beast with a soul attack, he would have a way to escape. In a flash, 3 days passed. The Scattered Cultivation Alliance sent a message that he had to rush to the base of the Spatial Rift Beast World within 10 days to report. 10 days, it's time to prepare. Yi Tian muttered. He still has a lot of resources in his hands, some of which are left to the Heavenly Pavilion, and some of which can be sold, such as the Forging God Pill. At the beginning, he had 3 forging pills in his hands, giving 1 to Wang Yan and 2 forging pills. The value of the forging god pill in the Zhonghai superbase is very high, and many of the descendants of the great emperor have the heirs of transcendental cultivation talents, and it is difficult for them to impact the holy level, and the forging god pill can help them reach the holy level with a high probability. In order to forge the divine pill, many kings will buy it at all costs, or the great emperor will buy it for the sake of his heirs. The 2 forging god pills were traded and exchanged for treasures that assisted in opening up the brain domain, although my cultivation speed far surpassed that of others, but if there were enough treasures to open up the brain domain, I would definitely be able to increase my cultivation in a short period of time. Yi Tian planned. Strength is the most important thing, and the forging god pill is useless to him, and his sister Yi Yu is a morning star cultivation talent, and there is no need for a treasure like the forging god pill in the future. As for those people in the heavenly pavilion, he will not provide the forging god pill, they can only rely on themselves. Subsequently, Yi Tian hung the transaction information of the forging god pill on the trading platform of the Scattered Cultivation Alliance headquarters, and the 2 forging god pills were traded separately, each of which was exchanged for 10 treasures that opened up the brain domain. In other words, 2 forging divine pills are enough to exchange for 20 treasures that open up the brain domain. As soon as the transaction information was hung up, it was picked up, which shows the rarity of treasures such as the forging god pill, and it will be snatched up and traded if it is slow. Soon, Yi Tian saw the person who traded. There were 2 people in total, one of them was a king, and the other was an emperor. This is. Yi Tian looked at the great emperor, the person he traded with should be this king level, I don't know why this great emperor came. In terms of talent, he already knew the name of this emperor, Qin Shan. Qin Shan is a Qin person and one of the emperors of Qin sect. But the transaction of the Scattered Cultivation Alliance came to the emperor level of Qin sect, which is against the rules. This is the emperor of Qin Shan, from the Qin sect. Yi Tian dashing, don't be angry first, I know this is against the rules, but we are willing to add trading chips. The king spoke. I understand, who is trading with is not a transaction, Emperor Qin Shan, what price are you willing to pay to buy the 2 forging god pills in my hand? Yi Tian asked. His 2 forging divine pills were both taken by this king level, so Emperor Qin Shan must have wanted to trade the 2 forging divine pills. 24 treasures that open up the brain domain, and each one is enough for a Huayua level cultivator to open up 0.5% of the brain domain within half a month, and 24 can help a Huayua level cultivator open up 12% of the deep brain domain in a year. The effect on the morning level cultivators is a little worse, and they can only open up about 4% of the deep brain domain within a year. The treasures that can assist in opening up the brain domain are very precious, and you also know the value of letting Huayua level cultivators open up 0.5% of the treasures in half a month. I can provide 24 copies, which is already very sincere. Qin Shan gritted his teeth and said. Yes. Yi Tian nodded in agreement. Okay, let's swear a deal. Qin Shan said happily. He traded 2 forging pills for his own children, he got married very late and gave birth to a son and a daughter, a son named Qin He, who can also be regarded as a combat genius, and is expected to hit the 5-star king level in the future, but he only has an extraordinary cultivation talent. His daughter was a little younger, and she had just been promoted to the king level, but she only had an extraordinary level cultivation talent. Therefore, he must prepare treasures such as forging divine pills for his 2 children, and this kind of treasures have always been out of stock, and there are few such treasures as powerful as Qinzong, and he is just an ordinary emperor of Qinzong. So many great emperors, so many super-level cultivation talent heirs, if everyone wants to exchange this kind of treasure, no matter how much Qinzong has to forge divine pills, no matter how many forging divine pills Qinzong has, it will not be enough. He couldn't get a treasure like the forging god pill from Qinzong, and he had also sent someone to the temple space, but no one had obtained a treasure like the forging god pill last time, so he had no choice but to look for transaction information, hoping that someone would trade the forging god pill. Finally, he was contacted by a king level in the Scattered Cultivation Alliance, who was a martial artist he had once favored, and provided him with information on the transaction of the forging god pill. The transaction was successful. Qin Shan breathed a sigh of relief. Now, my 2 children are expected to hit the holy level. Yi Tian obtained 24 treasures that opened up the brain domain, for more than originally expected, and these treasures that opened up the brain domain were also much better than the ordinary ones, and this transaction was really profitable. After going back, Yi Tian immediately began to use the treasure to open up the brain domain, and at the same time turned on the triple time acceleration. Rumble. The deep brain domain was rapidly opened up under the influence of divine consciousness and treasures, much faster than before. Such a treasure can open up 0.5% in half a month for a Huiyue level cultivator, but I am a Shiri level cultivation talent, and I can open up 0.5% of the brain domain in 3 days, and I can also speed up 3 times the time, and the outside world can open up 0.5% in 1 day. Yi Tian muttered. Sure enough, after a day of retreat and cultivation, Yi Tian opened up 0.5% of his deep brain domain. The key is that one treasure can last him to cultivate for 2 days, that is, one treasure can open up 1% of the deep brain domain, and 24 treasures are enough for him to open up 24% of the deep brain domain within 48 days. That's an incredible speed. Sure enough, it's better to use resources faster. My current deep brain domain has opened up 12%, and when this batch of treasures is exhausted, I will be able to open up 36% of the deep brain domain, and my strength will inevitably skyrocket at that time. Yi Tian said excitedly. Practice. Practice. There are still about 9 days left before the reporting time, and he can go on the last day. In the blink of an eye, 8 days passed. At this time, Yi Tian's deep brain domain had opened up to 16.5%. It's time to leave. Yi Tian ended his retreat and prepared to go to the 5-star space rift. Before leaving, he told Yi Yu and the people of Tiange, and left the Zhonghai superbase. Southeast, 700,000 kilometers. This is where the 5-star spatial rift guarded by the China shipping superbase is located. Yi Tian flew all the way here, and saw a huge spatial crack thousands of meters long, as if the sky had been torn open. Looking at this spatial crack, Yi Tian felt that the 3-star spatial crack near the Demon Sea Great Base was simply pediatric. There are also many large arrays arranged at this end of the space rift, and the power of many large arrays exceeds that of the top-level large arrays, which should be the Morning Star array. At the same time, a large army and many king-level, saint-level, and even emperor-level powerhouses were also arranged here. Yi Tian vaguely sensed the terrifying aura emanating from several castles, which made him very frightened. Yi Tian flew over, and immediately a king-level flew over, hugged his fists and said, Yi Tian great sage, please come with me. Chapter 177. Good. Yi Tian followed this king-level through the layers of guards, entered a huge fortress, and immediately received a token. This token is one of the credentials to enter the space rift, which is to prevent a fierce beast from sneaking into the earth. After all, there are all talents in this era, and there is also a camouflage talent. And the people of the Zhonghai super base know the camouflage talent, so they set the token. If a person falls, his whole cards will also be broken, and only by carrying his own refining whole cards can he break through the formation light curtain on the surface of the spatial crack, otherwise there is no way to pass through. Yi Tian passed through the spatial crack and soon saw a huge base. This base is undoubtedly much smaller than the Zhonghai super base, but in terms of defense, this base is stronger than the Zhonghai super base. There are no high-rise buildings in the base, only huge castles and palaces, each of which is made of very solid stone and arranged with defensive formations. For example, many high-rise buildings in the China overseas superbase are not sturdy, but they are built because the interior of the base is relatively safe. And this is the front line of the battle, and it is impossible to build such flashy high-rise buildings. Entering the base, Yi Tian went to report under the leadership of a guard and officially stationed at the base. In the next few days, Yi Tian had a preliminary understanding of this base. First of all, there are not many people in this base. Most of them are strong people above the king level, and there are a small number of grandmasters. These grandmasters are all armies jointly invested and built by major forces, and they are responsible for dealing with the attacks of some top fierce beasts and high-level fierce beasts. After all, many fierce beasts have very low IQs, and they don't understand the power of the base at all, and they come to attack when they see people, and these problems are dealt with by the army. Under normal circumstances, except for some special tasks, the powerhouses above the king level are all cultivating in the base. But right now, normal cultivation is not possible, because there are often some saint-level fierce beasts and emperor-level fierce beasts nearby, and strong people above the saint level will often go to investigate the situation. Yi Tian is a newcomer, so he has a 1-month rest period, and after a month, he must also go on a mission. For Yi Tian, the only advantage of this base is that there are a lot of pseudo-mystic level talents. Emperor level and saint level powerhouses can be seen everywhere. If he can get here early, he won't have to worry about the arcane defense talent, the arcane level strength talent, and the arcane level speed talent before. At this time, Yi Tian's copying talent cooldown is over, and he can copy it again. Thereupon, Yi Tian chose an emperor level arcane level speed talent and copied it into his hand. Fusion. 10 minutes later, Yi Tian's speed talent changed, and it became an arcane level speed talent. Now, Yi Tian has a total of 3 mystery level talents. Strength talent, mystery. Defense talent, mystery. Speed talent, mystery. Yi Tian, who has 3 mystery level talents, is probably the only one in the Zhonghai Superbase. There was still a chance Yi Tian didn't use it. He was ready to copy the Bloody Eye Witch Emperor's Bloody Eye talent. The Blood Eye talent is a pupil talent, which is related to the divine sense, and can compete with the soul attack talent. If this talent is copied, even if he faces the Emperor level fierce beast with the soul attack talent, maybe he has a little hope of saving his life. However, he inquired, and the Blood-Eyed Witch Emperor and the Moon Emperor went to find the Emperor level fierce beast with soul-like talent, and they hadn't returned yet, so he could only wait slowly. However, Yi Tian met a few acquaintances in this base. The Holy Maiden of the Evening Moon and Wang Yan. The Holy Maiden of the Evening Moon also hit the holy level. I don't know what the reason is, as the Holy Maiden of the Moon God sect, she was also sent over, and Wang Yan was unlucky, but she was selected for the ordinary holy level. This day, Yi Tian and Wang Yan sat in a fortress drinking tea and chatting at the same time. Yi Tian, are you afraid? Wang Yan said. Afraid of what? Yi Tian said with a smile. War. Wang Yan said solemnly, according to the current situation, it is very likely that a big war will break out between the Zhonghai Superbase and the fierce beasts, even more than before. In such a war, the saint level does not know how much it will fall, and the emperor level will probably die a lot. I still remember 20 years ago, when the Zhonghai Superbase fought with this fierce beast of the 5-star spacecraft, and was directly driven out of the spacecraft and returned to the Earth to defend, and dozens of emperors fell directly in that battle, and 3 emperors at the level of the 36 emperors fell. It wasn't until 10 years ago that we re-entered the spatial rift and re-established the base. I wasn't qualified to participate in that battle, but I didn't expect that this time I had just luckily stepped into the holy level, but I was sent to guard here. I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing for me to step into the holy level. Let it be, someone has to stop the beast. But if you want to say that you are afraid, there is still a little bit of it, but I believe that I will not die so easily. Yi Tian's tone was full of confidence. Hopefully. Wang Yan was a little unsure. Yi Tian knew the worry in Wang Yan's heart. After all, Wang Yan was only an ordinary saint level, and the saint level of her level was the most likely to fall. Once the war came, she would definitely be targeted by the saint level fierce beast. Once she touched a slightly stronger saint level, she would definitely not be able to stop it. Once it can't be stopped, there is only one way to fall. Her chances of survival are less than 1 in 10. Anyone who knows that he has little hope of living is in a bad mood. Therefore, any ordinary saint level who was selected would not be in a very good mood when they really realized that the war was coming. In the past few days, Yi Tian has seen too many saint-level saints with a gloomy face. But there is no way. The fierce beasts want to invade the earth, and the humans want to protect their homeland, and the two sides will inevitably fight. It's inevitable. After Wang Yan left, Yi Tian walked alone on the street. Suddenly, there was a commotion in front of him, and Yi Tian looked at it, only to see 5 or 6 rays of light falling into the base. That's a few emperors. Yi Tian's eyes swept away, and he saw a very beautiful woman. A bright moon appeared behind him, as if the moon god was in the world. But the bright moon behind her was full of cracks, and her face was slightly pale. Next to him, there was a big man with a blood-colored eye in the center of his eyebrows, and he knew that he was a witch at a glance. He is the blood-eyed witch emperor. It's the moon god and the blood-eyed witch emperor who are back. Yi Tian's expression moved, and he hurriedly passed. Soon, he approached the blood-eyed witch emperor 2,000 meters away and checked the other party's talent. Witchman, Xing Yuan. Cultivation talent, Huiwei. Blood-eye talent, medium. Defense talent, pseudo-arcane, 50%. Strength talents, arcanon. Speed talent, arcanon. Cursed talent, elementary. The blood-eyed witch emperor has a good talent, with 2 arcane-level talents, and in addition to the blood-eye talent, there is also a medium curse talent. Cursed talent. Yi Tian was very curious about this talent, but after thinking about it carefully, he still felt that it was better to copy the bloody eye talent. This was a good talent that could save his life. Copy. One thought of copying, the medium blood eye talent is in hand. Chapter 178. After copying the medium blood eye talent, Yi Tian returned to his residence, the 3rd layer of a fortress. Open the formation. Yi Tian began to fuse the medium blood eye talent, but this time there was no pain, just a little fever in his body. Soon, the fusion ended. At this time, among Yi Tian's many talents, there was a medium blood-eye talent. And the medium blood-eyed talent is not shot out from the third eye in the center of the eyebrow like the blood-eyed witch emperor, but can be activated from any eye. Originally, Yi Tian thought that when copying this talent was activated, he would have an extra eye in the center of his eyebrows, but now he realized that it was a misunderstanding. With the medium blood-eye talent, Yi Tian's heart calmed down a little. In case that Emperor-level Fierce Beast launched a soul attack on him, he could have launched the Bloody Eye talent in time to resist the soul attack, and maybe he would not be killed in one move. It's a pity that the real use of the Blood Eye talent is to annihilate the enemy's divine consciousness and confuse the enemy's soul, rather than directly annihilate the enemy's soul. But this was also the only talent that Yi Tian could find to resist the soul attack. Shortly thereafter, Yi Tian contacted the Saintess of the Evening Moon and learned from the Saintess of the Evening Moon about the Moon Emperor, the Blood-Eyed Witch Emperor and the others going out this time. I really found that Emperor-level beast. Yi Tian was surprised. It turned out that the Blood-Eyed Witch Emperor went to the place where the Tyrannosaurus Emperor fell, and then found the hair of an Emperor-level beast, and carried out a curse attack on the Emperor-level beast, determined the approximate location of the other party through the curse attack, and then chased and killed it all the way. Of course, it was not the Emperor-level beast that could only attack souls that was cursed, but another Emperor-level beast. But as long as you find one, you may be able to find that Emperor-level beast that can only attack souls. When the Emperor-level beast is cursed and attacked, it will naturally flee and will not stay in place, and among the human Emperor level there are those who are good at tracking. After determining the direction, they will start tracking through the breath left by the Emperor-level beast when it escapes. In the end, the great emperors found the Emperor-level beasts, and they really found the Emperor-level beasts that could only attack souls. Under the first battle, a great emperor died, but 10 Emperor-level beasts were killed, and the Emperor-level beast that could only attack souls was rescued by an extremely fast Emperor-level beast. In this battle, the Moon Emperor was not lightly injured, and the Blood-Eyed Witch Emperor's curse talent was temporarily unable to curse due to repeated use, so there was no way to determine the trace of that Emperor-level beast. And this time, the Emperors confirmed one thing: the soul talent of that Emperor-level fierce beast could not kill the Moon Emperor and the Blood-Eyed Emperor, and if you want to kill a newly promoted Emperor, it should only take one move. Only the Emperor whose soul strength is 10 times that of an ordinary Emperor can block the opponent's soul attack, and the Emperor who is less than 10 times can only block a few moves at most. And among the 36 Emperors, except for the Moon Emperor and the Blood-Eyed Witch Emperor, there are no more than 10 Emperors who can have 10 times the soul strength of ordinary Emperors, and several of the top 10 among the 36 Emperors are only strong in combat power, and their soul strength is not high, which is a bad news. It seems that the cultivation of the 36 Emperors is not very high. Yes, they have been cultivating for more than 100 years at most, although some old monsters among the ancient humans have been cultivating for 200 or 300 years, but they have been in the realm of grandmasters or kings for more than 100 years before. After the great changes in heaven and earth, their cultivation has risen sharply, and their cultivation is still not high. Yi Tian said darkly. Judging from the current situation, if you don't kill that Emperor-level beast, the situation is really not good. And the fierce beast side seems to attach great importance to that fierce beast, and sent a lot of Emperor-level fierce beasts to protect it. This raid was unsuccessful, and the next attack will have even less hope. Maybe if you don't make up your mind, you will rush into the opponent's base camp, and it will be over. Forget it, cultivate first, and strive to improve your strength. Yi Tian practiced hard, and with the help of treasures, he frantically opened up his brain domain. Almost every 2 days, he could open up 1% of the deep brain domain, and the speed at which his cultivation could be improved was many times that of many Huayue-level cultivators, and it was also a speed of progress that they didn't dare to imagine. Unconsciously, Yi Tian had been coming to the guardian base of this fierce beast world for a month. A month of hard work has made Yi Tian's cultivation soar. Now, his deep brain domain has been opened up to 31%, his body strength has reached 3.1 dragon power, and the strongest blow has reached 12,400 dragon power. The attack power of the ordinary Saint King level is only 1,000 dragon power, and Yi Tian has reached 12,400 dragon power, and Yi Tian's speed and defense are also arcane level talents, so there are no defects. According to the division of strength, Yi Tian is not counted as a space talent and a time talent, and his true combat power has already reached the peak Saint King level. The attack power of the peak Saint King level even far exceeded that of ordinary emperors, but the speed and defense of the emperor were very strong, and Yi Tian's speed and defense were also slightly weaker after the increase. But if it is considered a space talent and a time talent, Yi Tian can even kill some ordinary emperors. I can be regarded as having emperor-level combat power, but unfortunately I still can't threaten the true top-level emperor, unless my talent can surpass the arcane level. Yi Tian sighed. But he tried. Once his talent reached the mystery level, there was no way to copy the same kind of mystery level talent, and it seemed that the mystery level talent was the peak. But Yi Tian had a vague feeling that there should still be a level above the mystery level talent, but he hadn't encountered it yet. Ding! A message came from the liaison about his mission. Check the situation of the fierce beasts in Area 13, report the mission situation at any time, double mission time, 3 days. Area 13 is about 300,000 kilometers away, which is not very far, but this is the world of fierce beasts, and the distance of 300,000 kilometers is already very dangerous. Especially now that it is in a tense situation, ordinary saint-level people don't dare to go deep for 300,000 kilometers at all, but Yi Tian is a great saint-level, so he was assigned the task this time. Yi Tian felt that this task was very reasonable, so he didn't ask to change the task. Base exit. Yi Tian soon met his partner for this mission. Wind kills blood. Yi Tian looked at the wind and blood and was a little surprised. His partner for this mission turned out to be him. But when I think of it, there are not many great sage levels, and the chance of encountering them is quite high. Yi Tian, what a coincidence, I didn't expect us to team up together on the first mission. Wind Slaughterblood was also very surprised. Leaving the base, the two did not fly at a high altitude, but adopted the way of running, which was too conspicuous when flying in the beast world, but a little more hidden on land. On the road. Yi Tian asked, Windblood, you are a core member of the Battle-a-Hawk Mercenary Pavilion. I am interested in a book of sword skills in the hands of your pavilion master, the Battle-a-Hawk Emperor. I don't know how to borrow it. If you want 10 gold level sword skills, then I don't have it. You're talking about the sword technique that surpasses the gold level. I'm just a registered disciple of the Battle Axe Emperor, and I can't help you ask for that sword skill. Wind Killing Blood said very seriously. Chapter 179. What's the solution? Yi Tian moved. Originally, he just asked casually, and he didn't expect to get any way from Wind Killing Blood, but he didn't expect Wind Killing Blood to really have a way. Suddenly, he was curious. If it were usual, it would be difficult to borrow the Tomahawk Emperor's sword technique, but now is a special period, and if you have made a great contribution, you may be able to make this request. Then there are a few more difficult requirements, and I don't think you can complete them, but let's talk about them. Wind Killing Blood said one by one. First, if you have a treasure that enhances the strength of your soul, let alone borrow it, it is possible to directly trade that sword technique. Second, you can also borrow 3 gold level axe skills, but gold level axe skills are rarer than knife skills, and there is not much hope. Third, apprenticeship with the Tomahawk Emperor. As long as it is a personal disciple, he is naturally qualified to borrow that sword technique, but since the death of a personal disciple of the Tomahawk Emperor 30 years ago, the Tomahawk Emperor will not accept formal disciples, unless it is a real genius against the sky. Fourth, Shou Yuan Dan. If anyone has Shou Yuan Dan, they can directly trade that sword technique. What, Shou Yuan Dan? What does the Tomahawk Emperor want Shou Yuan Dan to do? The holy level of the perfect foundation can live for 1,500 years, and the Emperor level can live for at least thousands of years. The lifespan of the Tomahawk Emperor is very long. Why do you need Shou Yuan Dan? Yi Tian was very puzzled. For his wife. Feng Slaughter explained, this is a secret that many people don't know, but it's not a secret to many of the older generation of Saint or Emperor in the Zhonghai Superbase. The Tomahawk's wife was the wife he married before the great changes in the earth, but unfortunately the Tomahawk Emperor was talented, but his wife did not have any talent. At the beginning, it was very difficult for human beings to obtain treasures that could improve their talents, and it was not until 50 years ago that human beings gradually obtained many treasures that could improve their talents, and the young people of our generation were very lucky, and it was easy to improve their talents, or even increase their talents, but it was too difficult for the older generation. Therefore, until 50 years ago, the Tomahawk Emperor paid a great price and only gave his wife a medium talent, and at that time, the Tomahawk Emperor's wife did not have much lifespan, and the cultivation speed can be imagined how slow it was. During this period, the Tomahawk Emperor paid a lot of treasures to extend the life of his wife, which continues to this day. Now, although his wife's talent has reached the Morning Star, she has always been at the limit of a great martial artist, and she has no way to impact the Grandmaster, because her body is too old. If she impacts the Grandmaster, the meridians are easy to break. This is not a talent that can break through, unless you can obtain the treasure of reversing youth. There is no hope for the Grandmaster for the rest of her life. That's what happened. Yi Tian couldn't help but feel sorry for the Tomahawk Emperor. It's really hard to cultivate when he's too old, even if the talent is high. If he cultivates at a very high age, he has no future. for example, he found out in the civilian area Yi before that many old people have very good special talents, but he didn't recruit them, because even if he did, there was no way to cultivate. The vitality in the bodies of these old men is about to be exhausted, and not only will they not be able to improve their strength when practicing martial arts, but they will even squeeze their vitality, causing them to fall in advance. Age is an insurmountable limit, and the older you get, the more difficult it is to cultivate. If you can't step into the Grandmaster at a young age, you won't have much potential in the future, and it's too late to improve your talent when you're old. As powerful as the Tomahawk Emperor, he is powerless against it. Of course, there are countless treasures in the world, and maybe you can rebel against the treasures of youth, but he doesn't have it, the Tomahawk Emperor doesn't want it, and the entire Zhonghai Superbase doesn't have it. But for Yi Tian, this is an opportunity. Because he has a Shou Yuan Dan, which comes from the temple space, and can extend his life for 100 years. The reason why the Tomahawk Emperor wanted to prolong his wife's life was not only because he wanted to live with his wife for a longer time, but also because he had a way to let his wife step into the Grandmaster in the future. The fact that the current Tomahawk Emperor can't do it doesn't mean that the Tomahawk Emperor in 100 years can't do it. When this mission is over, go find the Tomahawk Emperor. Yi Tian had already decided in his heart. Regarding the matter of Shou Yuan Dan, he did not mention it with blood. Wind-killing blood is actually not bad, at least it is righteous enough, such as the time in the temple space, chasing and killing Sun Qinghe for the sake of the dead king, which is very good. Soon, Yi Tian and Feng Bloody came to Area 13. Yi Tian, be careful, although your strength is stronger than mine now, you may encounter an Emperor-level fierce beast here at any time, and an ordinary Emperor-level fierce beast is just that, we can deal with it. But if we encounter that kind of Emperor-level fierce beast with a strong special talent, we will be finished. Don't worry, I'm here, we'll be fine. Yi Tian showed strong self-confidence. Feng Killing Blood didn't know where Yi Tian's confidence came from, but he reminded again, it's better to be careful, how to probe. Yi Tian said. It's okay, there is not much difference between one person and two people. If you really encounter a powerful Emperor-level beast, it is a good thing to be separated. Wind Slaughter nodded. Yi Tian knew the meaning of the words of the Wind and Blood. If he really encountered a powerful Emperor-level fierce beast, he could at least live if he was separated. But Yi Tian has his own plans, he has too many secrets, and if he separates, at least it is convenient to use his means. Phew. Yi Tian separated from the Wind-killing Blood and probed Area 13 in two directions. The so-called exploration is to confirm the level and number of fierce beasts in this area, rather than fighting, so the first element of exploration is to hide the aura. Even if you encounter a low-level fierce beast, you must not kill it. There are more than 100 top-level fierce beasts. 3 king beasts. Found a saint-level beast. Found a beast nest. There are about 10 saint-level fierce beasts and hundreds of king beasts, top fierce beasts and high-level fierce beasts tens of thousands. Yi Tian reported the information he had collected little by little, and the reason why he probed so quickly was because he used spatial perception. Even if the fierce beasts sleeping underground, it was difficult to avoid Yi Tian's spatial perception. A day passed, and the places that Yi Tian was responsible for exploring in this area were basically clear. That's when it happened. Feng Killing Blood sent a message, Yi Tian, I found a strange beast nest, my divine sense can't perceive the situation inside, the current situation is unknown, do you have a way? If there is, come quickly. If not, try not to come. Yes. Yi Tian replied. Then, Feng Killing Blood reported his location, and Yi Tian rushed over. It didn't take long for Yi Tian to come to the location where the Wind Killing Blood was. At this time, the Wind and Blood were hidden in a large tree, and his eyes were quietly fixed on a large mountain. This mountain is completely dark, and the stones on it are actually isolated from the divine sense, but there are often saint-level fierce beasts entering and leaving the cave of this mountain. It can be seen that this lair is not simple. Seeing that Yi Tian was coming, Feng Killing Blood hurriedly transmitted, don't show your breath, this nest is not simple. Chapter 180. Yi Tian retracted his breath and entered the inside of the big tree. Yi Tian, the stone of this mountain should be a stone that can isolate the divine sense, and it is very valuable, and many of the top power headquarters of the Zhonghai Superbase are built with materials similar to this stone, which can isolate the detection of the divine sense, and can also suppress the extension of the divine consciousness. Because of this, those saint-level beasts didn't use their divine senses to probe me, otherwise I would have been exposed here a long time ago. Yi Tian tried, and sure enough, his divine sense was suppressed, and it was estimated that he could only probe 1/10 or even 1/10 of the usual range at most. He didn't use his divine sense to probe the situation on the other side of the cave, otherwise it would have been easy to find. Yi Tian, do you have any way to find out what's going on inside? Wind Slaughter asked. In front of the wind and blood, Yi Tian immediately displayed his stealth talent. This. Wind Slaughter was shocked. He touched Yi Tian in front of him, but his divine sense could not sense Yi Tian's existence. Is this stealth? The wind slaughtered the blood and shocked. It's not that he hasn't seen the stealth talent, the Tomahawk Mercenary Pavilion has a genius with the stealth talent, and he is often sent to perform special tasks, but the other party's stealth talent still can't hide the saint-level divine sense. But Yi Tian's stealth talent was so terrifying that even he couldn't detect it. Yes, it is indeed a stealth talent, and it can hide from a saint-level fierce beast. Yi Tian's voice came. Then, Yi Tian lifted his stealth talent and reappeared in front of wind-killing blood. There's a talent for stealth, I can go over and take a look. Yi Tian said. Wind Slaughter nodded. Yi Tian, who has such an awesome stealth talent, is definitely the best candidate for reconnaissance, and he will hardly be discovered. Yi Tian went to investigate, and he was naturally very relieved. Swish. Yi Tian, who turned on the stealth talent and turned on the flying talent, flew over. The reason why the flying talent is turned on, rather than relying on the flying ability above the king level, is to reduce the fluctuation of vitality. No matter how slow the saint-level flight speed is, it will also produce a little fluctuation of vitality, although it is not obvious in the mixture of heaven and earth vitality. But if there is a fierce beast with special talent and can perceive some changes in the heaven and earth vitality, then he may be at risk of being exposed. And the flying talent is a talent, an instinct, and flying with instinct does not cause fluctuations in vitality and is almost never discovered. It didn't take long for Yi Tian to fly to the entrance of the cave and fly in at a low altitude. The entrance to the cave is facing underground, which is supposed to be connected to an underground space. Yi Tian didn't dare to use spatial perception to probe at this time. Spatial perception couldn't deceive powerful saint-level fierce beasts, and if there were fierce beasts that also had spatial talents, it would definitely be exposed. It's here. Yi Tian flew into a huge underground space, like a small underground world. Over here. Yi Tian saw many saint-level fierce beasts, and in the extreme distance, there were still several emperor-level fierce beasts. The breath of one of the emperor-level fierce beasts made Yi Tiandu feel suffocated in his breath. It was a golden bird, as if it was a mythical golden-winged dapeng. A pair of wings may be hundreds of meters long, and their golden eyes are like two small suns, shining brightly. Several other emperor-level beasts were guarding the surroundings like its guards. This big bird should be the king here. Yi Tian guessed. He flew slowly over, and suddenly a familiar longing came. The desire was stronger than ever. Yi Tian understood that he had encountered a treasure that could allow the evolution of the copying talent. Suddenly, his heart was excited. Soon, he approached the big birdie's 2,000-meter range, and then used the copy talent to check the opponent's talent. Species, golden-winged eagle. Bloodline talent, radiant moon level. Strength talent, pseudo-arcane, sanchang. Flying talent, arcane. Speed talent, top. Defense talent, arcane. Hawkeye talent, top. Slash talent, top. Seeing the talent of this golden-winged pang eagle, Yi Tian was completely stunned. The talent of this golden-winged pang eagle is too rebellious. It is definitely an emperor-level fierce beast at the level of the 36 emperors, even stronger than the average 36 emperors. It has too many talents. There are still a few days before the talent can be copied, so don't bother with it yet. Yi Tian said darkly. He valued this golden-winged eagle's mysterious level flying talent and top-level slashing talent, because other talents were of little use to him, and he basically had them. And the mystery-level flying talent and the top-level slashing talent are not bad, especially that slashing talent. Yi Tian thought of the one-piece slash. It should be an attack-type talent, maybe it has a special effect, such as smashing solid things. Taking his gaze away from the golden-winged eagle, Yi Tian slowly bypassed the golden-winged eagle and looked at the position behind the golden-winged eagle. Then, he saw a flower growing in the void. That's right, growing in space, rooted in the depths of space. Yi Tian, let's call it the void flower. The treasure that aroused my strong desire is this void flower. I must definitely get my hands on it. Yi Tian made up his mind. This golden-winged pang eagle is definitely to protect this void flower, so it regards this place as a lair, and because of the particularity of the mountain above its head, it has not been discovered by people or other powerful emperor-level beasts. This void flower hasn't really matured yet, but it's also very useful to my copying talent. I won't wait until it matures. I don't know how long it will be, and when it really reaches full maturity, this golden-winged pang eagle will definitely swallow the void flower in one bite as soon as possible. Yi Tian decided to come and snatch this void flower in a few days. The void flower that can make the void flower evolve by copying talents, he will do whatever it takes to get his hands on it. Of course, the situation here must not be leaked out, otherwise the Tomahawk Emperor and the others will definitely come to snatch the void flower. Let's get out of here. Yi Tian slowly retreated, not attracting the attention of the golden-winged pang eagle. Leaving the underground space and leaving the cave, Yi Tian returned to the place where the wind and blood were located. Yi Tian, how is it? Seeing Yi Tian coming back, Feng-killing blood asked. There are many saint-level fierce beasts underground, and there are also 4 emperor-level fierce beasts, and the first emperor-level fierce beast is estimated to be as powerful as the 36th emperor. I don't dare to get too close. Obviously, this is a powerful beast's lair, and the other party should not come out easily, so let's try not to disturb them if we can. What Yi Tian said was true, but there was no adulteration of fake content. It's just that he hid the void flower. For emperor-level fierce beasts, one is comparable to the of 36 emperors. Wind Bloodshed gasped. He was glad he didn't go down, otherwise he would have died. Well, we have to report it and see how the above responds. Wind kills the blood. At this time, Yi Tian proposed, I have a talent for stealth, I can monitor here, you first explore the other places, and then go back to the base first. Don't worry, even if the emperor-level beast doesn't investigate carefully, it won't be able to find me. Good. Feng-killing blood felt that Yi Tian's decision was very reasonable, so he agreed. And what he never expected was that Yi Tian was ready to fight the idea of a fierce beast comparable to the 36 emperor level. Chapter 181. In the blink of an eye, 2 days have passed. Windslaughter basically explored the situation in the remaining areas of Area 13 and reported it to the base before returning to the base. And Yi Tian continued to stay here to monitor the situation here, and the base also allowed Yi Tian to monitor here, and he only needed to report the situation once a day. 3 more days passed. Yi Tian's copying talent cooldown is over. He can be copied again. However, before he was ready to do it, he sent a message to the base. The content of the message was mainly a lie, saying that he had noticed that there was something unusual in the beast's nest, and asked the base to send one of the 36 emperors to reinforcements at any time, preferably the one at the top. Because once he snatched the void flower, the emperor-level fierce beast golden-winged pang eagle would inevitably be furious. At that time, this area will inevitably be overwhelmed by the wrath of the golden-winged pang. If the base does not take measures, it is easy for the base to suffer. After the message was sent, Yi Tian entered the cave. After a while, he approached the side of the golden-winged eagle. Arcane class flying talent, copy. Top/talent, copy. After copying 2 talents in a row, Yi Tian looked at the void flower. Approach. Closer. Soon, Yi Tian was only 1 hand away from the void flower. Wow. Yi Tian's speed was extremely fast, and he grabbed the void flower and then put it into his personal space. Then, he immediately turned on the teleportation, which moved through the passage. The reason why he didn't stealth and slowly retreated was because the speed was too slow. Once the golden-winged pang eagle attacked wildly, he would be attacked if he was too close, and the golden-winged pang eagle's attack was too powerful, and he would be seriously injured if he rubbed a little. Woo! The cry of the golden-winged eagle was heard. It opened its eyes and saw that its void flower was gone, and the treasure it had been guarding was gone. In the next moment, it sensed Yi Tian's breath, and without saying a word, a pair of golden wings spread out, and the void slashed. Rumble. The golden light seemed to tear through the void, and the entire underground space was shrouded in golden light, which was the light left by the countless winged slashes of the golden-winged pang eagle in an instant. Countless fierce beasts died in the golden light, and even some saint-level fierce beasts were affected. The golden-winged eagle doesn't care about the death of its men at all, it wants to kill its enemies. Boom boom boom. The solid underground stone walls were also struck by the golden light, turning into countless dust. And Yi Tian quickly teleported and dodged these attacks. In an instant, Yi Tian teleported to the outside world, and continued to teleport. After a few teleportations, he quickly used his stealth talent and entered a river. This was one of the escape routes he had planned before. Almost the next moment Yi Tian stealthily entered the river, a huge golden-winged pang eagle appeared in the sky, and his divine sense covered a radius of thousands of miles, scanning the earth, the river, and the fierce beasts and other weak creatures inch by inch. in the blink of an eye. A radius of 100,000 miles was inspected by the golden-winged Pang Eagle, but no trace of Yi Tian was found. Deep at the bottom of the river, Yi Tian hid in the mud, and his top-level stealth talent was always on, and he was swept away by the powerful divine sense of the golden-winged Pang Eagle several times, but it did not produce a single fluctuation. Fortunately, the top-level stealth talent is powerful enough, and the golden-winged Pang Eagle does not have a special talent for the stealth talent, so he failed to find Yi Tian. But Yi Tian gang was also very risky. If he was one step slower, he would be discovered. Within a radius of 100,000 miles, the golden-winged Pang Eagle couldn't find Yi Tian and began to attack frantically. Patches of land were shattered by the golden-winged eagle and countless fierce beasts were slain by it. It's completely insane. And by this time, the base had already gotten the news. A 36th emperor has made a move. Yi Tian didn't know what was going on outside, he didn't dare to take the lead at all, and he didn't even dare to show his disguised talent. Even if he disguised himself as a fierce beast, that golden-winged Pang Eagle would even kill his own saint-level fierce beast subordinates. Half a day later, the sound of the battle outside ended. Yi Tian breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this plan was adopted. If the camouflage plan was adopted, he might be killed by the other party's wings in the first place. Yi Tian said happily. At the same time, he also knew that he was overestimating the stealth talent. If you really encounter a terrible enemy, the stealth talent is useless, and the opponent's attack can cover a radius of thousands of miles, or even thousands of miles, and indiscriminately attack all creatures within a radius of thousands of miles. Stealth doesn't disappear. If you really get hit by an attack, you will also die. After waiting for another long day, Yi Tian took advantage of the darkness to enter the shadow state and left this river, and then teleported again and again, and then approached the base. It wasn't until he entered the base that a big stone was laid down in his heart. 10 minutes after his return, an emperor summoned him to council. This emperor is the Emperor of Korong. In the fortress of the Korong Emperor, Yi Tian saw the Korong Emperor. Emperor Korong, what are you looking for me? Yi Tian asked. We thought you had fallen, but we didn't expect you to come back alive. When Emperor Korong saw Yi Tian, he was really surprised and said. Fluke. Yi Tian said lightly. What happened before? Why was that emperor-level beast so violent? Asked Emperor Korong. Yi Tian was the only human being present, and he only knew the situation by asking Yi Tian. Yi Tian hurriedly said, there was a fierce beast that killed several saint-level fierce beasts and broke into the beast's nest, and I don't know what to do. The big bird rushed out, very angry, and killed everything. I was in a stealth state, and hid again, fortunately not affected by the other party's attack, and then heard the sound of the battle, so I kept hiding and didn't dare to come out, and I didn't leave until the end of the battle. I see. Emperor Korong believed Yi Tian's words. He knew very well that the golden-winged eagle was terrifying. Even if Yi Tian knew how to stealth talent, he would not be able to escape if he was really discovered. Therefore, he didn't think that Yi Tian had angered the golden-winged eagle. However, he guessed wrong. This matter is really done by the golden-winged Pang Eagle. Emperor Korong, how was the outcome of the battle? Yi Tian asked curiously. A 36th emperor was seriously injured, and in the end, it was the Tomahawk Emperor who personally shot and hit the opponent hard with one blow, but the opponent's speed was too fast, and he soon ran away. Emperor Korong said. Even the Tomahawk Emperor didn't keep the other party? Yi Tian was a little surprised. Yes. Emperor Korong nodded. That big bird should have an arcane-level speed talent, and its cultivation is not weak. Its speed is faster than that of the Battlehawk Emperor, and the power of the bloodline is stimulated by the opponent's serious injury, so that the speed increases greatly, and the Battlehawk Emperor naturally can't catch up, so he gives up the pursuit. According to my estimates, the strength of that big bird is at least as good as the top 5 on God's list. So powerful. Yi Tian was surprised. But there is one point. Emperor Korong is wrong. The other party has an arcane-level flying talent, not an arcane-level speed talent. You go back first. You have done a good job in this matter. If there is no early warning from you, we may only send a few ordinary emperors to solve it, and then the loss will be heavy. It's okay, it's just a small thing. Yi Tian was really a little embarrassed. This matter was made by him, and if he let the great Emperor Korong and one of the injured 36 emperors know, it is estimated that he will have the heart to kill him. After Yi Tian said goodbye, he returned to the castle to rest for a while, and then he was ready to fuse the 2 talents that he had copied in his hand. Chapter 182. Copy the Upanishan class flying talent first. Yi Tian decided. The US flight talent and the US speed talent seem to be similar, but but they are actually two uses. The flight talent is flight acceleration, and the speed talent is just simple speed. In many environments, the flying talent is much more useful than the speed talent. For example, in areas that suppress the flight of the king level or even the holy level cannot fly, but the holy level with flying talent can often fly. And the reason why Yi Tian copied the Aoi level flying talent was that he could use the Aoi level flying talent to fly quickly in a stealth state without any fluctuations, and with the ability of the saint level to fly, it would be very quiet, which was not conducive to cooperating with the stealth talent. Fusion. Rumble. The Aoi level flying talent and Yi Tian began to merge. 10 minutes later, the fusion ended. Yi Tian took a look at his talent, and the flying talent above had changed from high to mystical level. Flying talent, mystery. This is Yi Tian's 4th mystery level talent. Then, Yi Tian began to fuse the top level slashing talent. There was almost no pain, and the top level slashing talent was successfully fused. At this time, he found that this talent was not simple. Gives any weapon or body part the ability to slash extremely strong objects. Yi Tian was very interested in this ability. He had an idea and was ready to try it. So, he took out 2 high-grade Yuanli knives, one in his left hand and one in his right hand. With the same force in his left hand and right hand, he collided with the 2 weapons, but secretly blessed one of them with a slashing talent. Click. One high-grade Yuanli weapon shattered like tofu, while the other high-level Yuanli weapon was not damaged at all, not even a gap. Awesome, with the top-level slashing talent, I can completely smash other people's weapons, and when I encounter a fierce beast with a hard body, I can use slashing to smash other people's scales, armor, or bones or something, so as to have an advantage in the later battles. Yi Tian said excitedly. That golden-winged peng eagle is estimated to have the slashing talent blessed on its wings, making the wings indestructible, and it is simply one of the most terrifying weapons. If it is blessed on my Morningstar knife, other people's Morningstar knife will also be easily smashed. Yi Tian took his Morningstar knife and thought. This morning level knife weapon is the knife weapon from the temple space that surpasses the top level Yuanli divine weapon. At first he didn't know what level this was, and then he asked the crazy knife great sage, and then he learned that such a knife is called a morning level knife. Even many saint level swordsmen don't have a morning level knife. Whether it was the arcane level flying talent or the top level slashing talent, Yi Tian was very satisfied, but what he longed for the most was that void flower. Taking a deep breath, Yi Tian slowly took out the void flower. With such a close proximity to the void flower, the desire in Yi Tian's heart rose to a limit. He couldn't help it. Wow! Swallowing the void flower in one gulp, countless energies poured into the copy talent seal. Yi Tian was suddenly overwhelmed, and his whole person seemed to be asleep. And the copying talent began a new metamorphosis after absorbing the energy of the void flower. The next day, early in the morning, Yi Tian woke up and slowly opened his eyes. I'm dizzy again. Yi Tian muttered. For the first time, he consciously communicated with the copying talent and understood the changes in the copying talent. Conscious communication is a good way to learn about other talents, but also to learn about replication talents. Soon, the changes in the copying talent have been known to Yi Tian. First of all, the coverage of the copy talent has been increased to 5,000 meters, and the copy time of the copy talent has been reduced to half a month, and the number of times is still 2. This means that Yi Tian has encountered some good talent. Even if the copy talent is still in the cooldown, it can be copied quickly. Such a change is undoubtedly very good. But the real change is not these, but integration. It's not a fusion of copied talents, but a fusion of 2 mystical level talents of oneself. The US talent can be fused into a new talent, and this new talent surpasses the US talent, which is also the path to be taken after the US talent. Of course, not all mystical talents can be fused with each other. There must be the possibility of fuse, otherwise it is impossible to fuse. For example, the speed talent and the defense talent, these 2 talents are absolutely impossible to fuse, and there is no possibility of fusion at all. Strength and speed can't be fused either. My speed talent and flying talent can be fused. Yi Tian saw the button on the retina where the mystic level flying talent and the mystic level speed talent fused. The fusion ability can only be used once a month, but I can only fuse these 2 talents now, and a month's cooldown is nothing. Yi Tian did not hesitate to turn on the fusion ability. Rumble. The Arcanish level speed talent and the Armagene level flying talent began to merge, and the pain of the heart struck. Yi Tian forcibly endured it and almost began to roll on the ground. But as soon as he thought that after the fusion, he would have a talent that surpassed the Upanishads and above, and he immediately became excited. half an hour passed before the fusion ended. Check. Yi Tian stared at his talent. The original Armagician level speed talent and Arcanish level flying talent have completely disappeared, and have been replaced by another talent. Speed talent, God level. God level talent. Yi Tian was surprised. This is a whole new level of talent, breaking the limits of the US level. God. What a noble word, what a supreme word. Being able to call this talent level a god shows the strength of this talent level. Originally, a single talent could only reach the arcane level at most, but by fusing two arcane level talents, the talent could transform into a god level. Yi Tianming realized. Of course. Even if some talents do not reach the god level, their abilities are not comparable to the god level, such as soul attack talents, time talents, space talents, and soul transfers. The usefulness of these talents is no less than that of a god. Consciousness communicates with the god level speed talent, and through the speed talent mark, you can know the amplification effect of this talent. 300 times. Yi Tian was very surprised. This speed increase is too rebellious. The speed increased by 300 times at once, and you can imagine how far his speed has reached. After obtaining the god-level speed talent, Yi Tian's strength has improved a little. Yi Tian, who was in a good mood, walked out of the fortress and walked around the outside world for a while. Before he knew it, he had come to the palace of the Tomahawk Emperor. At the gate of the palace of the Tomahawk Emperor, there are two kings guarding it. By the way, I still have Shou Yuan Dan. I can trade that sword skill with the Tomahawk Emperor. If I get that sword skill, my strength will definitely increase. Yi Tian thought. So, he walked over. 2. Please report it. Just say that Yi Tian wants to see the Tomahawk Emperor, the news about Shou Yuan Dan. Yi Tian said. Yi Tian, great sage, we can only go and talk to our last time, and there is no way to directly inform the hallmaster. One of the kings apologized. Suddenly, a voice came, don't report, just come in. This is the voice of the Tomahawk the Great. Chapter 183. Please come in. The two king-level guards stepped out of the way. Even the Tomahawk Emperor let Yi Tian in. Where did they dare to stop him? Yi Tian walked into the palace of the Tomahawk Emperor and saw the legendary strongest man in the Zhonghai super base in the depths of the palace. I've seen the Tomahawk Emperor. Yi Tian hugged his fists and saluted. Subconsciously, he checked the talent of the Tomahawk Emperor. Human, Lin Zhan. Cultivation talent, Huiwei. Strength talents, Arcanon. Speed talent, Arcanon. Defense talent, Arcane. Tomahawk talents, Top. The three mystical talents, as well as the top-level battle axe talent of the weapon class, are worthy of being the Tomahawk Emperor. No wonder they can become the number one in the Zhonghai super base. Yi Tian secretly admired. But even the Tomahawk Emperor does not have god-level talents, which shows that there is really no god-level talent in the Zhonghai super base. The only god-level talent is Yi Tian's own extreme speed talent. Yi Tian, you said at the gate of my palace that you have the information of Shou Yuan Dan, is it true? The Tomahawk was excited, even urgent. He has been looking for news of Shou Yuan Dan, but no one in the Zhonghai super base has been able to refine Shou Yuan Dan, not only because the materials are not complete, but more importantly, the top alchemists have no way to refine Shou Yuan Dan, and they must be Morning Star alchemists to be able to refine them. And there are no morning-level alchemists in the Zhonghai super base. Yes, and I have one on me. Yi Tian said. You have, seriously? The Tomahawk was out of breath. After looking for so long, it appeared so accidentally. Not bad, but I have a request. Yi Tian said. What do you ask? As long as I can do it, I will definitely promise you. The Tomahawk Emperor said very domineeringly. As the first person in the Zhonghai super base, he has the qualifications to say this. I heard that the Tomahawk Emperor has a sword skill that surpasses the gold level in his hand, and I want to trade that sword skill. Yi Tian said. Oh, you want to trade that legendary sword technique? The Battle Axe Emperor was a little surprised, and immediately said, although that legendary level sword skill is very good, it surpasses the gold level, but the talent requirements are too high. It is estimated that only a genius who surpasses the top sword talent can cultivate that sword skill. I don't recommend you to choose this condition. Legendary sword skills. Yi Tian finally knew the name of this level of sword skill, and immediately said with great firmness, Battle Axe Emperor, I am only interested in sword skills, and I am only willing to trade that legendary level sword skill. That's fine, but if you can't get any benefit from that legendary sword skill, you can't go back on the deal once it's done. Tomahawk the Great reminded. No backtracking. Yi Tian nodded. The Battle-a-Hawk Emperor took out the legendary sword skill cheatbook, and Yi Tian also took out the jade bottle containing the Shou Yuan Dan. Sure enough, it's Shou Yuan Dan. When the Tomahawk Emperor saw Shou Yuan Dan, he was immediately overjoyed. He has searched many ancient books about Shou Yuan Dan, and he is very clear about what Shou Yuan Dan looks like and how to identify it. He could be 100% sure that this pill was Shou Yuan Dan. // The three big characters are full of majestic momentum, as if they can cut the sun, moon, and stars. After a simple glance, he could be sure that this sword technique did indeed surpass the gold-level sword technique. Tomahawk Emperor, I'll go back to learn the sword technique, and I'll leave. Yi Tian said. Go, go. The Tomahawk Emperor waved his hand, eager for Yi Tian to hurry up. This is not to drive Yi Tian away, but if Yi Tian leaves, he can immediately go to see his wife, let Shou Yuan Dan let his wife obey, and increase the longevity of 100 years. Return to your accommodation. Yi Tian opened the defensive formation and the soundproof formation, and he couldn't wait to start studying this legendary sword technique, // Half an hour later. It's really complicated, far more complicated than gold-level knife skills, but the power is far from being comparable to gold-level knife skills. Just entry-level legendary knife skills can increase attack power by 30 times. Small-level legendary knife skills can reach 50 times attack power. Dashang-level legendary knife skills can increase attack power by 80 times. And consummation-level legendary knife skills can increase attack power by 100 times. Yi Tian was really amazed at the terrifying legendary-level sword technique. Knife skills can be combined with strength talents, once the sword skills can be increased by 100 times, and the arcane strength talents can also be increased by 100 times, and the two talents can be increased by 10,000 times. This kind of increase can even punish the gods against the sky. It's difficult, it's too difficult. I don't know how many times more difficult it is to comprehend a legendary level sword skill to the consummation level than to get a divine skill. Yi Tian shook his head after reading it. With his current sword Dao realm, at most, he can only comprehend this legendary sword skill Xingqian to the entry level. The entry level / can also make my strength soar. I can't be too greedy, it's time to be satisfied. Yi Tian smiled slightly and said. In the following days, Yi Tian began to practice / with all his might. Various cultivation rooms have been established in the base, and as long as Yi Tian does not open the mystery level strength talent, with his strength, he will not destroy the cultivation room. He has just completed a big task, and he will not arrange a task in a short period of time, at least a month's rest period, unless special circumstances occur. 20 days later. Yi Tian ended his cultivation because a new task came. The only pity is that his / has not yet started, but he has touched the threshold, and he can't exert his real power yet, so he can't use it. But as long as Yi Tian was given another month, he was sure that he would be able to cultivate the / to the entry level. New quest. Assist the Moon Emperor in tracking the traces of the fierce beast. For this task, Yi Tianke was a little unhappy. The Moon Emperor is one of the 36 emperors, and it is too dangerous for him to participate in such a mission. Let's go over first, and then ask if you can replace this task. Yi Tian, who had the idea of changing the mission, came to the Moon Emperor's palace, which was the gathering place for the mission. Moon Emperor. Yi Tian saw a woman, it was the Moon Emperor. And next to the Moon Emperor, there are 36 emperors such as the Battle Axe Emperor and the Blood-Eyed Emperor. Yi Tian, you're here. The Tomahawk Emperor was very kind when he saw Yi Tian, because his wife had successfully increased his lifespan by 100 years, which was the effect of the Shou Yuan pill given by Yi Tian. And what he paid was just a legendary sword skill that was not very useful to him. I've seen all the emperors. Yi Tian greeted. Then, he said, ladies and gentlemen, can this task be changed? I am only at the saint level, is it a bit inappropriate to participate in the task of assisting the Moon Emperor? Boy, are you afraid of death? The blood-eyed witch emperor on the side widened his eyes and said. Yi Tian rolled his eyes silently, isn't this an obvious thing, why did he say it so bluntly? Yi Tian, it is the dream of many people to be able to assist the Moon Emperor, and you are not even happy. Tomahawk the Great quipped. You must know that the Moon Emperor is not very old, in fact, he is only in his 70s, and he is definitely the youngest among the emperors. He established the Moon God sect at the age of 20, and in a short period of time it has developed into one of the top powers, second only to the 4 major forces, and even vaguely banned the Scattered Cultivation Alliance, becoming one of the 4 major forces. And she is also the fastest woman to be promoted to the emperor level, and she is still single. With the lifespan of 3,000 years of Emperor Yu, there is no difference between a few dozen years old and a normal young woman 17 or 18 years old. Therefore, the Moon Emperor is the supreme goddess in the hearts of many people. It's a pity that the Moon Emperor's temperament is too cold, and many people can't even get close to the Moon Emperor. And the Tomahawk Emperor, the Blood-Eyed Witch Emperor and the others were all 10 meters away from the Moon Emperor, and if they got close to the Moon Emperor, they would be impacted by the Moon Emperor's momentum and refuse to approach them. And the Tomahawk Emperor and the others, who were familiar with the content of the mission, knew that Yi Tian had to get close to the Moon Emperor. Therefore, this task is very enviable. Chapter 184. Yi Tian, who didn't know what the situation was at all, opened his mouth and asked, "Emperors, there are so many saint levels, and even emperor levels, why did you ask me to assist the Moon Emperor?" Emperor, you didn't say much, just stared at Yi Tian with cold eyes, as if to say, "Boy, it's your luck to be able to assist me, and you even want to refuse." The Battle Axe Emperor explained, "Yi Tian, you should have a top-level stealth talent, right? It is said that the top-level stealth talent can even make it difficult for Emperor-level fierce beasts to detect your existence, and you can also take people to become invisible with you. In order to find the fierce beast with soul talent, we have lost a lot of strong people, and after the last fight, I am afraid it will be even more difficult to find each other. So, we want you to take the Moon Emperor with you to become invisible. The Moon Emperor has a treasure in his hand that can resist soul attacks for 2 people, and this time you and the Moon Emperor are tasked with finding the fierce beast with soul talent. Once found, we'll all go out and slay the beast." Yi Tian didn't know what to say. The Tomahawk Emperor and the others actually figured out his top-level stealth talent, which is really hard to refuse. "Is it good?" Yi Tian asked a little cheekily. Phew. Several great emperors stared at Yi Tian, wanting to pry Yi Tian's head open to see what Yi Tian thought. "This is for the sake of the entire base, what benefits do you want? If this matter is done, I can make the decision to let you enter our Moon God sect's Moon God Pavilion to cultivate for a month." The Moon Emperor, who had been silent, spoke. "Moon Emperor, your conditions are too high. I begged a lot, and even promised many benefits, so that you promised to let a genius from the Witch God Temple enter the Moon God Pavilion to cultivate for 10 days, but you refused, and now you actually let him enter the Moon God Pavilion to cultivate for a month." The Blood-Eyed Witch Emperor was jealous. The Tomahawk Emperor and several other emperors were also jealous. This benefit was too high. "Emperors, what is the Moon God Pavilion?" Yi Tian was a little puzzled. It seemed that this Moon God Pavilion was very awesome, and these emperors were all envious of him. The Moon Emperor stared at Yi Tian and explained, "The Moon God Pavilion is another treasure that I accidentally obtained. As long as you pay a certain price, you can open the Moon God Pavilion and accelerate the opening of the brain domain. At the beginning, I stepped into the Saint level, and it only took me 3 years to complete the cultivation of the Saint level, and I stepped into the Emperor level in one fell swoop. However, the price of opening the Moon God Pavilion is too great. If it weren't for the fact that I had obtained an amazing ancient civilization sect inheritance and obtained a lot of resources, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to open the Moon God Pavilion for 3 years, but I would have almost exhausted the resources because of this. Only after that, I rarely opened the Moon God Pavilion, even if it was a holy woman. If it wasn't for a big contribution, I wouldn't open the Moon God Pavilion. If you help me complete the task, I will make an exception to open the Moon God Pavilion and let you cultivate for a month." "Yes. I do," Yi Tian hurriedly said. What a chance. He didn't even know that there was such a place before. The talent of the Moon Emperor was only at the Huiwa level, and in just 3 years, he had cultivated from the first saint level to the emperor level. What kind of speed was this? It would take 50 or 60 years for other Huiwa level geniuses to cultivate from the saint level to the emperor level. It can be seen that the effect of the Moon God Pavilion is too rebellious. He has 3 times the time to accelerate, and he is a Shiri level cultivation talent. If he enters the Moon God Pavilion, the effect will definitely be even more against the sky, and his cultivation will inevitably increase greatly at that time. If he doesn't agree to such a good thing, it will be too stupid. Since you promised, let's go. The Moon Emperor walked in front, and Yi Tian left with him. Only the Tomahawk Emperor and the Blood-Eyed Witch Emperor and others were left looking at each other. Tomahawk Emperor, why do you say that the Moon Emperor would propose such outrageous requests? The Blood-Eyed Witch Emperor wondered. In his opinion, casually promising a little benefit, can Yi Tian not accept this task? I don't understand. The Tomahawk Emperor shook his head. The Moon Emperor has risen too fast. Her strength is not the current ranking on the Emperor list. If it weren't for the last time the Moon Emperor broke out with real strength, you probably would have to stay there. She's so mysterious, and I even suspect she has reservations. I can't fathom what this person thinks. Yes, I originally thought that my strength was stronger than that of the Moon Emperor, but I didn't expect that she had already surpassed me. With her progress rate, maybe in another 10 years, your position will not be guaranteed, the blood-eyed witch emperor teased. Haha, the first on the emperor's list, if someone surpasses me, I'm still happy. The Tomahawk Emperor didn't care about the title of the first emperor on the list, and laughed. Outside the base. Yi Tian looked at the Moon Emperor curiously. The Moon Emperor's promise made him very excited, but he was not stupid. It's just a task, and it's just a help, and it promises so much benefit. If there were no ghosts among them, he wouldn't believe it. Of course. He wouldn't be stupid enough to ask. In case he angered the Moon Emperor and cancelled this reward, he wouldn't have a place to cry. Anyway, he didn't want to detect malice from the Moon Emperor, but sensed a faint favor. That's right. It's a man's intuition. The two flew for a distance, and the Moon Emperor spoke, "Okay, you. Hold my hand and turn on the invisibility talent." Good. Yi Tianyi grabbed the Moon Emperor's hand, but he didn't notice the faint flush on the Moon Emperor's stunning appearance. It was just fleeting, and it returned to normal. Stealth talent, on. In a flash. The figures of Yi Tian and the Moon Emperor completely disappeared. Moon Emperor, I have a talent for flying. I can guarantee that there are no vitality fluctuations. It is much more secret than relying on my own flight. I will fly with you. It will not be easy to be discovered. Yi Tian said. Yes. The Moon Emperor nodded. So, Yi Tian took the Moon Emperor's hand and activated the flying talent, flying quickly in the void. In flight. Yi Tian suddenly had an idea. The Moon Emperor's hands are so soft. If the Moon Emperor knew Yi Tian's thoughts, he might be able to kick Yi Tian off the sky with one kick. Time passed. Yi Tian and the Moon Emperor had been looking for the traces of the fierce beast, but they had never found it, so they had no choice but to go deep into the fierce beast world again and again. No one knows how huge this beast world is. In a blink of an eye, half a month has passed. This day. Yi Tian discovered the battle. It was a battle between emperor-level fierce beasts. It's really that the battle between these two emperor-level fierce beasts is too big, and you can't pay attention to it. Boom. A radius of 100,000 miles seemed to have turned into a battlefield, and those two emperor-level fierce beasts were definitely comparable to the 36 emperors. At this time, the Moon Emperor took out a mirror, and after Yuan Li urged, a clear picture of the battlefield of the two fierce beasts appeared on the mirror. What kind of treasure is this? Yi Tian asked curiously. The Luna Mirror, which can probe a radius of 200,000 miles, is not easy to find. Moon Emperor introduced. Good stuff. Yi Tian found that the Moon Emperor was really a humanoid treasure house, and he really wanted to squeeze the Moon Emperor dry. No, he was squeezing the treasures on his body. Suddenly, Yi Tian was attracted by one of the fierce beasts on the Moon God Mirror. Golden-winged Peng Eagle. Chapter 185. The golden-winged eagle that Yi Tian saw was the golden-winged eagle he had encountered at the beginning. As for the possibility of other golden-winged eagles, there was no such coincidence in the world. Obviously, after this golden-winged Peng Eagle was defeated by the Battle Axe Emperor, it came here, and it didn't know what happened, and fought with another emperor-level fierce beast. Yi Tian, there is a clue. The voice of the Moon Emperor reached Yi Tian's ears. What clues? Yi Tian looked at the Moon Emperor. That eagle should be the one you found last time, but the one that fought with the eagle was an emperor-level beast that we fought last time. Its speed was very fast, and the reason why the emperor-level beast with soul talent was able to escape was due to the fact that this emperor-level beast was indispensable. Now that we have found this emperor-level beast, if we follow it, we may be able to find the emperor-level beast with soul talent. The Moon Emperor said. But I can't keep up with it. Yi Tian frowned. After all, his cultivation is too weak, and even if he opens the god-level speed talent, he can't catch up with the other party. Let me fly with you, although there will be some fluctuations in the Yuan force, but the flight of the emperor-level fierce beast is already very moving. Let's follow behind, but it is not conspicuous, and it will hardly be discovered. The Moon Emperor proposed. Good. Yi Tian agreed to the Moon Emperor's plan. Immediately, Yi Tian stared at another emperor-level fierce beast. Being able to fight with the golden-winged Peng Eagle shows that this emperor-level fierce beast is powerful, and it seems to have the upper hand steadily, and I don't know if it is the reason why the golden-winged Peng Eagle has not recovered from its injuries. From the outside, this emperor-level fierce beast is like a hedgehog. The thorns on its whole body are extremely strong, and the recovery speed is very fast. the slash of the golden-winged pang eagle obviously shattered the other party's thorns, but soon, it grew new thorns. On the other hand, the golden-winged pang eagle was pierced with blood holes by the emperor-level fierce beast, and it looked a little miserable. Yi Tian and the Moon Emperor fought for an hour, and finally the golden-winged pang eagle escaped. However, the hedgehog emperor-level fierce beast also consumed a lot, so he didn't chase and kill the golden-winged pang eagle, but just sighed a few words and turned his head and left. Keep up. The Moon Emperor pulled Yi Tian and flew quickly. With the speed of the Moon Emperor, it was not slow that the hedgehog emperor-level fierce beast was not much, and the other party did not have the intention of accelerating with all his strength, but flew not fast or slow. But it didn't even know that there were 2 humans following it, and it was still excited about the victory it had just won. The hedgehog emperor-level fierce beast flew for a while, went down to hunt a few king beasts with huge heads and bodies, and after eating a meal, continued to fly. An hour later, the hedgehog emperor-level beast finally stopped, and it landed in a huge valley. From the valley, there was a faint breath of emperor-level fierce beasts. Yi Tian, it's up to you next. The Moon Emperor stopped flying and said to Yi Tian Dao. Yi Tian clenched the Moon Emperor's hand, pulled the Moon Emperor to open his flying talent and flew slowly, not daring to fly too fast at all. This may be the hiding place of the Soul Talent Emperor-level fierce beast, and it is also a nest of the fierce beasts. Who knows if there will be any special fierce beasts in it? In case a fierce beast can see through his stealth talent, then things will not be good. No matter how powerful the Moon Emperor is, he is only one person. How can he defeat so many Emperor-level fierce beasts? Be careful. You have to be careful. At this time, Yi Tian was not flying at all, but floating at a low altitude, only using his eyes to observe the surrounding situation. As they floated along the way, the figures of saint-level fierce beasts walked past them. Gradually, Yi Tian and the Moon Emperor went deep into the valley, and they also saw the figures of some emperor-level fierce beasts. Seeing this scene, the Moon Emperor frowned. Obviously, the number of emperor-level beasts was much larger, but there weren't so many last time. It can be seen that the emperor-level fierce beasts have increased their protection efforts, and they must protect that soul-gifted emperor-level fierce beast. Surreptitiously, Yi Tian's copying talent shrouded the range of 5,000 meters ahead, using the copying talent instead of other exploration methods. The exploration method of copying talent only probed the opponent's talent, but through the talent situation, it was enough to judge a lot of useful information. Moreover, no one can detect the way the talent is being copied. In the case that the divine sense does not dare to use it, and the spatial perception does not dare to use it, the exploration of the replication talent is undoubtedly the best means. There are many trees in the valley, and there are many fierce beasts. The Moon Emperor was very nervous, although she was very powerful, but if she went deep into the lair of the fierce beast, once discovered, she was also very dangerous. Time passed little by little, and Yi Tian's copying talent also detected many emperor-level fierce beasts. And that emperor-level fierce beast was also shrouded by Yi Tian, and the other party's talent was naturally clear. Species, Thorny. Bloodline talent, Radiant Moon. Speed talent, Arcanon. Strength talents, Arcanon. Defense talent, Pseudo-Arcane, 60%. Healing talent, Pseudo-Mysteries, 50%. Armor-piercing talent, Top. There is a Pseudo-Mystic level healing talent. Yi Tian's heart moved. His healing talent is only top-notch, and although his recovery speed is good, at the level of the Saint level, the recovery speed is still a little slower, and the Saint level powerhouse can attack countless times in an instant. The top-level healing talent alone simply won't have time to recover, and the enemy won't give you time to recover. Therefore, in the real battle, the effect of the top-level healing talent is not very high. But the pseudo-mystic level healing talent is much more awesome, and the thorn beast fought with the golden-winged pang eagle before, and the thorns on its body were cut off many times by the golden-winged pang eagle, but they all recovered quickly. This kind of recovery speed is much better than Yi Tian's. If you don't copy, you'll be sorry for yourself. Copy. Yi Tian Yin copied the 50% pseudo-mystery level healing talent of the Thorn Lin armor beast. Keep moving. Finally, the talent of an emperor-level fierce beast caught Yi Tian's attention. Species, Spirit Cloud Beast. Bloodline talent, Radiant Moon. Defense talent, Arcane. Speed talent, Pseudo-Arcane, 30%. Strength talents, Medium. Soul Thorn talent, Top. Soul Thorn talent, is it a soul talent? Yi Tian was shocked. If this is the case, then this Spirit Cloud Beast is the soul-like Emperor-level beast that gives the Battle Axe Emperor, the Moon Emperor, and the Blood-Eyed Witch Emperor a headache. Copy. Yi Tian didn't say a word, and copied the top soul thorn talent of the spirit cloud beast. Then, Yi Tian handed the Moon Emperor a look, as if to say, I found it. The Moon Emperor was a little puzzled, but he didn't transmit the sound, and the transmission could also be discovered, because the transmission had divine sense fluctuations, and there were too many Emperor-level beasts in the vicinity, and the distance was too close, so the chance of exposure was very high. I saw Yi Tian pulling the Moon Emperor to float away slowly, and retreated to the outside of the valley. Moon Emperor, I seem to have found that Emperor-level beast, right in the valley. Yi Tian said. Are you sure? I'm with you, why didn't I see it? And are you sure that the Emperor-level beast you found is the target? The Moon Emperor was skeptical. You briefly told me about the appearance of that Emperor-level beast before, and I have a special means to be able to observe the situation in the distance, although it is not as far as your Luna mirror can observe, but it is definitely stealthy enough. The Emperor-level beast I saw is very similar to the Emperor-level beast you said, and it is surrounded by other Emperor-level beasts, it is definitely right. Yi Tian was extremely sure. Chapter 186. The Moon Emperor stared at Yi Tian, a little convinced, but he was not sure. If she used the Luna mirror to observe, she would definitely be able to tell if there was that beast in the valley, but she couldn't use the Luna mirror, because people with strong souls could vaguely spy on the existence of the Luna mirror. Last time, her Luna mirror was discovered by the other party. So this time, she must not use the Luna mirror again. Well, I believe in you. The Luna god picked up the teleportation artifact, opened it to the Tomahawk Emperor and sent them a message, and located the current location. The Tomahawk Emperor has already been informed of them, let's wait patiently. Moon Emperor said. The other side. The Tomahawk Emperor received the message of the Moon Emperor and hurriedly gathered many great emperors. This time, the Tomahawk Emperor was ready to lead 80% of the Emperor to encircle and suppress the Emperor-level beasts, and the base opened a large defensive array, so that even if it encountered the siege of many Emperor-level beasts, it could hold out for a while. When the Emperors gathered, the Tomahawk Emperor shouted, Go! Rumble! One by one, the Emperor flew into the sky and disappeared into the sky. Everyone in the base knew that a shocking battle was about to begin. A few hours later, the Moon Emperor received the summons from the Tomahawk Emperor, Yi Tian, the Tomahawk Emperor, they have arrived, they are now slowly coming over to this side one by one, you take me to make peace with them first, and then you leave alone. You can't get involved in such an Emperor-level battle. Good. Yi Tian nodded. He didn't want to be reckless, it was okay to deal with ordinary emperors with his little strength, but there was no more than him and no less than him, so there was no need to get involved. Yi Tian pulled the Moon Emperor and flew away into the distance, and soon ran into many great emperors who were rushing over. There are so many emperors. This was the first time Yi Tian had seen so many great emperors. Count carefully, a total of 126 emperors. Not far away, the Tomahawk Emperor, who was flying slowly and at low altitude, heard a voice, Tomahawk Emperor. It's the Moon Emperor. The Tomahawk Emperor realized. The next moment, not far away, two figures emerged, and they were Yi Tian and the Moon Emperor. It's time to let go. The Moon Emperor stared at Yi Tian and said. Yi Tian let go of his hand a little reluctantly. And at this moment, many emperors' eyes widened, they didn't know about Yi Tian assisting the Moon Emperor, and they didn't know that Yi Tian had a stealth talent, they only saw Yi Tian holding the Moon Emperor's hand. Oh my! That was the hand of the Moon Emperor, others couldn't even get 10 meters close to the Moon Emperor, but Yi Tian, a saint-level saint, was so close to the Moon Emperor and held the Moon Emperor's hand. Could it be that Emperor Chengwei fell in love with Yi Tian? Impossible. Many emperors secretly said in their hearts. In their opinion, although the Moon Emperor has a peerless appearance, like the moon god descending, he never has a good impression of men when his temperament is cold, which can be seen from the fact that she does not allow male disciples in the moon god sect. How could such a woman easily fall in love with a saint level? Swish. The Moon Emperor flew over and said, Battle Axe Emperor, Yi Tian has already discovered that Emperor-level fierce beast, but there are many Emperor-level fierce beasts in that valley, at least no less than 80. So many Emperor-level beasts. The Battle Axe Emperor was a little surprised, it was really beyond his expectations that the other party had gathered so many Emperor-level beasts in such a short period of time. Emperor-level beasts are on their own, and it is difficult to unite, which is one of the reasons why humans are able to hold the spatial rift. If all the fierce beasts are united, they can't hold it at all. Because there are too many Emperor-level fierce beasts, much more than the human Emperor level. It can even be said that the number of Emperor-level fierce beasts is more than 10 times more than that of humans. It's just 80 Emperor-level fierce beasts, ordinary Emperor-level fierce beasts. I can kill a group alone. This time, most of our 36 Emperors are here, and I'm afraid they won't succeed. The blood-eyed witch Emperor said confidently. Surround that valley and kill that Emperor-level beast that can attack souls at all costs, understand? The Tomahawk Emperor said in a deep voice. Tomahawk Emperor, I'll understand. Many emperors answered. Let's go. The Tomahawk Emperor led many great emperors to fly over slowly, and the Moon Emperor naturally passed over. As for Yi Tian, many great emperors didn't care. Yi Tian's task has been completed. Even if Yi Tian leaves, they won't care. Yi Tian naturally didn't leave, but he also retreated far away. With so many great emperor-level battles, if it affected him, he would be in trouble. After retreating to 100,000 miles away, Yi Tian entered a state of stealth and immediately observed the battle situation. Soon. Boom boom boom. The sound of continuous battle was heard, as if the world had exploded, and the entire sky seemed to be torn apart by the light. Countless mountain peaks shattered, and the earth sank. I don't know how many mountains and rivers have disappeared, how many rivers have dried up, and I don't know how many ordinary beasts have been affected and turned into ashes. It won't be over for a while. Let's first fuse the 2 talents that I just copied. In case something happens, I can save my life. Yi Tian thought. So, he first fused the Soul Thorn talent. This was the soul attack talent he had always dreamed of, and it was extremely rare. Fusion. The Soul Thorn talent and Yi Tian's soul began to merge. Rumble. Boundless pain surged from the depths of his soul, but Yi Tian gritted his teeth and held back. 10 minutes later. Yi Tian successfully fused the top-level Soul Thorn talent. Sure enough, it's a soul attack talent. Yi Tian was overjoyed. There happened to be a low-level fierce beast nearby, and he used this top-level Soul Thorn talent to aim at this low-level fierce beast. Burst. The invisible soul power turned into a spike that instantly pierced through the other party's soul. Without a sound, the low-level beast fell to the ground, completely dead. Then, Yi Tian tried to attack other fierce beasts. Whether it was an intermediate-level fierce beast, a high-level fierce beast, a top-level fierce beast, or a king beast, there was no way to stop Yi Tian's Soul Thorn talent, and their souls were annihilated by one blow. And even ordinary saint-level fierce beasts were killed by Yi Tian's 2 soul thorns. Of course. The Soul Thorn talent is not infinitely used, and it can no longer be used after being used 20 times at most. At least after resting for a few days and waiting for the soul power to recover, you can use the Soul Thorn talent again. Then. Yi Tian fused 50% of the pseudo-mystical level healing talent, which is also a good talent to save his life. 10 minutes later. Yi Tian's healing talent successfully transformed into a 50% pseudo-mystic level healing talent, and his recovery speed skyrocketed many times. And at this time, Yi Tian sensed that the fluctuations of the battle in the distance had weakened a lot, and it could be seen that both sides had suffered heavy losses. I don't know how many human emperors have fallen. Yi Tian sighed a little. Suddenly, he thought of the Moon Emperor. The Moon Emperor should be fine, right? Yi Tian was a little worried. He didn't know if he was worried about the Moon Emperor himself, or if he was worried about his reward. In short, among these emperors, the person he least wanted to have an accident was naturally the Moon Emperor. Suddenly. Boom. A terrifying sound of battle came, and even Yi Tian, who was 100,000 miles away in the distance, felt the earth tremble and the mountains shattered. Then. A message came from Yi Tian's message. Yi Tian, run away. Something's wrong. Yi Tian immediately realized. Chapter 187. The person who sent Yi Tian a message was the Moon Emperor. The Moon Emperor summoned Yi Tian to escape, indicating that the great emperors were in trouble, and even the Moon Emperor was going to flee. But what happened that the Moon Emperor and the Tomahawk Emperor had to flee? Both in terms of quantity and quality, the human emperors had the upper hand, so why did they suddenly lose? Run. Yi Tian did not hesitate to flee into the distance. At the same time, he also turned on the stealth talent and the flying talent. In this way, even emperor-level beasts don't want to find his traces. It's just that if the emperor-level fierce beast attacks on a large scale, he will still be affected. He had to get out of this area quickly. I don't know how far I flew. Yi Tian obviously sensed that the sound of battle behind him was gone. It's time to get out of the combat zone. Yi Tian said darkly. But just now this idea was born, and a bang sounded, completely slapping him in the face. I saw a blood-stained woman being knocked out by an Emperor-level fierce beast and crashed into a mountain peak, which broke in response. Moon Emperor. Yi Tian's pupils shrank. If he wasn't more familiar with the Moon Emperor, he really couldn't help that woman was the Moon Emperor. At this time, the Moon Emperor was very seriously injured, covered in blood, and his breath was reduced to the level of an ordinary emperor. Obviously, the Moon Emperor had experienced a very tragic battle before. If it weren't for that, just that Emperor-level fierce beast that wasn't too strong wouldn't be able to hurt the Moon Emperor at all. The Moon Emperor is in danger. Yi Tian's expression changed. In terms of strength, he was definitely inferior to this Emperor-level beast, and the other party was at least 5 times stronger than him. If he didn't save it, the Moon Emperor might hang up. Save. Yi Tian said firmly. In an extremely dangerous situation, the Moon Emperor also sent a message to inform him to escape. If he didn't save the Moon Emperor, he couldn't help it. Just when that Emperor-level fierce beast attacked the Moon Emperor again, Yi Tian used the spatial confinement of the top-level spatial talent. Airplanes. A spatial force froze the void, and the attack of the Emperor-level beast was also affected, and its speed was much slower. Most of Yi Tian's spatial confinement was on that Emperor-level fierce beast, and although the Moon Emperor was also slightly affected, it was much better than that Emperor-level fierce beast. The Moon Emperor had a strong grasp of the rhythm of the battle, and at such an instant, she struck again. Rumble. A full moon full of countless cracks appeared behind her, and a round of moon blades flew out, instantly slashing at the neck of the Emperor-level beast. Several attacks in a row were slashed at the same position, and in less than an instant, the Emperor-level fierce beast was completely killed by the Moon Emperor. But the Moon Emperor was also uncomfortable. She was already seriously injured several times to aggravate her injuries, and the whole person fell downward. Shout. Yi Tian teleported in front of the Moon Emperor and hugged the Moon Emperor. Seeing Yi Tian, Emperor Yu said, "Hurry up, it's not safe here." What's going on? Yi Tian asked solemnly. Emperor Yu just wanted to say, but the whole person fainted all of a sudden. In desperation, Yi Tian could only hug the Moon Emperor and enter the stealth state, and flew towards the base. Along. Yi Tian found a lot of Emperor-level fierce beasts and was looking for human Emperor-level, but he didn't find any trace of Yi Tian. With Yi Tian's strength and top-level spatial talent, he can also kill an Emperor who is not very strong, but he doesn't dare to make a move. Even an Emperor like the Moon Emperor has become like this, and there is definitely an extremely terrifying fierce beast that has appeared. If he used to attract that Emperor-level beast, it would definitely be over. It's almost time to get to base. Yi Tian said with a sigh. He thought to himself that he should be safe when he arrived at the base. Soon, however, he was dumbfounded. Where's the base? The original location of the base has become a ruin, a huge crater has appeared there, and the spatial cracks have been completely blocked, and large arrays have blocked the spatial cracks. At this time, countless fierce beasts were attacking the large array on the spatial rift. The situation is clear, the base has been breached, and humanity has been forced to retreat to the side of the earth. And he's late. I can't get by. Yi Tian frowned. Although he has a stealth talent, the spatial crack is blocked, and his stealth talent can't pass through the big array, and it is impossible for the humans on the other side of the earth to open the big array for him, otherwise the fierce beasts will also rush over. Let's go. Yi Tian decided, leave here first, find a safe place to rest, and help Emperor Yu recover from his injuries by the way, otherwise it would be difficult to go back with his strength alone. If the Moon Emperor recovers from his injuries, maybe the Moon Emperor will have a way to take him back to Earth. I don't know how long it took to fly. Yi Tian flew to a huge mountain, opened a temporary cave, and arranged a simple concealment formation, which put the Moon Emperor down. Seeing that it was safe, Yi Tian paid attention to the injuries on the Moon Emperor's body. I saw that there was a huge wound on the Moon Emperor's body, which almost split her in half, and the bones of her whole body were broken a lot, and her internal organs were also seriously damaged. Seeing this, Yi Tian hurriedly fed the Moon Emperor a lot of healing pills. After one night, the wounds on the Moon Emperor's body began to scar and fall off. After all, it was an Emperor level, even if he did not have the talent for healing, the recovery speed was not something that ordinary people could imagine. The next day, early in the morning. The Moon Emperor has woken up. Moon Emperor, you're awake. Yi Tian saw the Moon Emperor wake up, and hurriedly said happily. Yi Tian, you saved me? The Moon Emperor saw Yi Tian and asked. No, I just happened to see you kill an Emperor-level fierce beast and fall from exhaustion, so I took it away by the way. Yi Tian explained. But why do I think there was a spatial force that imprisoned the void at that time? The Moon Emperor muttered. You must be too injured and hallucinating. Yi Tian didn't admit it, the space talent was his whole card, so he naturally wouldn't admit it. Seeing that Yi Tian didn't admit it, the Moon Emperor didn't ask any more, so he began to heal. She took out a pill the size of a dragon's eye from the storage bag and swallowed it in one gulp, her injuries recovering at an incredible speed, no weaker than the top healing talent. Half an hour later, the Moon Emperor's injuries had basically recovered, but some of the deep dark injuries in his body still needed time to slowly recuperate, and they could not be recovered in a short time. Yi Tian, this is not the base, haven't you returned to the base? The Moon Emperor opened his eyes and asked. I went back, but the base was breached, and the humans retreated to the Earth, blocking the space rift, and I couldn't go back. Yi Tian said helplessly. Has it been breached, but it is also expected. The Moon Emperor did not have the slightest surprise, as if he had expected all this. Moon Emperor, what happened? Could it be that you couldn't kill that fierce beast that could attack souls? Yi Tian asked curiously. No, the Moon Emperor said solemnly, we successfully killed the Emperor-level beast that could attack souls as soon as possible, and even killed dozens of Emperor-level beasts, almost killing all the Emperor-level beasts in that valley. Chapter 188. The Blood-Eyed Witch Emperor is dead? Yi Tian was really shocked. That was the founder of the Witch Temple, and he was killed in battle. What kind of beast is that? Yi Tian asked. I don't know, the Moon Emperor shook his head, that fierce beast is very big, estimated to be 3,000 meters long, it rushed out of the ground, it killed the Blood-Eyed Witch Emperor with just one tail, and killed more than a dozen emperors with one claw, and if I didn't have a defensive treasure to block one of the claws of that fierce beast, I'm afraid I would have been killed with one blow. Judging from the appearance, that fierce beast should have something to do with a dragon, even if it is not a real dragon, it is also a worm or dragon beast with dragon blood. Dragons? Yi Tian is not surprised that there are dragons in the beast world, and Xiaoxue is a dragon. What color is the beast's skin? Yi Tian asked. Black, said the Moon Emperor. Yi Tian breathed a sigh of relief. If it was black, it would have nothing to do with Xiaoxue. He was afraid that if he was Xiaoxue's closest relative, it would be difficult to deal with. He has a good relationship with Xiaoxue, but he doesn't want to fight with Xiaoxue's closest relatives. Moon Emperor, what should I do now? Can I go back? Yi Tian asked. The Moon Emperor shook his head. There is no way to go back for the time being. Once the space crack is blocked, it will not be opened in a short time, otherwise the fierce beast will rush into the Earth, and the consequences will be unimaginable. For now, I can only take one step at a time, and I don't have any good way. If that incomparably terrifying black beast attacks the spatial rift, I'm afraid the human race won't be able to stop it, right? Yi Tian was a little worried. Don't worry. The Zhonghai Superbase also has whole cards. It is not so easy for that fierce beast to defeat humans. For example, the fact that the spatial rift has not been attacked by the fierce beast is the best proof. Whole cards? Yi Tian was very curious. God of War Tower. The Moon Emperor spoke. God of War Tower? Yi Tian remembered the extremely mysterious God of War Tower of the Zhonghai Superbase. He had always thought that the God of War Tower was just a treasure to assist human cultivation. Could it be that there were other means? Although you are an official member of the God of War Tower, you have very little authority, but when the authority is elevated to a certain level, you can use the God of War Tower to launch an attack. There are currently 3 people in the human race who have this permission. One is the Emperor of the Battle Axe, one is the Emperor of Qin Sect, and there is also the Emperor of the War Dragon. This Emperor of the War Dragon has been guarding the Tower of the God of War, and his strength is second only to the Emperor of the Battle Axe. The 3 great emperors had 3 chances to activate the God of War Tower's attack, and they may have already used one to severely damage the Black Beast, said the Moon Emperor. I see. Yi Tian said clearly. No wonder the terrifying strength of the Black Beast only destroyed the base on this side of the Beast world, but it didn't push it sideways. It turns out that humans have whole cards like the God of War Tower. Moon Emperor, after the 3 chances are used up, it should be possible to use them again, right? Yi Tian asked again. Yes, it can be used again, but it will take a 10-year interval. The last time, that is, 20 years ago, the fierce beast hit this side of the Earth, and it was not pushed back until 10 years ago, because the 3 chances were used up, and 10 years ago, the 3 chances to activate the attack of the God of War Tower were resumed, and the fierce beast was driven back to the beast world again in one fell swoop, said the Moon Emperor. We must get strong as soon as possible. Yi Tian said secretly. If the 3 opportunities of the human race to activate the God of War Tower are used up, it will be difficult to resist the fierce beast, and the battlefield will inevitably be transferred to the Earth, which will be too dangerous, and if you are not careful, the battlefield will be extended to the Zhonghai superbase. Cultivate. Yi Tian immediately decided. But just as he was about to cultivate, the Moon Emperor spoke. Yi Tian, do you want to enter the Moon God Pavilion to cultivate? Moon God Pavilion? Yi Tian was puzzled. We can't go back to the Zhonghai superbase now, how can we enter the Moon God Pavilion? The Moon God Pavilion has actually been on me all along, and the Moon God Pavilion of the Moon God sect is actually just an ordinary building, just to hide people's eyes. The Moon Emperor easily told such a secret. The Luna Pavilion is on you. Yi Tian was really shocked. Why are you so good to me? Yi Tian asked with some curiosity. At this time, the Moon Emperor hesitated, and his face suddenly turned a little red. It's nothing, I just think it's fate. The Moon Emperor said. Fate? Yi Tian didn't believe this statement, and why did he feel that the Moon Emperor was a little shy, as if he was a little daughter? Is this still the Moon Emperor? However, what Yi Tian didn't know was that this so-called fate was not an ordinary fate, but a marriage fate. The inheritance that the Moon Emperor once obtained is the inheritance of the ancient civilization Yuezong, and there is a treasure in the inheritance of the Yuezong, the marriage jade, and those who have refined the marriage treasure will be able to sense the future marriage person. And the last time, the moment Yi Tian saw the Moon Emperor returning from outside the base, the Moon Emperor also noticed her, and he sensed that Yi Tian was his marriage person from the marriage jade. Because of this, she allowed Yi Tian to assist her. Otherwise, it would be impossible for her to let Yi Tian assist her. Even if the mission failed, she would not allow others to hold her hand. The Tomahawk Emperor and the others wondered why the Moon Emperor's personality suddenly changed drastically, and this was the reason for this. It's just that the Tomahawk Emperor and others don't know about the marriage of Baiyu, so they are very shocked. Of course. These things, Emperor Yu is naturally inconvenient to say, and he is embarrassed to say them. Besides, she only has a slight affection for Yi Tian at present, and she is a little curious, and she has not yet risen to the level of love. However, she felt that Yi Tian's strength was a little weak, so she wanted to improve Yi Tian's strength and let Yi Tian protect himself as much as possible in this war. So she proposed the Moon God Pavilion and let Yi Tian enter the Moon God Pavilion for a month to cultivate. Yi Tian, this is the Moon God Pavilion, you will enter the cultivation later. A white jade attic appeared in the palm of the Moon Emperor's hand, with a total of 3 floors. Originally, it was just a small white jade attic, but it soon broke away from the Moon Emperor's palm and became a 10-meter-high white jade attic. Yi Tian did not hesitate, and dodged into the Moon God Pavilion. He is not willing to let go of such a good opportunity. When Yi Tian entered the Moon God Pavilion, the voice of the Moon Emperor came. Yi Tian, I can only open the first layer of the Moon God Pavilion at present, you can cultivate on the first layer. Moon Emperor rode. Good. Yi Tian sat cross-legged and began to cultivate in an attempt to open up his brain. Rumble. Streams of mysterious aura poured into Yi Tian's body, accelerating the opening up of the brain domain. What a speed! Yi Tian was overjoyed. Then, he began to speed up the 3-fold time and continue to cultivate. It didn't take long for Yi Tian to open up 1% of his brain domain, which was many times faster than before. The Moon Emperor has opened up 100% of the deep brain domain in 3 years, and I am a Shiri level talent. It is estimated that I can open up 100% of the brain domain in 6 or 7 months, and I can speed up 3 times, and the outside world can open up 100% of the brain domain in more than 2 months. Yi Tian said with a sigh. It's a pity that he can only cultivate here for a month. A month is just a month, according to what the Moon God said. The cost of opening the Moon God Pavilion is very high, and it requires the consumption of a huge amount of resources, and I can't be too greedy. Yi Tian thought. Time passed day by day, and Yi Tian's cultivation was progressing at an incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, a month has come. Chapter 189. Yi Tian slowly opened his eyes and finished his cultivation. At this time, he had already opened up 80% of the deep brain domain, and he had already opened up 34% of the deep brain domain, plus a month of cultivation in the Moon God Pavilion for a month. He had opened up another 46% of the deep brain domain, making him open up 80% of his deep brain domain, and his body strength had reached 8 dragon power. Wow! Yi Tian was ostracized by the Moon God Pavilion and fell in front of the Moon Emperor. Yi Tian, your cultivation is... The Moon Emperor covered his mouth lightly, his face shocked. Before, Yi Tian's cultivation had only opened up more than 30% of the deep brain domain, but now that he had only entered the Moon God Pavilion for a month, he had suddenly stepped into the level of opening up 80% of the deep brain domain. What kind of cultivation speed is this? I'm talented, my cultivation speed is a little faster. Yi Tian could only say so. The Moon Emperor glanced at Yi Tian deeply, and had already guessed that Yi Tian's talent should be very high, and it must be above the level of Huayue level cultivation talent, but she didn't ask too much, so as not to arouse Yi Tian's disgust. It seemed that he was stimulated by Yi Tian, and the Moon Emperor also went to retreat in practice. In the following time, Yi Tian opened up the deep brain domain while cultivating the Star Slash. Star Slash is a legendary level sword skill, and once he succeeds in cultivation, his strength will inevitably increase a lot. In order to cultivate the Star Slash, Yi Tian occasionally hunted and killed fierce beasts, often practicing with powerful saint-level fierce beasts. Of course, without opening the mystery-level strength talent, he only used the half-finished Star Slash to fight the enemy. At the beginning, some powerful saint-level fierce beasts could also withstand a few slashes from Yi Tian, and in the end, Yi Tian killed that kind of very powerful saint-level fierce beast with a single blow. Half a month later. Star Slash is finally here. My strength should be enough to match the level of 36, right? Yi Tian thought secretly. The physical strength has reached the power of 8 dragons, followed by the increase of Yuan power is the power of 16 dragons. The strength of the arcane level has increased by 100 times, and the entry-level legendary level sword skill Star Slash has been increased by 30 times. In this way, Yi Tian's strongest attack power has reached 48,000 dragon power. What a concept! Ordinary Emperor level, just promoted, physical strength is only 100 dragon power. After the increase of Yuan power, it only exerts the power of 200 dragons, but Yi Tian's attack power is 480 times that of ordinary Emperor level, and he can easily crush an ordinary Emperor level. Of course, there is still a big difference between it and the Emperor level of the Tomahawk Emperor. He asked the Moon Emperor, among the 36 emperors, the attack power of the Battle Axe Emperor exceeded the power of 1 million dragons, reaching the power of 1.2 million dragons. Because the body strength of the Battle Axe Emperor reached 300 dragon power, the power of the arcane level increased by 100 times, the consummation level gold level axe skill increased by 20 times, and the Yuan force increased by 2 times, which only reached the power of 1.2 million dragons. It was undoubtedly difficult for Yi Tian's strength to reach the level of the Battle Axe Emperor, but compared to the weaker emperors among the 36 emperors, he was not weak at all. Among the weaker emperors of the 36 emperors, the strongest attack power is only 40 or 50,000 dragon power. And Yi Tian is not very weak in terms of defense and speed, although he is not as good as the 36 emperors, but with his top spatial talent and time talent, he can even kill a weaker 36 emperor. Yi Tian secretly set this goal. After hunting the fierce beast and coming back, Yi Tian took a look at the Moon Emperor. At this time, the Moon Emperor was in a very good state, his injuries had completely recovered, even the dark injuries were healed, and his aura was much stronger than before, so it can be seen that the retreat during this period of time has also gained a little. Yi Tian, you're back. The Moon Emperor opened his eyes and finished his cultivation. Yi Tian nodded, bring back the meat of a red sheep beast today, we can eat braised red mutton tonight. Eating every day is a habit that Yi Tian maintains, and Emperor you didn't like to eat at first, but when he saw that Yi Tian had eaten for a few days, he also joined in. Okay. The Moon Emperor nodded slightly, revealing an imperceptible smile. After dinner. The Moon Emperor suddenly spoke, Yi Tian, there is one thing I need your help with. What's the matter? Yi Tian looked at the Moon Emperor and felt the solemnity of the Moon Emperor. In 3 days, I'm going to impact the innate moon spirit body, can you help me protect the Dharma? The Moon Emperor bit his lip lightly and said. Dharma protectors? Yi Tian agreed without thinking about it. The Moon Emperor hurriedly explained, my retreat this time is not ordinary, I need to enter the heavenly dome for retreat, and at that time, there may be some flying fierce beasts, and even emperor-level fierce beasts. Why do you want to go to retreat above the heavenly vault? Yi Tian was a little puzzled. Because of the special cultivation of the emperor level, the Moon Emperor began to explain, the holy level is to open up the brain domain, while the emperor level is to absorb special energy to refine the whole body and break the limits of the body. Every time you break a limit, you can get 100 dragon power, and the Tomahawk Emperor has broken the physical limit twice, and I have also broken the physical limit twice. There are generally several ways to break the limits of your body, one is to absorb the energy related to your natural attributes. For example, I have an arcane level moon god talent, which can absorb the power of the moon, and I can constantly absorb the power of the moon to refine my body. As for the Tomahawk Emperor, as far as I know, he doesn't have any attribute talents, so he can only use his vitality to refine his body and break the limit. At the Emperor level, the progress of the Tomahawk Emperor is actually relatively slow. Many emperors have broken the limit 3 times, but the Tomahawk Emperor is still in the state of breaking the limit of 3 times. But the Tomahawk Emperor's top-level Tomahawk talent and the mystery-level strength talent can be superimposed, which is the reason why he has become the first powerhouse of the Zhonghai super base. Then if you have a flame talent, wouldn't you be able to use flames to refine your body? Yi Tian asked. Not bad, the Moon Emperor nodded. Flame talents can use flames to refine their bodies, and water talents can use the power of water to refine their bodies. Of course, if these attribute talents are not high, the refining effect is not as good as a simple yuan qi quenching body. The talents that can really quickly refine the body are all mystical level attribute talents, and only the mystical level attribute talents can temper a person's body to the innate attribute body, such as the innate fire spirit body, the innate water spirit body, and the innate moon spirit body, etc. What if a person has multiple mystical level attribute talents, what good will it be? Yi Tian was very curious. The Moon Emperor's eyes widened, staring at Yi Tian, and said, how can there be such a person? It is very rebellious to be able to have an arcane-level attribute talent, and you still want to have more than one, but if there are really more than one, then this person's cultivation speed will be super fast. There is a certain limit to the ability of just one mystery-level attribute talent to borrow attribute energy to refine the body, and when it reaches a certain level, it will be very slow. For example, I am now using the moon power to refine the body very slowly, far less than at the beginning. If you have multiple mystery-level attribute talents, such as the 3 attributes of fire, water, and moon, first temper your body with the power of fire, and then temper it with the power of water, and then temper it with the power of the moon, and easily break the limits one by one, much faster than a single attribute. Rumble. Emperor Yu's words made Yi Tian realize a broad road. Chapter 190. Before, Yi Tian had always thought that a series of talents such as fire talents and water talents were of little use to him, so he had not copied them much, otherwise it would not be difficult for him to gather a few mystery-level talents. But now, he finally realized the usefulness of those attribute talents to him. It can allow him to cultivate quickly at the Emperor level, coupled with the cultivation talent of the Shi-Ri level. Once he steps into the Emperor level, he will definitely quickly surpass others and become the first in the Zhonghai super base. First copy the Moon Emperor's mysterious level Moon God talent. Yi Tian silently copied the Moon Emperor's mysterious level Moon God talent. Soon, 3 days passed. This day, the moon in the beast world was very bright, several times brighter than the previous moon. According to the Moon Emperor, today is the moon day, the moon is the brightest day of the year, and the moon power is several times richer than usual. It can absorb the lunar power on the ground, and its lunar power is not enough for the Moon Emperor to practice into the body of the innate moon spirit, and he must fly to the sky, and the lunar power on it has not been weakened too much, and it is several times richer than the ground. But on the day of the moon, many fierce beasts that absorb the power of the moon will also rush into the sky, and once they find the Moon Emperor, they may attack it. Because of this, the Moon Emperor will need to be guarded. If he gave up this opportunity, the Moon Emperor would not be reconciled. Because once she has cultivated the innate moon spirit body, her cultivation speed will increase greatly in the future, and she will also be able to take the opportunity to break the 3rd physical limit, and her strength will inevitably increase a lot, comparable to the combat power of the Battle Axe Emperor. If it was replaced by Yi Tian, he would also take the risk of absorbing the lunar power to impact the innate moon spirit body. Let's go up. The Moon Emperor looked at the moon above the sky and said. Phew. The two flew up, and soon passed through the atmosphere and reached the top of the sky. But at this time, Yi Tian found that he couldn't rise anymore no matter what. No need to try, there's no way to leave this beast world, the Moon Emperor shook his head. With the Moon Emperor's explanation, Yi Tian gradually understood. The beast world is actually a planet, a very large planet, and you can see the shadow of an endless huge planet when you look down from here, but you still can't observe the entire planet. On the exterior of the beast planet, there are layers of faint membranes, and the great Emperor level can't break this membrane. There is also this membrane on the Earth, which was reborn after the birth of the Yuan Qi, and the Earth did not have this membrane more than 100 years ago. According to the speculation of the emperors, this membrane is the self-protection of the Earth, and it is also a means of defense, which is unique to the metaverse planet. But this method has also become a shackle to bind living beings. If you don't have the strength above the great Emperor level, there is no way to leave your own planet, unless you use the space rift to go to other planets. There is no other way. Yi Tian, I'm starting. If you really can't resist it, then interrupt my promotion, don't fight for me. The Moon Emperor reminded. Don't worry, it's going to be fine. Yi Tian smiled slightly. The Moon Emperor seemed to be much relieved by Yi Tian's smile, and sat cross-legged to open the Moon God talent. Rumble. A full moon rose from behind the Moon Emperor, as if turning into a small moon. This is the manifestation of the arcane-level Luna God's talent. Under the attraction of the mystery-level Moon God's talent, a large amount of moon blossom turned into pure moon power and began to refine the body of the Moon Emperor, slowly transforming his body into the body of the innate moon spirit. Yi Tian withdrew his attention from the Moon Emperor and began to observe the surroundings. It didn't take long. A saint-level fierce beast that looked like a bat flew over, seemingly attracted by the rich moon power on the Moon Emperor's side. Die. Yi Tian slashed over with a knife, instantly slashing this saint-level fierce beast, and the two corpses floated in the sky. As time passed, one after another saint-level fierce beasts rushed over, dying batch after batch, and occasionally some emperor-level fierce beasts also ran over, but they were not Yi Tian's opponents, and they were easily killed by Yi Tian. Half an hour passed. The aura on the Moon Emperor's body was a lot stronger, but it was still a lot short of cultivating the innate moon spirit body. After only glancing at the Moon Emperor, Yi Tian once again observed the situation around him. At the same time, he unlocked the blood-devouring talent, absorbing a large amount of the blood of fierce beasts to make up for the loss of his own strength. Suddenly, the aura of an emperor-level fierce beast caught Yi Tian's attention. The speed of that emperor-level fierce beast was super fast, and it rushed over like a bloodlight. An emperor-level fierce beast second only to the 36 emperor level. Yi Tian said with a solemn expression. It's not that he's afraid of this kind of emperor-level beast, but if he can't kill it in a short time, it will inevitably affect the Moon Emperor, which will interrupt the Moon Emperor's promotion. During this period of time, he unconsciously developed an inexplicable affection for the Moon Emperor, and naturally did not want the Moon Emperor to be harmed. Disturb the Moon Emperor promotioner, die. Yi Tian's right hand shook the void. Rumble. The void froze, and the speed of the emperor-level beast in the distance suddenly dropped a lot, as if a layer of restraint was acting on it. Arcane-level strength talent. God-level speed talent. Star slash. Kill. The brilliant knife seemed to cut through time and space, slashing at the emperor-level fierce beast, leaving a huge mark on its body. Boom. The emperor-level beast flew out upside down. The scales are strong, aren't they? Slash, break me. Yi Tian held the Morning Star knife weapon and slashed at the opponent's scale armor with a slashing blow. The next moment, the opponent's scale armor shattered, revealing flesh and blood. And this emperor-level fierce beast wanted to kill Yi Tian with one tail, but Yi Tian used his time talent to dodge it. Puff puff puff. Yi Tian looked at the opponent's broken scale armor with a knife, and after dozens of knives, he thoroughly understood the opponent's life. It all seemed like a long time, but it only ended in between breaths. It can be said that this emperor-level beast is very unlucky. If it encounters other Tyrannosaurus emperors like the 36 emperors, it may be able to escape, but Yi Tian has too many means, and it has no hope of escaping. Next, there was no too powerful emperor-level beast attack. After all, the beast world is very big, and the emperor-level beast is not a bad street. How can it happen to be nearby? Therefore, the fierce beasts that appeared later were basically some saint-level fierce beasts. A few more hours passed, and the moon was about to set. That's when it happened. A bright light suddenly appeared on the Moon Emperor's body, and countless moon power poured into her body, and her aura became stronger and stronger, and her body was like a real moon goddess. Yi Tian on the side was really stunned. It's beautiful. Yi Tian could only say this word at the moment, and too much decoration could not describe the beauty of the Moon Emperor. He knew that the Moon Emperor's innate moon spirit body was about to be cultivated. The light dissipated, and the moon spirit seemed to return to its roots, and the moon power was all hidden in the body. Yi Tian, thank you for your hard work. The Moon Emperor stood up and spoke. Immediately, she glanced around and found a large number of fierce beast corpses, including the corpses of emperor-level fierce beasts. From these corpses, it can be seen that Yi Tian has experienced a very fierce battle, but he has never let a fierce beast cross his body and affect her. Thinking of this, Emperor Yu's heart couldn't help but be moved. Maybe he's really good as my marriage. The Moon Emperor thought so in his heart. Chapter 191. The Moon Emperor has already cultivated the innate moon spirit body, and although he has not yet broken the third physical limit, he no longer has to stay in the heavenly vault, and he can go down and slowly impact the third physical limit. Let's go down. Moon Emperor said. Good. Yi Tian flew down with the Moon Emperor, and soon returned to the temporary cave mansion where he lived before. In the next few days, the Moon Emperor began to hit the limit of his third body, which did not need to be guarded. And Yi Tian also continued to open up the brain domain. He still had a few treasures on his body that opened up the brain domain, which had been useless when he was cultivating in the Moon God Pavilion before, and now he was ready to use them all up, striving to improve his cultivation a little more. Day 3 time. The Moon Emperor successfully broke the third physical limit, and his strength increased a lot, which was enough to compete with the Tomahawk Emperor. Originally, Yi Tian was going to cultivate here with the Moon Emperor until the Emperor level. But plans are not as good as changes. Yi Tian, the Tomahawk Emperor, has sent a message. There seems to be something wrong in the beast world. The beasts have retreated, and the black beast is gone. The Tomahawk Emperor is ready to reopen a new base in the beast world. We can go back. Moon Emperor said. You can go back. Yi Tian was a little happy, but also a little lost. Happy is that you can go back, you won't be trapped in the beast world, and if you are lost, you will be separated from the Moon Emperor. Unconsciously, he had become accustomed to the days of staying with the Moon Emperor, and even felt a little melancholy in his heart at the thought of separating from the Moon Emperor. Although after going back, you can still see the Moon Emperor, but there is still a big gap between the identities of the two. The Moon Emperor is an Emperor level, a powerful Emperor level whose combat power is comparable to that of the Battle Axe Emperor, and he is the suzerain of the Moon God Sect, in charge of the Moon God Sect, which is comparable to the 4 major forces, and his status is high. And what about him? It's just a saint level. Even if its strength is comparable to the weaker 36 emperors, it's still a saint level, and the heavenly pavilion he created is just a small force, not even a force. If he returned to the Zhonghai superbase, he would definitely not be able to get along with the Moon Emperor like this. The Moon Emperor also seemed to have thought of this, and a faint sense of loss appeared on his face. Coincidentally, both of them did not speak. After a long time, the Moon Emperor spoke. Yi Tian, you can come to the Moon God Sect as a guest at any time in the future, or you can come to me. Saying this, the Moon Emperor seemed to use all his strength, and his whole body trembled. Okay, I'll definitely go find you. Yi Tian smiled happily. He knew that the Moon Emperor must have a good impression of him, otherwise he would not have said this. You must know that men are absolutely not allowed to enter the Moon God Sect. Even if a man who marries a female disciple of the Moon God Sect and joins the peripheral forces of the Moon God Sect, he will not be allowed to enter the Moon God Sect. Only on the day of the Moon God Sect ceremony, maybe a few emperors came to visit, so they had the opportunity to enter, but like Yi Tian, he could enter the Moon God Sect at any time, and he could even go to the Moon Emperor's man. Only Yi Tian was alone. Then I'll wait for you. The Moon Emperor also smiled, smiling very happily. The smile that bloomed was not at all like the usual Moon Emperor. The Moon Goddess, who was so cold that mortals could not touch it, seemed to have changed someone. If Yi Tian is now the first person in the Zhonghai superbase, he may hold the Moon Emperor in his arms, but he is only a saint level now. If he confesses to the Moon Emperor now, confirm the relationship with the Moon Emperor. The Moon Emperor may not mind, and may even be happy, but what do the others at the Zhonghai superbase think? Will even think that Yi Tian is a little white face, and when he falls in love with the Moon Emperor, there may be more ugly words to say. He wouldn't mind others talking about him, but he wouldn't allow others to say the Moon Emperor. Therefore, he has to confess to the Moon Emperor with the strongest attitude, not now. He believes that this day will not be long. Day 2. Yi Tian and the Moon Emperor returned to the spatial rift. Not far from the spatial rift, a brand new base is being built, and a top-level formation mage and a morning star formation are arranging a large formation. It is estimated that it will not be long before a brand new base is built. But when the Moon Emperor returned, many people breathed a sigh of relief. There have been too many fallen emperors during this time, especially the fall of the Blood-Eyed Witch Emperor has completely hit the morale of the Zhonghai superbase, and the Witch God Temple has completely declined after losing the Blood-Eyed Witch Emperor and the Tyrannosaurus Emperor, and is even about to fall to one of the 4 major forces. And the disappearance of the Moon Emperor also made the Moon God Sect fall into chaos during this time. Many people think that the Moon God Sect has fallen, and once the Moon God Sect loses the Moon Emperor, the Moon God Sect with insufficient background may not even be regarded as a top power, and can only be reduced to an ordinary big force. Fortunately, now, the Moon Emperor has returned safely, and everyone in the Moon God Sect is relieved. As for Yi Tian, no one paid attention to it. And not long after the return of the Moon Emperor, Yi Tian became famous. Because the Moon Emperor announced that Yi Tian would be listed as the most popular guest of honor in the Moon God Sect, he could enter the Moon God sect at any time in the future without being blocked, and once Yi Tian visited, he had to notify her as soon as possible. When this news came out, Yi Tian became the target of many men, and even many women in the Moon God sect began to be jealous of Yi Tian. In short, Yi Tian is on fire again. China shipping superbase. Yi Tian came back, and Feng-killing blood came to him for tea and chatting for the first time. Yi Tian, I didn't expect you to come back alive, don't get me wrong, I'm not cursing you. It's true that you are amazing, so many emperors have fallen, but you survived, the top stealth talent is too awesome. Wind Slaughter exclaimed. It's just luck. Yi Tian smiled and didn't explain too much. If he only had the top-level stealth talent, he would have died no one for a long time. While chatting, Feng-killing blood suddenly asked in a low voice, Yi Tian, what is your relationship with the Moon Emperor? She actually allows you to enter the Moon God sect at any time, and no one is allowed to stop you. Do you know that you are the only man in the entire Zhenghai superbase who has this treatment? Maybe the Moon Emperor has taken a fancy to me? Yi Tian said this deliberately. He wasn't joking, he was telling the truth. But Feng Slaughter rolled his eyes, cut, you are not more handsome than me, just because you will make the Moon Emperor fall in love? I have heard that the Moon Emperor does not like men at all. I heard that the Moon Emperor was severely injured by an extremely terrifying beast at the beginning, and then disappeared. Are you because you saved the Moon Emperor, the Moon Emperor treated you like this? Obviously, Feng Slaughter made up some plots in his mind and came up with this answer. Well, I did save the Moon Emperor. Yi Tian said helplessly. I'll just say, this must be the reason. Wind-killing blood said with a very smart expression. Yi Tian, do you know how many great emperors died this time? Feng Slaughter's expression suddenly became solemn. I don't know. Yi Tian shook his head. He just came back, and he really doesn't know how many emperors have died. The exact number has not yet been announced, but I heard that 40% of the emperors died, and a total of 16 of the 36 emperors fell. Wind Slaughter sighed. With so many emperors killed, the loss of the Zhenghai superbase was even more tragic than the war 10 or 20 years ago. In the future, without 10 years of accumulation, the strength of the China shipping superbase will not be able to recover to its peak level. Chapter 192. 36 emperors died 16? Yi Tian also gasped, this loss was too great. It's nothing if an ordinary emperor dies a little more, but the emperor of the level of the 36th emperor is the pillar of the Zhenghai superbase, and losing one is a heavy loss. The loss of 1636 emperors at once can definitely be regarded as hurting the foundation. Yes, the 36th emperor is definitely going to be rearranged, but the quality of the 36th emperor behind is definitely lower, not as good as the previous 36th emperor. The wind kills blood, the beast retreats, what is the situation? Yi Tian was curious. He could have asked Emperor Yu, but after thinking about it carefully, he still didn't ask. Emperor Yu must be very busy now, so many great emperors have died, her burden must be very heavy now, and he doesn't want to bother her because of a question. I don't know, I heard that there is a treasure in the world of fierce beasts, many fierce beasts have gone to snatch it, and the black fierce beast that killed many emperors before has also gone. Anyway, I don't know the specific situation, the human race is now greatly damaged, so naturally I don't dare to send people to investigate the situation, otherwise if I lose it again, this Zhenghai superbase will not be able to hold it. Baby. Yi Tian thought of treasures such as the God of War Monument and the Enlightenment Heavenly Monument. Perhaps only such a treasure would be enough to cause such emperor-level fierce beasts to snatch and fight. It's a pity that his current strength is relatively weak, otherwise he would really want to snatch it. After parting with the wind and blood, Yi Tian returned to the heavenly pavilion. The development of Tiengda during this period of time is very good, and several grandmasters and many great martial artists have been born, and his sister Yi Yu is already a king-level powerhouse. Even if Yi Tian is not there, the heavenly pavilion with a king-level seat is a small force. Yi Tian handed over the massive amount of fierce beast blood collected from the fierce beast world to his sister Yi Yu, told him some tasks, and returned home. When he got home, he saw Little Blood. Little Blood had awakened from its slumber. Ha ha ha, master, my Little Blood has become very powerful. As soon as Xiao Shui saw Yi Tian, he shouted excitedly. Really? Yi Tian said with a wicked smile. Space confinement. Yi Tian used his spatial talent to suppress Xiao Blood. Under the ability of spatial confinement, the void is frozen, and Xiao Shui is only a king-level extreme cultivator, and no matter how strong his talent is, he can't break free from the frozen void. Master, what's the matter, why can't I move? Xiao Blood's voice shouted in Yi Tian's heart. You are only at the king level, your master and I will soon be at the emperor level. I use a little trick, you can't move. Do you think you are still very strong? Yi Tian deliberately stimulated Xiao Shui. Oh my god, master, are you already so strong? My little blood is already a young battle blood dragon, and my talent has been completely transformed. Why are you still so weak? Little blood was completely struck. Yi Tian touched Xiao Shui's head. Xiao Shui, you are almost invincible among the kings, it's just that your master is too strong, not that you are too weak. He could only comfort him like this, lest Xiao blood really be hit and lose his confidence. So that's the case, I'll just say that my little blood is very awesome now, how can it be weak? Little Blood Toe said proudly. Little Blood, if you work hard to cultivate, you will definitely become an incomparably powerful dragon in the future. Those emperor-level fierce beasts are not worthy of lifting your shoes. Yi Tian praised. Ahem. Xiao Shui nodded again and again, his eyes lit up, and he agreed with Yi Tian's point of view. Yi Tian didn't mean to praise Xiao Shui, but Xiao blood is indeed very awesome. Just now, he had already checked the talent of the little blood, and the little blood that had absorbed the water dragon ball had completely transformed. Its talent has improved a lot. Species, Bloody Dragon. Bloodline talent, Dawn level. Strength talent, Pseudo-Mystery, 70%. Defense talent, Pseudo-Arcane, 60%. Speed talent, Top. Bloodthirsty talent, Pseudo-Mystery, 80%. Flying talent, Top. Dragon Flame talent, Top. Healing talent, Top. Dragon Casting talent, Top. Bloodbone talent, Advanced. Dragon Soul talent, Top. Except for the Blood and Bone talent, all the other talents are above the top level, and the Strength talent, Defense talent, and Blood Devouring talent have all reached the Pseudo-Arcane level, and it is not difficult to become an Arcane level talent. And other top-level talents also have the opportunity to transform into mystical level talents, and they only need Xiao Shui to work hard to comprehend the mysteries. With such a gorgeous and powerful top 10 talents, Xiao blood is not known to be many times stronger than those emperor-level beasts in the fierce beast world, and his future potential is not so much comparable to that of emperor-level fierce beasts. But Yi Tian couldn't boast too much about the small blood, lest it swell too much. After staying at home for a few days, Yi Tian was ready to go to the fierce beast world to find other mystery-level talents to prepare for emperor-level cultivation in the future. But before leaving, he was going to meet the Moon Emperor and inform her. Moon God Sect, in front of the sect. Yi Tian came here, and 2 female disciples of the Moon God Sect stopped Yi Tian. The land of the Moon God Sect, men are not allowed to enter. My name is Yi Tian, and I'm here to find the Moon Emperor. Yi Tian said. Yi Tian. The 2 female disciples shouted in surprise. They are too familiar with this name, they have been talking about Yi Tian every day during this time, but they didn't expect Yi Tian to appear in front of them today. It seems to be really Yi Tian, I have seen the portrait, but I didn't recognize it for a while just now. One of the female disciples whispered. After confirming Yi Tian's identity, they didn't dare to stop it, and one of the female disciples led Yi Tian into the Moon God Sect. Along. Many female disciples of the Moon God Sect looked at Yi Tian and discussed secretly. In this regard, Yi Tian did not care and was indifferent. Distance. Above an attic. The Sunset Moon Holy Maiden and several maids also cast their eyes and saw Yi Tian, who was walking towards the palace where the Moon God Sect Master was located. Yi Tian, it's him. The Sunset Moon Saintess looked at Yi Tian curiously with a pair of beautiful eyes. Not long ago, Yi Tian was still at the same level as her, and Yi Tian also took over her task and helped her subdue the fierce beast. At that time, she still thought that Yi Tian's strength was inferior to her. Who knows, Yi Tian soon became the 7th on the king list, with 7-star king level combat power, and soon became a saint level, leaping to the great saint level combat power, surpassing the Wind and Blood, and becoming the most powerful young man of the generation of Zhenghai Super Base. But who would have expected that Yi Tian would suddenly get mixed into the emperor level circle, and he also became a very good person with their sect master, Lord Moon Emperor, and even asked Lord Moon Emperor to make an exception to let Yi Tian enter the Moon God Sect. This incident caused a huge uproar in the Moon God Sect, and many of the Moon God Sect elders strongly opposed it, but they were all suppressed by the Moon Emperor, and all the elders were subdued with great strength, and one person decided the matter. For all this, the Holy Maiden of the Setting Moon is naturally very familiar. But until now, she was still in a trance. Yi Tian, who was originally associated with her peers, seemed to have become her elder all of a sudden. Holy Maiden, why do you say that Lord Moon Emperor is so good to Yi Tian? A maid asked curiously. I don't know, no one knows what Lord Moon Emperor thinks, maybe it's really as rumored. Yi Tian saved the Moon Emperor's life, and the Moon Emperor is very grateful to Yi Tian. The Sunset Moon Saintess muttered. But is that really the case? Even if there is really a life-saving grace, it is enough to give some more rewards. Why do you have to let Yi Tian enter the Moon God sect at any time and break the rules set by the Moon Emperor himself? It's unreasonable to think about it. Chapter 193. Moon God Sect, Moon God Temple. The Moon Emperor lives in the Moon God Temple, and usually the Moon Emperor basically cultivates here alone, and even the disciples of the Moon God Sect cannot enter. But today, Yi Tian went in. At this time, inside the Temple of the Moon God, Yi Tian sat with the Moon Emperor. Yi Tian, I'm very happy that you can come. The Moon Emperor smiled for the first time in a long time. In the past few days, she has been too busy, not only to deal with the things accumulated by the Moon God sect during this time, but also the fall of many great emperors. As one of the 36 emperors, she also needs to deal with the relationship between the major forces. Busy and busy, even if she is an emperor, she feels tired. Now, when she saw Yi Tian, the tiredness in her heart seemed to disappear in an instant. Moon Emperor, I'm also very happy to see you. Yi Tian smiled happily. Don't call me the Moon Emperor, you can call me. Where? The Moon Emperor tugged at the corners of his clothes and said a little nervously. Okay, then I'll call you Where in the future. Yi Tian knew that the Moon Emperor's real name was Xiao Yu, but no one dared to call her by her real name, let alone call her Where. Yi Tian was allowed to call the Moon Emperor Where, and the relationship between the two was undoubtedly one step closer. The two chatted for a long time, talking about the things of the Moon Emperor in the past few days, about cultivation, and about the past. A few hours later, Yi Tian finally said the purpose of coming this time, Where, I'm going to enter the beast world again and stay there for a while. Yi Tian, it's too dangerous there. The Moon Emperor was a little worried. Don't worry, I have a talent for stealth, and I have many life-saving methods, so I don't have to worry about security. As soon as I step into the Emperor level, I will come back. With my strength, I will soon be able to step into the Emperor level. When I come back, I can truly protect you. Yi Tian said very sincerely. Okay, then I'll wait for you to come back and protect me. The Moon Emperor said with a blushing face. Unconsciously, Yi Tian held the hand of the Moon Emperor, but the Moon Emperor did not retract and let Yi Tian hold it. This time, both sides felt each other's hearts. Not long after, Yi Tian still left. The next day, Yi Tian left the Zhonghai Superbase and entered the Fierce Beast world on the other side of the 5-star spatial rift. After entering the world of fierce beasts, Yi Tian naturally did not become arrogant, but turned on the top-level stealth talent in a low-key manner, looking for mystery-level talents everywhere. The world of fierce beasts is very large, there are too many powerful fierce beasts, and there are still many fierce beasts with mystery-level attribute talents. As Yi Tian deepened, he soon discovered an Emperor-level fierce beast, and the other party had an arcane-level fire domain talent. Species, Fire Phoenix. Bloodline talent, Radiant Moon. Flying talent, Top. Fire domain talent, Arcanon. Defense talents, Top. There is only one mystery-level talent of the Fire Phoenix bird, which is relatively powerful among the Emperor-level fierce beasts, but it is not a fierce beast of the level of the 36th Emperor. Therefore, after Yi Tian copied the mysterious level fire domain talent of this Fire Phoenix bird, he killed the other party, which could be regarded as reducing an Emperor-level fierce beast opponent for the human race. Subsequently, Yi Tian found a place to fuse this mysterious level fire domain talent. Then, Yi Tian began to look for other mystery-level talents, and finally spent another 3 days finding an Emperor-level fierce beast with an arcane-level talent again. Species, Windrunner. Bloodline talent, Radiant Moon. Strength talents, Top. Storm talent, Arcanon. Speed talent, Pseudo-Arcane, 30%. Defense talent, Elementary. The strength of this Emperor-level beast is not very strong, but it is much stronger than the average Emperor-level beast. Its storm talent is a powerful talent that can form a storm. If there is no other Emperor level to stop it, a storm is enough to destroy a superbase. Yi Tian copied the Windwalker's mysterious level storm talent, and attacked and killed the opponent, but the Windwalker, who was only a primary defense talent, didn't even resist Yi Tian's move, and was killed with one blow. After fusing the Armagician level storm talent, Yi Tian didn't look for the Armage level talent anymore, because his 2 copy opportunities had already been used up, and he needed to wait for another half a month. So, Yi Tian opened up a temporary cave mansion, entered the cultivation state, and opened up a deep brain domain. That's it. Every time Yi Tian copied 2 mysterious level talents, he entered a state of retreat, and waited for 15 days to wait for the cooldown time of the copied talents to end. In a flash, 5 months passed. At this time, although Yi Tian had delayed a lot of time because of the search for the mystery level talent, his cultivation still soared, opening up 90% of the deep brain domain, and he was not far from the ultimate of the saint level. And he also gathered a lot of arcane level talents. Strength talent, mystery. Defense talent, mystery. Speed talent, god level. Water cover talent, mystery. Fire domain talent, mystery. Earth thorn talent, mystery. Vine talent, mystery. Storm talent, mystery. Luna talent, mystery. Now, Yi Tian had gathered 9 talents above the level of the mystery level, and one of them was a god level talent. It stands to reason that so many mystical talents should be enough. But Yi Tian was still not satisfied, he wanted to fuse it into a god level talent again. But now, he hesitated. Because now, he is faced with a difficult choice. The water cover talent and the fire domain talent can be fused into a god level talent that contains the mysteries of water and fire, but the water cover talent, the fire domain talent, the earth thorn talent, and the vine talent plus an arcane level gold level talent can form the 5 elements god level talent. If I choose the water and fire god level talent, it is very likely that I will not be able to fuse it into the 5 elements god level talent in the future. Yi Tian said darkly. He hesitated because of this. There is undoubtedly a gap between god level talents and god level talents, and water and fire god level talents are inevitably far inferior to the 5 elements god level talents. He was only 1 gold level talent left, and it would be a pity to give up just like that. After thinking about it for a long time, Yi Tian finally decided, I can't give up, I haven't stepped into the emperor level yet, and even if I form a water and fire god level talent now, it won't help my strength much, so there's no need to rush to fuse the water cover talent and the fire domain talent. After figuring it out, Yi Tian was going to look for gold-based arcane level talents again. Although gold-type arcane level talents were very rare, this needed to depend on luck, but maybe he would find them soon? After searching for 10 days in a row, Yi Tian didn't find a gold-type mystic level talent, not even a gold-type top-level talent. But he found a very useful talent. Species, Nightmare Beast. Bloodline talent, top. Hypnotic talent, top. Speed talent, high. Suspended death talent, top. Seeing this nightmare beast whose strength was only at the top level of fierce beasts, Yi Tian was pleasantly surprised. The talent of hypnosis and the talent of fake death, these are 2 very rare talents. Copy. Copy. Yi Tian copied these 2 talents without hesitation, and then without hesitation, he lightly cut off the nightmare beast's neck. Once such a fierce beast hypnotizes humans, it is easy to obtain a lot of information from humans, and if one day it obtains a treasure that enhances the bloodline talent and improves the bloodline talent, then this fierce beast will definitely become a nightmare for humans, just like its name. Therefore, he did not allow such a fierce beast to live. Chapter 194. Hypnotic talent, fusion. Fake death talent, fusion. Yi Tian fused these 2 talents one after another and turned them into his own talents. Among them, the talent of suspended animation is very useful on some special occasions. It can make Yi Tian in a state of suspended animation, and the breath of life has been reduced to 0, just like a dead person. If Yi Tian had cast his talent for feigning death, some emperors might have thought that Yi Tian was dead and couldn't see the clues. But in fact, this method is not applicable between fierce beasts. After all, after the fierce beasts fight, even the corpses have to be eaten. What is the use of your fake death? At this time, what Yi Tian valued most was the hypnotic talent, which was of great use to him. He could hypnotize some fierce beasts and inquire about the information between them, such as where there was an arcane level gold talent. Although most of the fierce beasts have great wisdom and can't ask anything, the fierce beasts above the saint level basically have a certain amount of wisdom and can still ask something, which is much faster than looking for the mystery level gold type talent aimlessly by himself. Swish. Yi Tian was flying looking for a saint level fierce beast, and soon a saint level fierce beast appeared in Yi Tian's sight. It's a saint level Zebramon. Airplanes. The hypnotic talent enveloped the Zebramon, and it hypnotized the other party in an instant. Where are the fierce beasts with mystery level gold type talents? Yi Tian's divine sense touched the soul of the zebra beast and asked. Zebraman's divine consciousness transmitted a wave of consciousness, I don't know. Yi Tian frowned, Although he was a little disappointed, he was not surprised by Zebra Beast's answer. If he knew the whereabouts of the mystery-level gold-type talent so easily, he would be surprised. Then, he asked another question, but the strength of the Zebramon was not very strong in this fierce beast world, and it couldn't touch too many secrets, so it basically didn't know anything. After killing the Zebra Beast casually, Yi Tian continued to look for other fierce beasts for hypnosis. A day later, Yi Tian was a little disappointed. The saint-level beasts knew too little things. They basically only lived in a small area, and they only knew about the affairs of this area. It was difficult to know the situation in other areas, so naturally they couldn't provide Yi Tian with too much information. You must find an emperor-level beast for hypnosis, Yi Tian planned. But the soul of an emperor-level fierce beast is more than 10 times stronger than a saint-level fierce beast, and it is not so easy to be able to hypnotize, but Yi Tian has his own way. Soon, he found an emperor-level fierce beast, just a relatively ordinary emperor-level fierce beast. Soul Thorn. Yi Tian launched a soul attack on this emperor-level fierce beast. Poof! Under the blow, the soul of the emperor-level fierce beast was severely damaged. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Tian launched his hypnotic talent. Where are the fierce beasts with mystery-level gold talents? Yi Tian asked. The Iron Bull Emperor has an arcane-level gold talent. The divine consciousness of this emperor-level fierce beast transmitted a message. Iron Bull Emperor? Yi Tian's heart moved, and he finally found a clue, and couldn't help but get excited, and then asked, where is the Iron Bull Emperor? The Iron Bull Emperor should go and compete for the Holy Dragon Fruit. The Emperor-level beast revealed another piece of information. Holy Dragon Fruit? Yi Tian was very curious about it. He asked this Emperor-level beast many questions one after another, and only then did he understand the so-called Holy Dragon Fruit. It is rumored that the Holy Dragon Fruit is a fruit grown from the Holy Dragon Tree, the spiritual root of heaven and earth. The Holy Dragon Tree blooms once every 3,000 years, bears fruit once every 3,000 years, and it takes 3,000 years to mature before a ripe Holy Dragon Fruit can be born. The use of the Holy Dragon Fruit is to improve the bloodline talent, so that the Emperor-level Huayua-level bloodline talent can be upgraded to the Shiri-level bloodline talent. And the Holy Dragon Fruit only bears 9 Holy Dragon Fruits at a time, which means that 9 Emperor-level fierce beasts with Sun-level bloodline talents can be born. Hearing this news, Yi Tian was really shocked. If 9 Emperor-level fierce beasts with the rising Sun-level bloodline talent were really born, then the Zhonghai Superbase would be in danger. At this time, he also guessed why the Black Fierce Beast left, why the Fierce Beast retreated. It must have been to compete for the Holy Dragon Fruit. Compared to the Holy Dragon Fruit, attacking humans is undoubtedly an insignificant little thing. Are there any fierce beasts above the Emperor level in your fierce beast world? Yi Tian asked this thing that he wanted to know. I don't know, the Emperor level beast replied with an ambiguous answer. The last time they competed for the Holy Dragon Fruit, the 9 Emperor level Beastmasters did become Emperor level or above existences, but then they disappeared. Maybe sleep somewhere, maybe leave the world of fierce beasts. The Emperor level beasts naturally knew that there were other worlds outside the beast world. So many Emperor level beasts thought that these Emperor level beasts had left the beast world, but there were also Emperor level beasts who thought that these Emperor level beasts were almost invincible, so they fell asleep one by one and spent a boring time. Yi Tian frowned fiercely. This news was very bad for him. If there really is a fierce beast above the Emperor level, even if the human race has the God of War Tower, it will definitely not be able to compete. However, the fierce beasts above the Emperor level have not appeared for so long. Even if they are still in the fierce beast world, they will inevitably fall into a deep sleep and will not wake up easily. Thinking like this, Yi Tian breathed a sigh of relief. In addition, Yi Tian also got a piece of information that the Holy Dragon Fruit was not ripe yet, and it would take at least 5 months to ripen. Although this Emperor-level beast knew this information, it didn't dare to go because it was not qualified. The only Emperor-level beast that is really qualified to go is an Emperor-level beast like the Iron Bull Emperor, but according to what this Emperor-level beast said, the Iron Bull Emperor is only barely qualified to go, and the only Emperor-level beast that is really qualified to snatch the Holy Dragon Beast is the 12 Emperor-level Fierce Beast Overlords of the Fierce Beast world. Each of these 12 overlords has lived for nearly 1,000 years, and their talents are very powerful, and they have all completed more than 10 bloodline transformations, and the 10th bloodline transformation is called the Great Transformation, and the strength is far greater than that of the Emperor-level Fierce Beast of the 9th transformation. With strong talent and the completion of more than the 10th bloodline transformation, such an Emperor-level Fierce Beast is called a Fierce Beast Overlord. And Yi Tian also learned the origin of the Black Fierce Beast from the mouth of this Emperor-level Fierce Beast. One of the 12 overlords, the Black Dragon Overlord. The Black Dragon Overlord is not a real black dragon, but a worm with 1/3 of the Black Dragon bloodline. The Black Dragon Overlord has completed more than 10 bloodline transformations, but how many times, this Emperor-level fierce beast can't know, only that the Black Dragon Overlord is very powerful, and he can easily slaughter a large group of Emperor-level fierce beasts. The transformation of the bloodline should be the same as the human being breaking the physical limit. The Black Dragon Overlord is equivalent to breaking the physical limit more than 10 times, plus the talent is very strong, not weaker than the special talent of the 36 Emperor level, so it is far beyond the attack of the Battle Axe Emperor and others. Yi Tianming enlightened. At this moment, he was a little embarrassed. He already knew the approximate location of the Holy Dragon Tree, but he didn't dare to go. There are so many Emperor-level fierce beasts, and there are 12 fierce beast overlords. His stealth talent is estimated to not be able to hide so many Emperor-level fierce beasts. As long as one of them sees through his stealth talent, he will not be able to escape. After pondering for a long time, Yi Tian finally thought of a way. Chapter 195. First impact the Emperor level, then use the camouflage talent to disguise as an Emperor level fierce beast, and then use the stealth talent to infiltrate the Holy Dragon Tree. Even if the stealth talent is discovered, others will only think that I am an Emperor-level fierce beast. Yi Tian felt that this method was good. But he must also become an Emperor level before he can proceed, otherwise if he disguises himself as a Saint-level fierce beast now, he will definitely be killed. A Saint-level fierce beast broke into the range of the Holy Dragon Tree. Was this a provocation to a group of Emperor-level fierce beasts? It would definitely cause a group of Emperor-level fierce beasts to attack it. 5 months, Emperor grade. Yi Tian felt that this task was very easy. In the past few months, he has also found a lot of elixirs by using his treasure hunting talent, and after identification, several of them can help open up deep brain domains, so they can speed up his cultivation. As long as you work hard in the next few months to cultivate the elixir treasure that assists in opening up the deep brain domain, you can definitely hit the Emperor level before the arrival of 5 months. Yi Tian had already decided that in the next few months, unless he encountered an arcane level talent, all the rest of the time would be spent cultivating or looking for elixir treasures that would assist in opening up the brain domain. And he has the talent of treasure hunting and hypnosis. He can completely hypnotize the beast to ask the location of the elixir treasure, and then use the treasure hunting talent to find it, and the speed of finding the treasure is absolutely super fast. Cultivate. Find the elixir treasure. Yi Tian began to get busy, and began to cultivate day and night, far harder than before, and every time he cultivated, he started to accelerate 3 times the time. In the first month, Yi Tian opened up 3% of the deep brain domain, so that his deep brain domain opened up to 93%. In the second month, I was lucky, and I got a better elixir, which can accelerate the development of the deep brain domain, and a total of 4% of the deep brain domain was opened, and the deep brain domain reached 97%. In the third month, I was unlucky, and I found a lot of other elixirs, but I didn't find a single elixir that could open up the brain domain, and it became more difficult to open up the brain domain, and it was estimated that it was because it was fast to the limit, so only 2% of the deep brain domain was opened. In the fourth month, Yi Tian went all out to impact the remaining 1% of the deep brain domain, and it took a whole month to finally open up successfully, so that the deep brain domain was opened up to 100%. The deep brain domain has been opened up to 100%, and Yi Tian has reached the extreme of the saint level. At this time, he felt that his soul had become very powerful, and his memory had reached a very terrifying level, and he seemed to have a little ability to predict attacks in advance, and even feel it when someone said his name. In the novel, someone reads the name of the great power, and the great power can know each other from a distance of hundreds of millions of worlds. Maybe one day, this ability can really be realized. Yi Tian shook his head and no longer thought about this question. The most important thing for him now is to impact the Emperor level. Before, he had a detailed conversation with Yuer about the key to impacting the Emperor level, either using the vitality to refine the body, or using attribute abilities to refine the body, and once he broke the limit of the body, he stepped into the Emperor level. The speed of using the vitality to refine the physique is too slow, and another month is the day when the Holy Dragon fruit will mature, and if you use the vitality to refine the body to impact the Emperor level, 1 month is definitely not enough. We must use other methods to impact the Emperor level, and try to reach the Emperor level in about 10 days. Yi Tian intended. The world of fierce beasts is very large, and there are definitely many places suitable for impacting the Emperor level. Yi Tian used his hypnotic talent to inquire a little from the mouths of the fierce beasts, and soon learned a good place. Fire Dragon Mountain. Huolong Mountain it is easier to temper the body for the first time, and if you temper the body with the power of the volcano, you should soon be able to break the physical limit and be promoted to the Emperor level. And the perfect foundation is born with an advantage in breaking the limits of the body, which is also what Yue told Yi Tian. It's here. Yi Tian looked at a huge mountain range in front of him, like a dragon. This is a dragon vein, but the location of the dragon's head is a volcanic crater. Such a mountain range is called the fire dragon vein. The fire dragon vein is suitable for fire attribute fierce beasts to live, so there are many fierce beasts gathered here, among which the location of Fire Dragon Mountain is occupied by a fire attribute emperor-level fierce beast. Swish! Yi Tian approached the Fire Dragon Mountain. At this moment, a huge dragon beast rushed out from the Fire Dragon Pass. Species, Charizard. Bloodline talent, Radiant Moon. Defense talents, Top. Flame talent, Mystery. Speed talent, Elementary. Strength talents, Medium. Aside from the fire talent, this fire-breathing drake is really bad. Yi Tian has seen many Emperor-level fierce beasts. These Emperor-level fierce beasts will find a way to raise their primary or intermediate talents to the top level or above, and there are many treasures in the fierce beast world to improve their talents. As long as they are diligent and lucky, once they don't fall, they can all grow. However, the Emperor-level fierce beast in front of him estimated that after occupying this Fire Dragon Mountain, it would always occupy this place and not leave, which caused its strength talent and speed talent to be very poor. Die. Yi Tian directly killed him as soon as he slashed at the stars, completely occupying this Fire Dragon Mountain. Wow. Step into the Fire Dragon Pass. Yi Tian saw countless magma, and the magma contained a strong fire vitality. Sure enough, it's a treasure land. Yi Tian took off his clothes and went directly into the magma. As a saint-level ultimate existence, the so-called magma is similar to a hot spring to him, not much different. Absorb. Countless fire vitality was absorbed by Yi Tian's body, and he immediately mobilized the fire domain talent mark to comb the fire vitality and use the fire vitality to refine his body. Under the tempering of countless fire vitality, Yi Tian's body was completely covered by countless firelight, and his whole person seemed to be burning. Alchemy body in fire. At this moment, Yi Tian treated himself as a piece of iron to quench, refining all the impurities, and achieving the effect of rebirth. Originally, it was a painful thing to temper the body with fire vitality, but Yi Tian, who had the talent of the mystery-level fire domain, only felt warm all over his body, and there was no sense of pain at all. Time goes by day. Yi Tian's physical body also became stronger and stronger, and finally touched the limit of his first body on the 10th day. If it is a martial artist with a morning-level cultivation talent, even if he touches the physical limit for the first time, it will be even more difficult to break the physical limit, unless there is a treasure against the sky to break the physical limit. However, this is not the same as the Grandmaster's previous breaking of the limits of refining skin, flesh, bones, blood, and internal organs, that is, breaking the limit of one aspect of the body alone, and this time it is breaking the limit of the entire body, so that the whole body is like evolving. For a Huiyue-level cultivator, it was very simple to break the limit of his body for the first time, but Yi Tianai was a Shiri-level cultivator, so it was even simpler. Broken. Yi Tian shouted in his heart. The shackles in the darkness were broken by countless fire vitality. For the first time, the physical limit is broken. The strength of the body has skyrocketed tenfold, reaching 100 dragon strength, and the defense and speed have also skyrocketed a lot. And Yi Tian's life breath also skyrocketed a lot, and his lifespan reached 3,000 years. At this point, Yi Tian has truly stepped into the Emperor level. Chapter 196. As soon as he entered the Emperor level, Yi Tian's strength also skyrocketed many times. The body strength is 100 dragon power. After the increase of Yuan power, it can reach 200 dragon power. The arcane strength talent is increased by 100 times, and the star slash is increased by 30 times. So Yi Tian's strongest attack power can reach 600,000 dragon power. However, Yi Tian also has a god-level extreme speed talent, a top-level space talent, a primary-level time talent, and many other mystery-level talents, and his strength is enough to fight with a strong man with the power of 1 million dragons. It can even be said that a strong man like the Tomahawk Emperor only pressed him to fight, but there was no way to kill him at all. He is getting closer and closer to the first person in the Zhonghai Superbase. It's almost time, it's time to go to the Holy Dragon Tree. Yi Tian said in a deep voice. Immediately, he used his talent for disguise and disguised himself as a phantom beast. The phantom beast itself has a talent for camouflage and stealth, and Yi Tian's disguise is almost seamless. After camouflage, Yi Tian entered a state of stealth and flew towards the Holy Dragon Tree. After flying for a long time, Yi Tian flew to the area where the Holy Dragon Tree was located. At this time, he obviously sensed the breath of many Emperor-level fierce beasts, but he didn't see any of the Saint-level fierce beasts and the fierce beasts below the realm, which showed that the Emperor-level fierce beasts had almost driven the weak fierce beasts out of this area. This is already about to become a battlefield for Emperor-level beasts. After a while, Yi Tian flew in front of a huge mountain peak, and on the peak there was a divine tree that reached straight to the sky, and this divine tree was the Holy Dragon Tree. The bark of the Holy Dragon Tree is like the scales of dragon scales, the branches are like dragon tendons, and the shape of the whole tree is completely a coiled dragon. It is just because of its formation that it has the reputation of Holy Nagarjuna. And at this moment, there are 9 holy dragon fruits the size of faceplates hanging on the Holy Dragon Tree, exuding a fragrance, permeating a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles. I don't know how many Emperor-level fierce beasts are entrenched nearby, staring at the Holy Dragon Fruit with very eager eyes. Once the Holy Dragon Fruit is ripe, you can imagine how fierce the battle will be. Yi Tian came stealthily, and he didn't attract the attention of other Emperor-level fierce beasts at first, but soon a cold cry came. Which fierce beast is hiding here? Is it trying to secretly pick the Holy Dragon Fruit? This is a universal beast language, which belongs exclusively to this world, and when Yi Tian hypnotized other fierce beasts, he had already learned this universal beast language with his super memory, so he could understand it. As soon as he finished speaking, a ray of light burst out. Boom! Yi Tian was hit, although the stealth talent was not broken, but the light was blocked by the body, which was equivalent to Yi Tian's body being exposed. See here. Yi Tian knew that if he really continued to hide, he would really cause outrage. As a result, Yi Tian came into contact with the invisibility talent and revealed the body of the phantom beast. Phew. One by one, they looked at him. The legendary phantom beast really exists. It was a turtle with a body length of several kilometers. Yi Tian knew the origin of this Xian turtle. He was one of the 12 overlords, and he had a long lifespan. Because of racial reasons, he had now lived for tens of thousands of years, and he was the oldest among the 12 fierce beast overlords, the most knowledgeable and the one with the best temperament. Phantom beast, the legendary magical beast that can be disguised and transformed? I thought it was a legend, but I didn't expect it to really exist. But this underworld beast's aura is not strong. It should be a fierce beast that has just been promoted to the Emperor level, and it dares to come to snatch the Holy Dragon Fruit, and it can't find death? It has a talent for stealth, if it weren't for Lord Dragon Eyes to see through it at a glance, otherwise it would really snatch a Holy Dragon Fruit. Listening to the discussions of these fierce beasts, Yi Tian secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, he decisively used the disguise talent. If he really only relied on the stealth talent, his current identity would have been exposed, and he would have been torn apart by this group of fierce beasts. Then, he looked at the beast that had discovered his invisibility, a one-eyed beast, the size of a yellow eel, with one eye in the center of the eyebrow and only one eye. Although the distance was a bit far, Yi Tian couldn't check its talent, but it must have a special talent that could penetrate the stealth talent. Phantom beast, you have just been promoted to the Great Emperor, and you are not qualified to snatch the Holy Dragon Fruit. Get out. The dragon-eyed Emperor-level beast rushed over. I saw one of its tails swept fiercely, as if it wanted to whip Yi Tian to death at once. The fight between fierce beasts does not pay attention to the mercy of his subordinates, and the weak have to die. 36 Emperor-level fierce beasts. Yi Tian judged instantly. To deal with a fierce beast of this level, if he only relies on the arcane level strength talent, his physical strength is only 100 dragon power, the Yuan power increase is only 200 dragon power, and with the blessing of the mystery level strength talent, he can exert the power of 20,000 dragons. If you don't use the star slash, the power of 20,000 dragons alone can't even deal with the weaker 36 emperors. And the power of the dragon-eyed Emperor-level fierce beast in front of him has reached at least 100,000 dragon power in one blow, and it is absolutely impossible to resist. God-level speed talent. Yi Tian activated this God-level talent and instantly dodged the blow of the dragon-eyed Emperor-level fierce beast. And the other party's talent was also observed by Yi Tian. Species, dragon-eyed crystal beast. Bloodline talent, radiant moon. Crystal talent, Armagend. Strength talent, Arcanish. Defense talents, top. Speed talent, top. Eye of Insight talent, top. The Dragonite Crystal Beast with only the top speed talent is naturally far faster than Yi Tian's speed. After all, Yi Tian has a god-level speed talent, even if his cultivation is worse than this Dragonite Crystal Beast, but the speed under the increase of god-level speed talent is still much faster than that of the Dragonite Crystal Beast. Therefore, the blow of the Dragonite Crystal Beast just now failed to attack Yi Tian. Speed can't work, defense can't work, I'm still afraid of you? Yi Tian sneered. Suddenly, he exerted his god-level extreme speed talent, and suddenly approached the dragon-eyed crystal beast and grabbed it with one claw. Slash. With a tear, the claws turned into terrifying claws with the blessing of the slashing talent, and they suddenly scratched through the thick scales of the dragon-eyed crystal beast, and a large amount of blood flowed out. One blow injured the dragon-eyed crystal beast, and Yi Tian retreated. Roar! The dragon-eyed crystal beast roared and unleashed the mystery-level crystal talent. I saw a cold air drifting over, and the earth and mountains and rocks were frozen into crystals. In the face of this talent attack, speed is restricted. If Yi Tian didn't expose his true strength, he would be very troublesome in the face of the mystic-level crystal talent. But just then, a voice came. He has the qualifications to compete for the Holy Dragon Fruit. Dragon Eyes, stop. The Turtle Overlord spoke. Hearing the voice of the Xian Turtle Overlord, the Dragon Eyes came into contact with the crystal talent, and reluctantly retreated. The majesty of the 12 overlords is not comparable to ordinary beasts. If you dare to annoy one of the 12 overlords, it will definitely be a death. Although the turtle is easy to speak, it is also because there is no fierce beast to provoke it. If it provokes the turtle, the so-called good talk is just empty words. The dragon-eyed crystal beast was very afraid of the turtle and did not dare to disobey the turtle's order. Thank you, Overlord of the Turtle. Yi Tian thanked him. Although the other party is a fierce beast, it has relieved him of the siege and saved him a lot of trouble, so it doesn't hurt to say thank you. Xian Gu nodded with satisfaction and immediately reminded, little guy, it's better for you to take a look, this holy dragon fruit is not something you can snatch. Chapter 197. 9 Holy Dragon Fruits. The 12 fierce beast overlords are not enough to snatch them. If the other emperor-level fierce beasts dare to go up and snatch them, they will have to face the attack of the 12 fierce beast overlords. How many fierce beasts can withstand the attack of the 12 fierce beast overlords? Don't look at the emperor-level beasts here, they are very big, but most of the emperor-level beasts are lively, and it is estimated that they will never make a move. Yi Tian's real target was not the holy dragon fruit, but the mystery-grade gold talent. Soon, Yi Tian found an emperor-level fierce beast called Iron Bull. Species, Iron Bull armor. Bloodline talent, Radiant Moon. Strength talents, Arcanon. Defense talent, Arcane. Speed talent, Top. Iron talent, Arcanon. Iron armor talent. Yi Tian instantly fell in love with this talent. Although it was not a gold-type attacking talent, it was even rarer than the gold-type attacking star talent, because it was a defensive gold-type talent. If he absorbs this iron armor talent, his defense effect will definitely be greatly increased. Copy the Armagician level iron armor talent. Yi Tian copied it into his hand. Then, Yi Tian copied the Eye of Insight talent of the Dragon Eye Crystal Beast, which was a terrific talent that could see through the stealth talent, so he naturally wanted to copy it. The two talents were copied in hand. Yi Tian was not ready to stay again, and was ready to find a place to fuse these two talents. The Holy Dragon Fruit will not ripen in about 18 or 19 days, and it is a waste of time for him to stay here. Thereupon, Yi Tian secretly left. The other emperor-level fierce beasts thought that Yi Tian had seen through his stealth talent and could not snatch the Holy Dragon Fruit, so they gave up the Holy Dragon Fruit and left directly. The 12 overlord fierce beasts didn't care about Yi Tian's departure. For them, Yi Tian was not an opponent at all. Their opponents were only other emperor-level fierce beasts who were also 12 overlord fierce beasts. And there was an emperor-level fierce beast that was eyeing Yi Tian, and it was the dragon-eyed crystal beast. Damn the phantom beast, if it wasn't for the intervention of the Xian turtle overlord just now, you would have died, and if you hurt the emperor, I would have eaten you. The dragon-eyed crystal beast secretly kills. Other emperor-level fierce beasts were afraid of Yi Tian's stealth talent, but with the talent of the Eye of Insight, it ignored the other party's stealth talent, so it was not afraid at all. Woohoo! Yi Tian and the dragon-eyed crystal beast moved away from the holy dragon tree one after the other and flew towards the distance. Yi Tian noticed the tracking of the dragon-eyed crystal beast, but he didn't care, but secretly sneered. If he could kill the dragon-eyed crystal beast, then no beast would be able to discover his stealth talent. In the vicinity of the holy dragon tree, where the emperor-level fierce beast was pushing, he couldn't burst out with real strength to make a move, but the other party followed him and ran out. This is looking for death. One man and one beast flew farther and farther, and soon they were completely away from the holy dragon tree area, and even the 12 fierce beast overlords couldn't sense the situation here. So, Yi Tian stopped in a forest. The dragon-eyed crystal beast also stopped, and instantly approached Yi Tian. Phantom beast, it's a shame that you didn't use your speed to run away in the first place, you are dead today. The dragon-eyed crystal beast directly activated the crystal talent, preparing to directly freeze this forest into a crystal forest, and also wanted to completely freeze Yi Tian into a crystal statue. But the next moment, it was puzzled. I saw that the phantom beast in front of me had turned into a human, holding a morning star knife. Phantom beast, why did you become a human? The dragon-eyed crystal beast was amazed. But when Yi Tian slashed at the star knife, it suddenly changed color. That's knife skill. Among the fierce beasts, unless it is the praying mantis clan who is born with knife legs, only humans can use knife skills, and how can a fierce beast like a phantom beast have anything to do with knife skills? Unless human. The dragon-eyed crystal beast thought of this possibility. The human in front of him was not transformed into a phantom beast, but a phantom beast was disguised by a human who was disguised as a gifted human being. It and the other emperor-level beasts have been deceived. Run. The dragon-eyed crystal beast had this thought. However, Yi Tian's spatial confinement descended, freezing this piece of void. After being promoted to the emperor level, Yi Tian's top-level spatial talent was much stronger than before, and his ability to be confined in space had also increased many times, and the dragon-eyed crystal beast that had barely reached the 36th emperor level had no way to compete with the top-level spatial talent at all, and its speed was reduced to a limit. Top spatial talent, you. How could it be such a terrible talent? The dragon-eyed crystal beast was shocked and terrified. Don't kill me, please, don't kill me. The dragon-eyed crystal beast begged for mercy. Yi Tian ignored the dragon-eyed crystal beast's pleas for mercy and directly launched the soul thorn talent. Burst. The soul thorn pierced into the soul of the dragon-eyed crystal beast, annihilating most of the soul of the dragon-eyed crystal beast. The dragon-eyed crystal beast that had lost most of its soul screamed again and again, and its breath dropped a lot. Yi Tian could have easily killed the dragon-eyed crystal beast, but he didn't do so because he wanted to occupy the dragon-eyed crystal beast's body. He has a high soul transfer talent, and he can transfer his soul to the dragon-eyed crystal beast. Because he was worried that the soul of the dragon-eyed crystal beast would be too strong, resulting in the failure of the high-level soul transfer talent, he used the soul thorn talent to severely damage the soul of the dragon-eyed crystal beast, so that he could ensure 100% safety. Grabbing the heavily wounded dragon-eyed crystal beast, Yi Tian came to a safe mountain range and opened a small cave deep underground. Yi Tian first threw aside the seriously injured and dying dragon-eyed crystal beast, and then began to fuse the Eye of Insight talent and the Iron Armor talent that he had just copied in his hand. It didn't take long for the two talents to be completely fused by Yi Tian. Iron Armor talent, on. A set of Iron Armor suddenly appeared on Yi Tian's body. This set of Iron Armor can increase defense by 100 times. If you add your own arcane level defense talent, it is equivalent to 200 times defense. The Iron Armor talent is indeed good, but it is still necessary to integrate it into the 5 elements talent. Yi Tian made up his mind. He didn't know what the 5 elements talent would look like after the fusion, but he wouldn't give up this opportunity. Fusion. Yi Tian turned on the fusion function of copying talents. As a result, the 5 major talents began to merge, including the Armagician level Fire Domain talent, the Armagene level Water Cover talent, the Armagene level Vine talent, the Armagene level Earth Thorn talent, and the Armagene level Iron Armor talent. During the fusion process, he also paid attention to the situation of the dragon-eyed crystal beast, for fear that it would escape. But the dragon-eyed crystal beast that had lost most of its soul was in a state of collapse, and it had no strength at all, so it couldn't cause trouble to Yi Tian at all. An hour later. Yi Tian completely fused the 5 mysterious level talents, but his whole person was also covered in sweat, and he almost collapsed. Check. Yi Tian glanced at his talent. The original 5 mystery level talents had all disappeared, but a completely new talent had appeared. 5 elements transformation talent, God level. The consciousness touched the talent imprint of the God level 5 elements transformation talent, and Yi Tian knew the effect of this powerful God level talent. This God level talent can be used at will to exert the effects of the previous 5 talents, such as the 5 elements Fire Domain talent, and the 5 elements Iron Armor talent, and the effect is not 100 times, but a full 500 times. It's worthy of a God level talent. Yi Tian was overjoyed. As a result, his strength has increased a lot. Chapter 198. After resting for a while, seeing that the dragon-eyed crystal beast was about to die, Yi Tian carried out a high-level soul transfer talent in the cave. Soul transfer talent, open. Yi Tian's soul turned into a ray of light and entered the body of the dragon-eyed crystal beast, and soon destroyed the remnants of the dragon-eyed crystal beast's soul and completely occupied the body of this fierce beast. 1 month is enough. Yi Tian said with the body of the dragon-eyed crystal beast. The body of the dragon-eyed crystal beast was not injured in the first place. Yi Tian took over this body, and it was completely possible to maintain the peak combat power, but the other talents were reduced accordingly, and the gap with the strength of the main body was a bit big. However, the combat power of Yi Tian's dragon-eye crystal beast body was still at the level of the 36th emperor, and it was much stronger than the previous dragon-eye crystal beast. After all, the god-level speed talent and the god-level 5 elements transformation talent had only been reduced to the arcane level, and these two talents were enough to make Yi Tian's dragon-eyed crystal beast body stronger than before. Occupying the body of this dragon-eyed crystal beast, I can completely compete for the holy dragon fruit. Even if I fail, it doesn't matter. I checked it before, there is no soul talent among the 12 fierce beast overlords at all, and the only soul talent among the other emperor-level fierce beasts is only a medium soul talent, not as good as my soul thorn talent. They can't kill my soul, I can return to the body in time. Yi Tian didn't panic at all. Since he can't die, if he doesn't dare to fight for the holy dragon fruit, but his courage is too small, right? He is also very interested in the holy dragon fruit, since the holy dragon fruit can improve the bloodline talent of the fierce beast. Can it also improve the cultivation talent of the human race? If it could, wouldn't it be possible to raise the cultivation talent of the human being to the dawn level? He didn't care about the cultivation talent of the Shi-Ri level, but others needed it. His younger sister Yi Yu and Yuer both need the cultivation talent of the Shi-Sun level very much. If he can capture the two holy dragon fruits, he can give them to his sister and Yuer. For the sake of his sister and Yuer, he has to fight for the holy dragon fruit. The holy dragon fruit only matures in 9,000 years. If he misses this opportunity, he needs to wait for 9,000 years. He can't wait that long, and his sister and Yuer can't wait that long. This time, he's bound to win. Then, he placed his own body, and arranged hidden formations and defensive formations to prevent damage to his body. After doing all this, Yi Tian got out of the ground and came to the outside world. In the outside world, Yi Tian familiarized himself with this body, and after making sure that the battle was okay, he flew towards the Holy Dragon Tree area. It didn't take long for Yi Tian to return to the vicinity of the Holy Dragon Tree. Then, the eyes of many fierce beasts came. They were not stupid, they naturally knew that the Dragon-Eye Crystal Beast was chasing and killing the Phantom Beast hurriedly, but they were just curious if the Dragon-Eye Crystal Beast had killed the Phantom Beast. An Emperor-level fierce beast asked, "Dragon Eyes, did you kill that Phantom Beast?" Yi Tian replied casually, "Humph, if that Phantom Beast is faster, otherwise it will die." The meaning of this sentence is very clear, the chase has failed. The other Emperor-level beasts laughed a few words, as if they were laughing at the incompetence of the Dragon-Eyed Crystal Beasts. The Dragon-Eyed Crystal Beasts themselves are not powerful, so they are not afraid of the Dragon-Eyed Crystal Beasts, and the Dragon-Eyed Crystal Beast's Eye of Insight is useless to them. They will be afraid of the Netherworld, nor will they be afraid of the Dragon-Eyed Crystal Beast. Yi Tian didn't care, he wasn't a real Dragon-Eyed Crystal Beast, the real Dragon-Eyed Crystal Beast was dead. Time passed little by little, the fragrance of the Holy Dragon fruit on the Holy Dragon Tree became more and more intense, and countless vitality was absorbed by these 9 holy dragon fruits, and the day of ripening was approaching. A few more days passed. A faint dragon shadow appeared on the holy dragon fruit, and the entire holy dragon fruit also turned golden. Seeing this vision, all the emperor-level fierce beasts knew that the holy dragon fruit was about to ripen. Once the vision roars and the holy dragon fruit glows with billions of golden light, that is the day of true ripening. It can't be snatched now, and even if it does, it's just a waste holy dragon fruit. If someone dared to snatch the holy dragon fruit in advance, the 12 fierce beast overlords would definitely not be polite and would join forces to wipe it out. This day, all the emperor-level fierce beasts were agitated, and their eyes were fixed on the holy dragon fruit, just because today was the day when the holy dragon fruit was ripe. Suddenly, the sound of a dragon's roar came, and I saw the dragon shadows on the 9 holy dragon fruits roaring into the void, just like the real 9 dragons roaring. Then, hundreds of millions of golden rays burst out from the 9 holy dragon fruits, covering a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles. In an instant, the entire radius of hundreds of thousands of miles turned into a world of golden light. Visions come and go quickly. In the blink of an eye, the golden light dissipated, the vision dissipated, and the 9 holy dragon fruits were really ripe. However, after the holy dragon fruit ripened, the holy dragon tree had a strong coercive power, and the weaker emperor-level fierce beasts were a little uncomfortable, and the 12 fierce beast overlords were also affected, and their strength dropped a lot. Suppressed. Yi Tian frowned, this holy dragon tree is too weird, it is obviously just a tree but it can suppress emperor-level fierce beasts, could it be that this tree still has consciousness? Without allowing him to think too much, the scramble began. The 12 fierce beast overlords rushed towards the 9 holy dragon fruits on the mountain peak, and in an instant, the battle broke out. However, no matter how powerful the aftermath of the battle was, there was no way to destroy a single branch of the holy dragon tree, not even this peak, which shows the strength of this mountain and the holy dragon tree. Turtle, you're too old, you're already tens of thousands of years old. Even if you live a long life, I'm afraid you won't live long. Even if you snatch the holy dragon fruit and raise your bloodline talent to the Dawn Sun level, it will be difficult for you to step into the next realm. So let's give the holy dragon fruit to our young emperor beast. The black dragon overlord flicked his tail at the Shin tortoise and laughed wildly. However, the turtle took the tail of the black dragon overlord safely and said calmly, "It's just a wulong. Do you think that if you call the black dragon, you really can't do it? The little guy who is just 1,000 years old dares to be disrespectful to me? Your attack tickles me." The 12 fierce beast overlords fought each other, and during this period, some fast fierce beasts rushed over, trying to snatch a holy dragon fruit, but they were killed by the 12 fierce beast overlords. Except for the 12 fierce beast overlords at the front, the other emperor-level fierce beasts went up to die. "Everyone, I'll only take 1 holy dragon fruit." The golden horn silver emperor, one of the 12 fierce beast overlords, slapped another fierce beast overlord away with 1 beast claw, grabbed a holy dragon fruit, and spoke. The other fierce beast overlords didn't dare to stop them, and let the golden horn silver emperor leave. If the other 11 fierce beast overlords united with 3 or 4, they could also defeat the golden horn silver emperor, but how could they unite at this time? Therefore, they couldn't defeat the golden horn silver emperor, who was known as the number 1 overlord, and could only let the golden horn silver emperor leave. There are only 8 dragon fruits. Yi Tian was quite nervous. With 1 less holy dragon fruit, the competition would be even greater. But he still didn't make a stealth move, and now he can only sacrifice this dragon-eyed beast body in vain. Chapter 199. Yi Tian knew very well that the remaining 11 fierce beast overlords had not really fought hard, and if he stealthily snatched a holy dragon fruit at this time, he would definitely not be able to escape. 11 beast overlords really couldn't spot his stealth talent, but they could cover attacks, and with his speed, even if he teleported, there was no way to escape. There were only 8 holy dragon fruits left, and the 11 fierce beast overlords would definitely not let 1 holy dragon fruit be snatched away easily, and they would soon desperately hinder other fierce beast overlords from snatching the holy dragon fruit. In this way, they will soon be fighting in a ball and really fighting to the death. And at that time, Yi Tian's opportunity came. He could completely steal under the holy dragon tree and snatch the holy dragon fruit. Even if the 11 fierce beast overlords found out, they didn't have time to react when they were in a desperate fight. And this gave Yi Tian a chance to escape. Of course. If Yi Tian escaped, the fierce beast overlord would definitely cover the attack, but as long as he resisted a few waves of attacks, he would have a chance of surviving. The most important thing is that it is impossible for the fierce beast overlords to hunt him down, because there is still a holy dragon fruit on the holy dragon tree, and they will not give up the holy dragon fruit on the holy dragon tree stupidly. Yi Tian's chances of success are still very high. Soon, the 11 fierce beast overlords fought fiercely, and they really began to fight desperately. It's time to do it. Yi Tian's eyes moved, and he said secretly. If he didn't do it, these 8 holy dragon fruits would be picked by them, and if he wanted to snatch the holy dragon fruit from the beast overlord at that time, it would be basically unrealistic. Swish. Yi Tian activated the stealth talent and approached the holy dragon fruit tree. At this time, the eyes of the other emperor-level fierce beasts were all focused on the battle between the holy dragon fruit and the 11 fierce beast overlords, and they didn't notice that Yi Tian had disappeared at all. Entering a state of stealth, Yi Tian flew over quickly. Since Yi Tian was in a state of invisibility, his divine sense could not sense it, and his eyes could not see it, even if Yi Tian's rapid flight and the aura that hit them caused the fluctuation of his vitality. But the vitality fluctuations caused by the 11 fierce beast overlords fighting were even stronger, and the vitality fluctuations caused by Yi Tian were not conspicuous at all. In such a fierce battle, where would they detect the vitality fluctuations generated by Yi Tian? In an instant, Yi Tian approached a holy dragon fruit. His goal was not 1 holy dragon fruit, but 2 holy dragon fruits. The holy dragon fruit grows on the holy dragon tree, and it is not so easy to pick it, otherwise, the 9 holy dragon fruits would have been washed out in the aftermath of the battle. The dragon-eyed crystal beast didn't have claws, so it was okay to conjure up 2 claws, but it was a waste of time to pick 2 holy dragon fruits. Even if it was only delayed for 1/10 of a second, it would be a waste of time. With the space blade, Yi Tian immediately decided. Slash. The spatial blade appeared, and 2 holy dragon fruits were cut down with a single blow. As a result of the attack, Yi Tian's figure was exposed. But he didn't panic in the slightest, and swallowed the 2 holy dragon fruits that fell in an instant, stored them in his body, and was about to flee immediately. Dragon eyes, you are looking for death. The roars of the beast overlords were heard. They're furious. When they were fighting to prevent other fierce beast overlords from snatching the holy dragon fruit, one by one the small emperor-level dragon-eyed crystal beasts dared to snatch 2 holy dragon fruits. You know, even the golden horned silver emperor, who is the #1 beast overlord, wouldn't dare to do this. Kill. They attacked in anger. The brilliant light almost covered Yi Tian's body. Teleport. Space blade. After Yi Tian activated a spatial blade, he immediately teleported away, and even activated the time talent. Thousands of miles away. Half of Yi Tian's body teleported over, and the other half of his body was annihilated. Anyway, it was the body of the dragon-eyed crystal beast, and he didn't feel distressed. Wuh. 3 fierce beast overlords chased after them. One of them was the black dragon overlord, one was the Xian turtle overlord, and the other was the black tiger overlord. As for the other beast overlords, they didn't chase after them. They weren't stupid. If they chased another fierce beast overlord, the 4 fierce beast overlords would snatch 2 holy dragon fruits, while the other 7 fierce beast overlords would snatch the 6 holy dragon fruits on the holy dragon tree. Which is more cost-effective, they are not impossible to calculate. There are only 3 beast overlords. Yi Tian observed that the divine consciousness of the 3 fierce beast overlords instantly covered hundreds of thousands of miles of area, and also enveloped him. Can't be invisible. Yi Tian said darkly. If it's stealth, you can't teleport, because teleportation will affect the stealth talent, and you can only fly in the stealth state, and you can't do anything else, otherwise the stealth can teleport and attack. Isn't it against the sky? There is no way that there is such an ability to defy the heavens between heaven and earth. He couldn't be invisible now, because there were no fierce beasts in this area, and if he was in this area, it would be easy to find out if he was covered by an attack. Teleport. 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 Yi Tian stimulated the bloodline power of this dragon-eyed crystal beast, and teleported at all costs. But even so, he was quickly caught up. However, Yi Tian's goal has been achieved. There are a lot of beasts here. Rumble. A wormtail attacked, hitting Yi Tian at once. 5 elements transformation talent, 5 elements iron armor. Arcane level defensive talent. Pseudo-mystic level Vajra bone talent. Yi Tian used 3 talents in a row that could resist attacks, and his defense power skyrocketed many times, which was much stronger than the defense of the Blood-Eyed Witch Emperor. The Black Dragon Overlord can kill the Blood-Eyed Witch Emperor with 1 blow, but he will definitely not be able to kill him. Boom. Yi Tian's body was knocked out and hit the earth, and at this time, the attack of the Xian turtle also came, and it was a column of water, directly killing all creatures in 100,000 miles, and naturally covering Yi Tian's body. In the midst of the earth. Yi Tian's body was seriously injured and dying, but he didn't care. Disguise talent. He instantly disguised himself as an ordinary pangolin emperor-level fierce beast, and started the talent of suspended animation. Now. He resembles a pangolin that has been swept to death. Phew. The 3 fierce beast overlords descended, and their divine senses scanned this area, but they didn't find Yi Tian. It's going to be invisible, it's time to be invisible. The turtle realized. Boom boom boom. The covering attack descended on this area, and Yi Tian's camouflaged pangolin suffered again, and was attacked again and again, but it relied on the 3 defense methods to withstand it. After all, it was only a covering attack, not a concentrated attack, and he wouldn't even be able to block the covering attack of the 3 fierce beast overlords. After attacking a few times, none of the 3 fierce beast overlords found Yi Tian. Under normal circumstances, even if they are invisible, they can sense it once they are attacked. But now it can't be sensed, which proves that there is no creature stealth in this area. Damn, it took the opportunity to teleport away, let's chase. The Black Dragon Overlord was furious. Time can't be delayed, otherwise you won't get a single holy dragon fruit. Phew. The 3 fierce beast overlords immediately left, checking on other areas. You have to go immediately. The 3 fierce beast overlords will be able to know that it is not the real dragon-eye crystal beast, and they will think of the underworld beast that left first. The dragon-eyed crystal beast could not have been invisible, nor could it have spatial blades and teleportation. They would definitely have thought that snatching the dragon-eyed crystal beast was disguised by the phantom beast. When the time comes, they will definitely come back to check on the carcasses of these beasts, and then I will be exposed. So, Yi Tian hurriedly entered a stealth state and quickly flew away in another direction. Chapter 200. After a long time. Yi Tian had already flown a long distance, and at this time, the fierce beast world was too big, and those fierce beast overlords couldn't find him at all. He succeeded. The 2 holy dragon fruits truly belong to him. The other side. The 6 holy dragon fruits on the holy dragon fruit tree had been snatched away by the 6 fierce beast overlords, and these 6 fierce beast overlords also fled as soon as possible, for fear of being besieged by several fierce beast overlords who had not snatched the holy dragon fruit. The Xian turtle overlord, the black dragon overlord, and the black tiger overlord had not found a trace of Yi Tian. Obviously there was no hope. Soon. They thought about it for a moment, and then they realized that the so-called dragon-eyed crystal beast was definitely fake. As a famous emperor-level fierce beast in the fierce beast world, although they can't look down on it, they also know the ability of the other party. Where will they be? Stealth, teleport, and space blade. Stealth is the ability of the previous phantom beast. The dragon-eyed crystal beast went to hunt down that netherworld beast before, and the dragon-eyed crystal beast that came back has the ability to become invisible, and the real dragon-eyed crystal beast was definitely killed. It was disguised by the nether-eyed beast. The black dragon overlord roared angrily. Suddenly. By the way, dragon eyes, no, it's the land where the phantom beast disappeared. Will it be disguised as another beast again? The black dragon overlord has returned. And the Xian turtle overlord and the black tiger overlord also returned, and came to the ruined land. The 3 fierce beast overlords swept the area with their divine senses, and then thought back to what they had seen before. They have a very good memory, and they quickly see the difference between the past and the present. The corpse of a pangolin has disappeared, and the fierce beasts in this area are basically dead, and it is impossible for other fierce beasts to eat the corpse of the pangolin. The 3 fierce beast overlords glanced at each other and thought of a possibility. The pangolin was disguised as a phantom beast, but the pangolin was obviously dead. That phantom beast actually pretended to be dead, and it hid from us. The black tiger overlord's pupils shrank, stunned by the phantom beast's ability to play dead. An underground cave, where Yi Tian's body is hiding. Yi Tian is back. At this time, his dragon-eyed crystal beast corpse was already in tatters. If it weren't for the 2 holy dragon fruits he brought back, he would have thrown away this fierce beast body a long time ago. As soon as he came back, Yi Tian took out the 2 holy dragon fruits in his mouth and put them on the ground, and immediately released the high-level soul transfer talent, and the soul returned to the body in advance. Having lost its soul, this dragon-eyed crystal beast was completely transformed into a broken corpse. 2 holy dragon fruits. Yi Tian stared at the 2 holy dragon fruits, and his heart was extremely excited. Put it away. He took the 2 holy dragon fruits into his personal space and left the place immediately. He was not in a hurry to return to the Zhonghai super base, but was ready to improve some strength before going back. With his current strength, he can even compare with the Tomahawk Emperor, but this is far from enough. Compared with the strength of the Black Dragon Overlord, he is still much, much worse. If you want to protect Yuer, protect your sister, and protect the Zhonghai super base, you must have the strength to rival the Black Dragon Overlord. Yi Tian was ready to go back to the point of breaking the physical limit twice or 3 times before going back. At that time, even if he was defeated by the Black Dragon Overlord, at least it would be enough to save his life in the hands of the Black Dragon Overlord, so that he would not be chased and killed so that he could not resist. This day, Yi Tian came to Fire Dragon Mountain again. He was going to use the Fire Yuan Qi to refine his body again. At least the effect of the Fire Yuan Qi was still very good at the moment, and he could quickly temper his physical strength. In the blink of an eye, day after day passed. Yi Tian continued to use the fire vitality in the magma to refine his body, and his body was much stronger day by day than before. And in his cultivation, he also used 3 times the time to accelerate, and with his Shiri level cultivation talent, the speed of cultivation was very fast. According to what Yuer said, breaking the second physical limit is the simplest first bottleneck in the Emperor level cultivation level, and it basically only takes 10 years to break this bottleneck, and if you don't have enough opportunities and talents, it will take at least 34 years, or even 40 or 50 years. Yuer has the inheritance of the Yuezong sect, and there have been several chances before she broke the 3rd physical limit not long ago. And the Battle Axe Emperor's cultivation has only just broken the limit of his body 3 times so far. Yi Tian muttered to himself. It would take 10 years for an Emperor-level powerhouse with Huayue-level cultivation talent to break the limit of his second body, but he didn't need it at all. He is a Shiri-level cultivation talent, and his cultivation speed is at least 5 times faster, so it only takes 2 years, and 3 times the time. Acceleration can save 3 times the time. At most 8 months is enough to break the second physical limit. The fire vitality refining effect of Hulong Mountain is good, and it can save a lot of time. Yi Tian calculated that it would only take him half a year to break the second physical limit. At that time, his strength will inevitably increase dramatically, enough to defeat an emperor like the Tomahawk Emperor. As a result, Yi Tian did not leave Hulong Mountain for half a year, cultivating here day and night, and he also disguised himself as another fierce beast to let other fierce beasts know that there was already a new owner here. In this way, in an environment without the disturbance of fierce beasts, Yi Tian cultivated for more than half a year. Fire Dragon Pass, among the magma. Yi Tian was absorbing fire energy in the magma. At this moment, his aura continued to rise. He was at the second physical limit of the Emperor level, and once he broke through, his strength would inevitably increase. It was not difficult to break the limit of his body for the second time, so Yi Tian was not worried at all. Half an hour passed. Boom! The magma exploded, and the entire Hulong Mountain was shaken. A terrifying aura erupted from Yi Tian's body. He successfully broke through. In half a year, I finally broke the second physical limit, and my physical strength reached 200 dragon power, and my overall strength was twice as strong as in the past. In terms of attack power, I am comparable to the Tomahawk Emperor, and I have many talents, and the Tomahawk Emperor is far from being my opponent. Yi Tian was full of confidence. After spending a few days and stabilizing the realm, Yi Tian continued to cultivate. But at this time, he obviously sensed that the tempering of his body was much weaker by the fire cloud qi. Sure enough, the refining effect of a single mystic level attribute talent on the body will become weaker and weaker. If I continue to use fire vitality to refine my body, it will take a long time to break the limit of the third body. Yi Tianke couldn't stand this kind of slow cultivation. He had to change his attribute vitality to refine his body. Thereupon, Yi Tian left Hulong Mountain in search of a new place to cultivate. After using his hypnotic talent to hypnotize one fierce beast after another, Yi Tian finally found a good place to cultivate, Hurricane Cliff. Hurricane Cliff is a strange place, where hurricanes that can tear apart king beasts are hung all year round, except for some wind-type beasts who like to stay there. Other beasts are not willing to approach at all. The wind was too loud, too noisy, and easy to be swept away, and the beasts naturally didn't like this place. But the wind vitality here is exactly what Yi Tian needs. He has a God level 5 elements transformation talent transformed into a God level 5 elements storm talent, and cultivating in a place like Hurricane Cliff can completely refine his body quickly.